Hello, everybody.
Biggs,
Jake's
why do you
with
hate us? We saw what you did.
Who did that?
We all saw it. We hadn't even. We just got here, man. We've been waiting too.
Sitting here waiting on
we were waiting with
slow
you.
ass to get us live, and then you go and punish us. I can't believe it.
Yep.
I was over here confused about a skeleton hand. Had wires hanging everywhere.
The wires
were
are
on
strong.
time.
Scott goes, "Ooh, M&M," and we're like, "The wrapper or the candy in a wrapper?" And he's like, "Neither. Pain." And we're like, "Oh, okay." We don't even know. That's fair. We don't even know.
Don't even know.
Though I remember you giving a daddy's dice last session, so I do know that.
Ooh, specifically that individual? Wade's
Yeah.
keeping track. Remember that, people.
I keep track of daddy's dice. I do a seance after the stream is over, talk to the dead, and then I use some witch voodoo magic to put curses on people.
Well, I have to ask which voodoo magic.
The kind that involve animal bones and blood.
Animal bones and blood voodoo magic.
Deacon and I are working together. They fall off of his roof. He ships me the body, and I make the bone contraption.
Off of his roof or out
You
of his
can't steal that
headphones?
idea. Neither. You can't steal neither idea. It's OC.
Yeah.
Please don't steal.
Okay. Stealing is bad.
Sure.
I don't like the side eye you gave at the end of that.
Nothing. Let's play the game. Yeah. Hey, there's already a level 1 hype train completed, a level 2 about to complete, and considering somebody just dropped M&Ms all over the place, let's roll initiative as I give a recap. So last session on Dungeons and Dragons, you guys are standing outside a door and said, "We can't open this, my shoulder hurts." And so instead you went outside and looked at the roof and said, "I could get up there." You walked around a few times and said, or there, or there, or there. Let's go up the vines. And the vines were like, "I'm gonna eat you." And you were like, "No." And you chopped up the vines and saved, your friends from down below, including...
Someone dropped a fortune favor.
Oh,
Those
is that
cancel
how it
each other
works?
out, right?
Oh, look at that.
It says that, yeah. Isn't that crazy?
So,
Yeah,
so
you
the
know
vines...
it's real because of the varied capitalization.
Yeah,
That's how you
yes,
know
yes,
it's
yes.
legit.
That's how we guarantee it.
Only humans can do that.
What are we doing? Dropping initiative? Okay.
After destroying
Roll
the
high,
vines...
baby. God damn it!
Do you guys remember my old rule for natty ones?
What do I get for
Yeah,
credit?
where you lost your standard and you only had a move.
I played that one. I rolled ones then too.
Yep. But on the 20 though, you got an extra standard. So the problem was like in 5e that broke the game. So I don't know. Maybe we should bring that rope. No. So let's after you guys got up there, you went looking around and you saw more vines and decided, let's just kill these instead of avoid them. I genuinely thought it was going to be a bad situation. You actually destroyed the vines really well. Hacked them up, and you guys successfully identified a bunch of potions or whatever. Or a couple potions. Then you would all looked through one of the doors and found what would have been a vault of sorts, hidden behind a secret door and whatever. But inside of there, you found a secret compartment that actually still had a stored treasure from hundreds of years ago.
The one
A
crown
crown.
to rule them all.
The one crown to rule them all.
We have fucking
And-
2 Smeagol's in the party now because of it.
And you all gave yourselves literal migraines, trying on the crown and getting wicked smart for about a minute or so. And then after finally giving all of yourselves migraines, you decide to continue your adventuring. You open up a very creaky door. I'm totally sure you guys heard that 100%. And
That was a noise. I thought you were just dying.
Yeah,
You open up.
What the?
you see a tree,
Had
a
half a
dead
hiccup.
tree growing out of the center of the room that had the door in it you couldn't open before, and movement in the tree. You distract the movement with some dancing lights, line up a crossbow shot with a grappling hook saying, "Get over here!" and then whiff the shot. Roll for initiative. Before we dive into the
Oh
session.
my god, you rolled a 1 too. We both. Oh no.
Wait,
Your attack was a 1. No,
Oh,
Jake's-
last session.
last session. Yeah, the continuation of last
that's
session.
Yeah.
true.
I was like, huh? What was I supposed to say to you? Sorry.
These dice rolls have been really random lately.
Indeed, yes.
Oh,
It's
my
like, are we
initiative
gonna
was
succeed
trash.
Or are we not?
My initiative was
know.
trash. That's good for you guys.
Was it
How
less than
trash?
one?
God damn it, that's not trash enough. That's 6 times my initiative.
It is 6 times yours, but it's still pretty bad. One thing I do want to say before we actually jump into this is over on YouTube, it's 5467, so 33 away from 5500, which is very exciting. So if you're on Spotify, what are you doing? Fix your life.
No, hold on. Let's not.
Oh, I mean,
Love
Spotify's
We
the
love
best.
Spotify in this household.
Spotify's the best. If you're ever like doing laundry or doing dishes and you find yourself in the need of being distractible, you can say, Mikhail, you're up. The tree, again, is a little distance from where you are. It's hard to tell exactly how far. I believe we defined it as being about 50 feet over. And there's a drop down to the ground below. And you don't know the exact distance of each of these because you don't have like a laser measuring or you've not calculated it. You just kind of like going based off eye, maybe about 50 feet across. The drop down, maybe about 20 feet drop, 15 foot drop. 15 foot is what I told you last time. And there the creature is. You tried to get over here and missed. You're currently concentrating on a dancing lights that you cast about, let's say, some 48 seconds ago. What are you doing now?
Oh yeah, I'm out of bardic performance. That's right.
Oh, we've also completed level 3 hype train. It's 45 seconds left or 40 seconds left to level 4 hype train. Wicked exciting. Go ahead, sir.
Neat. Sorry, how far away is the tree thing?
About
man?
50, 60 feet away. And it's
60-ish.
about the same level as you.
I don't like that either. Well, okay,
The level is in like
I'm going to
as in like
shoot at it.
altitude off the ground, not as in like you walked into an MMO and saw the little circle with the number in it.
I knew what you meant. It means it could just run its ass over to me. I don't like that.
Well, there's a gap of air between you.
I guess that's good. I'm gonna shoot at it. That's the only thing I have that can reach that far. So that is light crossbow.
Oh boy.
Bolt.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Looks like we have, what was that? Level 4, so we have +3s.
Yeah, we'd have 2 +3s. They're
Oh, Big, can you do me a favor?
16.
Can you roll me a d20, please? Sorry, I forgot to ask you this earlier. All right, so with your light crossbow, you see this creature. This is a larger one than the other ones that you've seen before. You load your light crossbow, and you aim at the person who's probably already loaded. Take aim at it and fire. You shoot 16 chance to hit. I assume you're confident with that roll. So with that assumption, you do hit your mark. Go ahead and roll your damage, whatever else you're doing, sir. A 7. Thank you, sir.
4.
4 points of damage. You take your shot and you hit the thing with 4 points of damage, and the shot lands directly into the chest of the creature. Now, it's not quite looking at you yet. After the shot and everything that happened, it's still kind of like hidden behind a branch a little. Has a bit of cover, if you will, from over there. Its body is angled slightly to the side, but you do take the shot, and it does embed itself into the chest of this creature. However, it embeds itself perfectly into one of the sticks that it's made out of. Because remember, it's vines and sticks. But it's a large enough, thick enough stick that it embeds into it. Maybe the stick cracks a little, but doesn't seem to have any impact like you saw.
Its AC goes up by 2.
Yes, that's exactly what happens. Thank you, Wade. Man, your
Or it
narration is the
doesn't.
best.
Or it doesn't. Yeah, Mikhail just makes kind of kind of clicks his tongue, like dissatisfied with it. And I guess I'll reload my light crossbow with my move.
Sure.
I think it's a move. Yeah. That's it for me.
Great. So and then you also have, just as a reminder of where you guys are to set the stage here, you're on that, we'll call it, it's not a balcony, it's like a walkway. It's only about a 5 foot wide balcony, if you will, but walkway that runs along the wall up here. It runs like a half moon along the wall over here. At the center of this walking path, you're all the way to one end. At the center of the walking path, there is a stairwell, a broad stairwell that goes down to where the tree is. At the far end of the walking path, there is another door. And halfway across the walking path, so directly at the top of where the stairs are, there's a third door. So you came out of one, There's one on the far side and one in the middle. So you reload your crossbow. With where you are, which is against the railing, you still have a free 5-foot step. The ground immediately around you is not rough terrain, even though some of the terrain on this walking path will be rough from tumbling stone or debris or whatever it might be. Do you want a free 5-foot step back into the doorway so you're, not directly in harm's way? Do you want a free 5-foot step maybe closer to the up walkway? Where do you want to be? Because the way in my mind's eye I see it, Jaaek had, if the door is right there, Jaaek is the door is directly behind him. You're to Jake's left, I would say. So actually the door is diagonally to your right behind you. You have a wall to your left. And Wade is to Jake's right. So he has an open walkway to him. You two to his left and the door diagonally behind him.
Jake, what the fuck are you and I doing there?
You guys were taking a shot with the thing and getting ready to jump on the guy down below. And
I thought we made characters for that, but all right, here we go.
Oh, vey, my apologies. Okay.
Okay. So if I step, I think I confused myself. I think I'm good where I am for now. Actually, I'll just stay put because I'm not in the way of anybody's shot or to move.
I think we're in a line. I think it's you, Jake, me, or something like that.
Yeah, and then the door's right behind Jake.
Yep.
But that doesn't put me in a weird spot for where anybody else would need to be.
No.
In my mind's
more
eye.
or less, Wade is in the position where if somebody ran down the hallway, he's between you and the other two, which is where Koa would put himself. I said Wade, but that's where Koa would put himself.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just stay put for now.
I don't like anybody that much.
Yeah, I just stay put for now.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right, now let's go to the next person initiative, which is going to be Aldo. Sir, you obviously know where you are. It's been described. You know what you just failed at. What's your plan here, sir?
I guess at this point we're just gonna load a. What?
Is anybody else hearing an echo of Jaaek?
No.
Now I'm hearing an echo of myself.
I do not hear an echo at all.
At all? No.
Which cable do you need to fix again, Scott? Here we go.
What is happening?
Skeleton
I didn't hear it when anybody else was talking, but just Jaaek.
Do you have the stream going? In your ear?
No. Hold on. Let me check first. Let me go to XLR. Only my mic is going through there and samples going through there. Okay, that's good. I checked the stream over here. It's paused, so I shouldn't be hearing it here. Oh! I have my World Anvil on, and it finally just started playing the live feed on the homepage of my World Anvil. That's cool that it does that.
Oh,
I had no idea. If you go to the homepage of the World Anvil,
World Anvil ever got updated.
What was that?
All right, Jake, your turn.
All right. Okay.
I said,
seeing as my shot didn't work before, I will just load a normal bolt, and I will fire.
Yes, sir. You go right ahead and do so.
I'd load one of those slashing bolts if I were you.
If I had 'em.
if only.
Really hope you got the 11 and not the... Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's twice as good as your last attempt.
Mm-hmm.
Jake, do you want to do anything with that? I think we completed a level 3 hype train. Chat, correct me if I'm incorrect, but I never am.
Yeah, you want to make it a 10?
I am going to 5-foot step.
Yeah?
Where do you think you're going?
And I assume you're going to 5-foot step into the doorway that I was offering to what's his name, Mikhail before?
That's correct.
Okay, cool. So he's going to 5-foot step into there. Anything else with your turn? Because I know you can. Well, actually, you load.
No,
as a
I use my
action.
swift. Yep, already used that.
So you still have a move action.
No,
you don't
I
have
fired.
a 5-foot step. You can legit
attacked.
Yeah, but you still have the move action. You just can't move. You can't use it to
Yeah,
move around. You can use it to load.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't. I can load as a swift though. So
I think
it doesn't your 5-foot step take your move action?
Mm-mm.
No. What happens is
Oh.
if you my apologies, if you use your move action, like if you use the move move action, you can't take a free 5-foot step. So you can do one or the other. You can't do both. So
Yeah,
attack
then
and move?
I'll
yes, you can attack and then move. Wait.
Yeah, I'll load again, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You can do exactly that. So you can free 5-foot step and you can load again with your crossbow. That was a great idea. Actually, that's a really good idea because now you have a swift for next time in case you need it for like a potion or whatever it might be.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second.
This thing's not going for Aldo. Aldo has missed this thing so far off both times that it's not even like. It's like, is it on our team?
Yep.
Thanks for the warning, buddy. Man, you really got my back, don't you? Cool. All right. So, anyways, thank you. So the next thing is going to go in initiative is going to be. Let me go ahead and add this token on here. Add turn, and then give it an initiative of a 7. And we're just going to go ahead and say thank you to a random unknown person instead of chat for that. And then we are going to. What happens next is the base of the tree begins to open. You see this because of the way that the lights are dancing and continue to dance around the bottom of the tree. You can see that the bottom of the broken tree, of the dead tree, my apologies, seems to have its bark, splitting and cracking and opening almost like gnarly doors. Not swinging doors, but doors that kind of open from the center apart. And you start to see what looks at first like, branches emerging from them. But then you realize it's not branches, not little sticks. It's more of these creatures, but the good news is they're much smaller. They're not like the size of the big one up there, which is like person sized, or the ones that you were fighting out in the fields or in the trees. They're like Hafue sized. They're much smaller, maybe like the size of a cat, sometimes a little bit smaller, sometimes a little bit bigger. Like cats can be different sizes, so about the size of a cat. And you see a few of them emerge, and then several. And then you realize it's a few dozen, and then you realize it's several dozen of them emerging. And as they're emerging, they start making their way over towards the stairs and kind of amassing at the base of the stairs down there to make their way over. Their whole turn is spent emerging from the tree and kind of like amassing over at the tree, making their way over towards the stairs as they're climbing over each other and pushing past each other and making their way swarming towards you.
What happened to Koa? Oh, a bunch of Daelric sized sticks.
Oh, yeah. All right. Now it's the creature and the thing's turn. So that creature actually, like looking back at the group of you, it looks down at its chest for where the shot had landed in its chest, and it as it looks down at the thing, it pulls it free from its chest and like examines it for a couple of seconds while you have Aldo lining up and taking another shot. And it like tings off of the branch or sticks into another branch nearby. And it sees that and it like ducks as that happens, as it realizes kind of these different things going on. And then it looks over at the three of you with this. It doesn't have facial expression, but the way that its face looks at you and the way that the head kind of cocks to the side, it's almost like an incredulous look. It drops the crossbow bolt on the ground, but then with its hands, you start to see it's reforming around the forearm and the wrist of the hands. And then with a swift motion, its arm moving faster than you think a person's arm can move. Only like the end of a rope or a whip or something that can move with a hard crack. The arm whips towards you guys, and a couple of small spikes or sharpened twigs come flying out of it as they flail across the way at you guys. Jaaek, you're in the center right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and. Oh wait, no, you move back. Mikhail, you're my boy. I'm gonna shoot it at you.
Okay.
Sorry,
All
he
right.
hasn't done anything yet. You shot it in the chest.
Yep.
Nobody's daddy's dice, right? Just confirming. Nobody's daddy's dice. So I'm just gonna roll this. Oh, where did I put my dice? Right over here.
Oh, what a convenient time to need to take a moment.
I forgot to put
That's
longer
such
wire.
a player move. Nobody's daddy's dice. I better. Oh, guys, I forgot my coffee. Oh, yeah.
Actually, I should.
Damn, I put my dice.
Oh, there's a fly. There's a fly. Hang on. I'll roll in a second. There's a bug flying around.
Oh,
Oh, man,
what's
who
this
put my
doing here?
shoes over there?
Whoa! Why is?
That's 500 times the size of my penis.
Would you roll your fucking attack? Jesus.
I don't know. I'll roll it.
Turn
in
R
5.
beaming into your advantage.
All right, here we go.
It's not like
let's
it's
see.
hard to hit me.
I don't know what your AC is, but I should ask. Does a 16 beat?
Yes.
Perfect. Cool.
Yes, it does.
You get impaled by several little spikes that shoot out at you, and take the total of 2 points of piercing damage from them hitting you in a couple of spots, more or less. You're wearing your leather armor, of course, right? So what it is one of them kind of like literally embeds into the side of your neck, like almost like a shallow piercing, so like a splinter into the side of your neck. And another one reaches, it just stabs through the armor that you have there just enough that you can feel the spike underneath. You know, another one as it goes by and you're kind of trying to shield yourself, like through your arms up reflexively, sticks into the back of your, the meaty part of above your wrist. You know, things like that, like little bits that you're like, ah, fuck. And you can just like pull them out pretty quickly. They're not embedded too bad. You don't need surgery or anything. But that hurts. After it takes that shot against you, you can then see it makes its way over to one of the branches, a little bit lower from some of the other branches that are there. And you see its arms, as it like rotates its shoulders, its arms grow a little bit slack, almost like they go from being the rigid arms where the sticks act as bone and the what are they called? Vines act as muscles. And instead, the vines are acting almost like ropes. And you see it's like rotating its shoulders and loosening its arms. And it starts like whipping one of its arms around a branch. And you can see it's almost like preparing itself to do this, like, I believe the word is pronounced brachyon kind of movement. But that's its turn, is kind of like moving up there and preparing its arms to do that. It doesn't actually move any further towards you guys. Koa, it is now your turn.
Okay. There's a bunch of little dudes charging up. How far away are they?
So from where you are, around the balcony, that's about 30 feet over to get around the balcony because of the curve, right? Straight to them is closer. So going along the curve around the balcony is about 30 feet. And then down the stairs is 15 feet down. And then whether or not you're going up or downstairs, it could change the movement. However, if you're going to not go around the curve, if you're just going to go like jump off towards them, again, 15 feet down, and only about from where you are. So hold on, over. So you also it wasn't just 15 feet down. You also go down the stairs. So they're only about 25 feet this way and 15 feet down.
Okay. And this dude that's in the tree is not at a place I can reach him.
Unfortunately, no. That was the whole point of pulling him towards you guys.
Okay. What would it, in order to switch from my two-handed sword to a sword and shield, what does that cost?
So dropping your sword, literally clatter on the ground, is a free action. Drawing a sword is a move action, or for free as part of moving. Putting on a shield is a move action by itself.
So could I use my action to draw one and my move action to draw the other and have my sword and shield out?
100% you can do that. If you actually want to move as well, you can say, I drop my sword on the ground as a free action. I walk 40 feet, we'll say, drawing my sword as I go, and I'll spend my standard action of fixing my shield.
Okay. I don't want to leave these guys alone with the big guy, so if he's like moving toward us,
great question. So you see he's loosening his arms through that kind of like brachyon movement. That's a great point, Koa. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a either perception or nature check, whichever you prefer. Cool. With your nature check, are you happy with your 13, by the way?
Yeah.
Cool. So with your nature check, you're able to see that he got into one of the lower branches so he can grab onto the ones that are higher in his head, higher than his head, so he can kind of move quicker. You do not think that the branches that are stretching over towards where you guys are have enough strength to them, even though, let's assume this creature is very light, made out of seemingly, dried out dead wood and vines. even with him being as light as you anticipate him being, how dead this tree looks, you don't think it would support his weight, especially with any G forces applied to it, for him to swing over here and attack your friends. You think that the movement would probably get him onto the balcony quicker, but further away from where your friends are.
Okay. If I do move, I don't want to move far enough to where I'm going to just give all these guys a free attack on me.
Yep.
So if I assume that they can move even super fast, that'd be what, 40-ish feet?
40, yes. Above average is 40. Yep.
Okay. So I'll get within... What is my movement speed? I can't remember. I'll move toward them and I'll do exactly what you said. I think my movement speed is also 40. And they're about, what, 55 feet away from me, you said?
30 over, 15 down, plus the over part of it. If you jump part of that, like literally jump down the stairs, you could actually make it all at once. Or you could just go to the top of the stairs and stand there, you know?
My goal is to stay on top of the stairs and to leave about 45 feet between me and them.
Cool. Sounds great. Oh, wait. Leave 45 feet between you and the ones at the bottom.
I do not want them to be able to get to me and just attack me for free. Yeah.
Heard. You can definitely do that. And I will also say that you, so you're only going to move over so far along the balcony, to, kind of get to what you're trying to describe here, Wade. You can only move so far. And by the way, that 45 feet, I assume you don't actually mean 45-foot distance. I assume you mean relative movement because going upstairs is considered half movement.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I understand.
What I assume would take them more than a round of, like, if there's the double move to get to me, basically, is what I'm trying to get them to do.
Nope, understood. And I'll absolutely take that into account. So, yep, you go ahead and you move over some 15 feet or whatever it is away from your friends. So you're pretty close to them.
They can move more than 45 feet. That's fair. I'm just, in my brain, I'm just assuming 45 is about.
You're good. No, you actually move well under your speed to be able to get over there. Dropping your one sword onto the ground. You know, I don't mean you're like hucking at the ground. It's, you know, kind of like lean and drop it so it only falls a couple feet, not like a horrible clatter. And then you go dashing over that way, drawing your other sword and your shield. You're prepared. Anything else with your swift action? Or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Perfect. So that is the end of your turn, sir. This brings us back to the top with Mikhail. Mikhail, things have changed since the beginning of your last turn. What do you do?
Great question. I've been thinking about that. I don't have a ton of options. But so how far away from me is Koa now?
About 15 feet away from you. It was a 15-foot gap, so he's technically 20 feet away.
Okay. You said there's like a couple dozen of these fucking tiny ones down there now, right?
Yeah. A few dozen, maybe several dozen. It's a bunch. Whole bunch of looks like, again, that same kind of twigs and sticks and vines that they move with.
I just hope they're not small enough to be a swarm.
I was going to say, is this a swarm, Scott, or is it?
It looks like it could be.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
The
that's
one
what I'm
thing
worried
we're all
about.
prepared for right now.
I don't think any of us can damage a swarm.
Didn't you buy some grenades?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, those grenades we found in the walls with the money.
Just start throwing potions and hope one of them's bad.
I understand.
I am
Obviously, Mikhail is
tempted
like searching through his spells and his items and
items mostly.
are you
spells-
We
on
have
right now?
we have oil, right?
No,
Oh.
that's what I was thinking of. Oil is
We
the
do have
like
oil.
a
Yeah,
flask
of
of
course.
oil
Of course.
since they're on stairs.
You have a fuck ton of oil.
Mm.
Yeah,
And you don't even have to go over there for the oil. You can huck it. Like,
yeah. I can
literally
toss
to
it,
hit
'cause-
the stairs is what?
Mhm.
AC 0 to hit certain stairs, AC 5. But there's a
Yeah.
matter of distance, so you have to huck it.
Rolls
far
the
enough to
one,
hit it.
hits Koa.
right? Like, because I need to pitch it like 25-ish feet to make sure it doesn't splatter like in Koa's space.
I mean,
To get,
yeah,
like,
but
between him
but remember,
and
Koa's
the
running
group.
around like a crescent-shaped balcony. You're gonna throw it off the balcony over to the stairs. Like Koa's
Yeah.
So it have to be one of those. I'm sure you've done this before. I know I have a bunch of times. Where you're like, I'm totally gonna throw this at like the trash barrel, and it goes like 6 feet to the side, and you're like, I fucked that up from the start. I don't even know how I did that. Unless you did one of those.
It's possible because so I basically want to land it
It's
between
like a Koa magnet.
Throws it backwards. Hits Aldo.
or fucking bounce off the wall, hit myself in the face.
Actually, let's go because it's so greasy.
You know, like that, like the bazooka. You know. Anyways, go ahead.
I'm gonna try to get it between where Koa and what we're hoping isn't a swarm.
So you want on the balcony, not on the stairwell.
On because they're at the base of the stairs, right?
Yeah. They're like right. They're not technically at the
then
base,
on
or
the
even
stairs
still
in
a
front
little
of
bit
them,
before the steps.
essentially.
Even. But go ahead.
Yeah, like on the stairs where they would have to travel through it is where I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Is that sensible?
Yeah, on the stairs is perfectly fine.
Okay.
And
then how far throws that?
Yeah. So from where you're standing, same as what I was saying to Koa beforehand, it's like 25 feet over, maybe 30 feet over. The range increment is 10, of course. 10. So it's a -2, -4. So it's a -4. If you're choosing a certain part of the stairs, it's just an AC 5. So it's an AC 5 with a -4. Just make it literally a dexter. What is it? A ranged button. There's a button on your range against the AC 9. Encapsulates everything in question.
Okay. So I just want to add it.
Yep. You don't have to do any modifiers. Huzzah!
That's close.
Great job. Okay, cool. So you beat the AC 9. So you grab like that was quickly,
move and standard.
Yeah. Move to grab the flask out of your supplies, whatever it is, and a standard to hurl the flask, and goes over there and like gets the stairs all greasy. Hopefully the greasiness will slow them down. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. You don't know. You still have your swift. Anything else you want to do with that, sir? And don't forget free action speak if you'd like.
Yeah, all you say is like, "Oh shit, that's a lot," but he has no advice right now.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't have anything with the swift. I will probably 5-foot step in Koa's direction.
Yeah, great. Now there's not only a 10-foot gap
slightly
between
closer.
you guys. Great.
Yeah.
So you're
me.
standing where Aldo just was a moment ago, more or less.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Subtracting that oil off of our thing here.
Actually, that's funny. I was confusing you guys. When I said, wait, there's a 15-foot gap between you, that was a 15-foot gap between Aldo and him. There's a 20-foot gap between you. Now there's a 15-foot gap. I just flipped you guys in my head. I castled you, if you will. All right, cool. So there's a 15-foot gap between you now. Perfect. Okay. You are, that's the end of your turn, Aldo. Oh, do you say anything with your turn, Mikhail?
Just what I said. Oh shit, that's a lot.
Okay. Aldo, obviously you witnessed what transpired. What are you doing, sir?
Yeah, can I light a torch and throw it?
So retrieving a torch from your pack is a move action. Lighting a torch is a standard action.
I see. Did anyone have a torch?
You guys did not light anything because there was a huge ass hole in the roof and an open door to the outside. You haven't lit any lights yet. And you have light in here, both from the doorway behind you and the literal dancing lights around the tree. Which this is the last round that they will function. At the end of this round, they will disappear. And it gets darker in here.
There's no other way to light it. So
yeah. I mean, if you have items that are already readied, you wouldn't have to do that. And this is why he retained a haversack as a top tier magic item, but
we have tinder twigs, but I think you'd still run into an action economy issue.
Yeah, how long does it take to light a tinder twig?
I'm checking. I have it up right now.
Tinder twig.
But he's still going to need a move action to retrieve it.
Yeah. Small chemical strike against the surface and move action to strike it. Okay, that's not bad. Lighting a torch with a tinder twig is a standard action rather than a full. Oh, lighting a torch is apparently full round action. Haha. Lighting a torch is a standard action rather than a full round action. So you have to retrieve it as a move action and then light it as an additional move action, leaving you with no standard left to throw it, unfortunately.
All right, well then I'll have to do that. I can't unfortunately light it, so that's it.
Yep, you can also retrieve it, do something else, and then like hand it off to somebody. Because if somebody's next to you, you can just hand it to them. You know what I mean? But that you're waiting until their turn to do something with it, and then it, who knows? Maybe it's too late.
Yeah, because where did that oil go?
On the stairs. So again, about 30 feet, 25, 30 feet from where you are. So not hard to get to, but you'd have to light it and throw it.
So I can get the torch, but I can't light it and even pass it on. I can just get it and light it. That's it, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess I will do that, and I will take a step 5 foot. No, I can't 5 foot. Can I 5 foot step?
Hold on, wait, because I will allow you to spend one move action to retrieve both the tinder twig and the torch, and then you spend your then you have to spend your other move action to light the tinder twig, but the torch still isn't lit. That would take another standard. Ready. Yeah. What was your question, Jake?
I don't know. I'm confused. So I can't. No matter what, I can't light the torch this turn.
No. It just takes too much action. Yeah. Because lighting a torch is a 4-round action or a standard action with a tinder twig. We have to have and light the tinder twig first.
And because I am very dexterous and can load a crossbow with a swift action, I can't use that tinder twig like a thing, right?
No.
If I can shoot the tinder twig.
That's funny. All right, hold on.
The
chemical substance at the end of the small wooden stick ignites when struck against a rough surface. Creating a flame with a tinder twig is much faster than creating a flame with flint and steel or magnifying glass and tinder. Lighting a torch with a tinder twig is a standard action rather than a full round action. And lighting any other fire is at least a standard action. Hold on. It doesn't say lighting it. This is the Pathfinder Compendium for hold on. What was I reading before?
Lighting a torch is a standard. But
let me just see what I was reading before. I was reading the Nethys, whatever it's called. I make sure I was reading 1E and not 2E. This is 1E. Yeah, it says a chemical substance. It says so it adds in parentheses. So whereas Pathfinder on Roll20 didn't, this thing did. So I want to read Tinder Twig specifically on PFSRD. Tinder Twig PFSRD, as that's kind of like raw, if you will. So Tinder Twig. This here says alchemical substance against any surface. I don't know why Archives of Nethys added the move action to strike against a surface. I was reading that off of Archives of Nethys. It does not say it. It has 3 sources here, so I'm not sure which one it's using as the core source. Whereas Tinder Twig here is coming off of the core rulebook. So Jake.
Okay, I know why they did it. Because since Tinder Twig doesn't say what action it is, the default is standard. And that's why they went and used whatever errata actually said, like define the movement action instead of it being general rule.
So
standard.
errata is why it's sitting at a move action. So it is in fact a move action. Okay, Jake. So
yeah,
lighting a Tinder Twig, move action, igniting a torch, standard action. The issue is also drawing those 2 items from your pack, which removing items from your pack requires a move action or standard action depending on how it's stored, right? So and unfortunately fishing them from a pack is going to be a move action. I'd allow them both at the same time, so you can literally pull the things from your pack and you can light the twig, but you just run out of time to ignite the torch. You'd have to do this.
I mean, there's nothing else I can do, so that's what we've done.
I apologize.
Now's a great time for your hero point.
No, you don't need to apologize. That's just how it is.
The only other option I could think of is if you just want to take the torch out and ready to throw it, then I can light it, but you have to wait till it gets back to my turn.
Well, I'd still have to wait. Like I can light and throw next on my next turn anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Sorry.
Throw more oil, I guess. I don't know.
Throw more oil. Gotcha. Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a 1 on my throw check. It's gonna hit Koa in the back or something.
I'm so ready for one of us to fuck this up somehow.
Okay, so I just want to be clear what your character did. You fished through your pack to pull out a tinder twig and a torch, and then you're getting ready to strike it on the wall or whatever it is. Like you're just waiting for your next turn. Cool. Sorry, you ran out of action economy, and there's nothing to do with your swift action, correct?
Mm-hmm. No.
Then that's going to be the end of that. Wade, they're at the bottom of the stairs. Like I said, they're 15-foot long stairs. Stairs make creatures move at half speed or running up the stairs normally, unless they have a climb speed, in which case climbing stairs does not affect them at all. And these creatures do have a climb speed. So going up the stairs does not affect them at all.
Thank you for walking me through all of that. And giving
You're
me
welcome.
hope.
You're welcome. The oil, I will say, does have a slim chance of slowing them down a little bit. So I rolled a reflex save. Oh, I didn't open roll that reflex save. I technically have to open roll it. What's up?
Do they get covered in oil when they run through it?
That's a different question, but I technically have to
That's
open
why I
roll
asked
that
it.
reflex save. Would you guys rather it does say my next roll. That's the rules. My next roll would be the reflex save. So let me go ahead and do that. Let me find my mod. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead /R. Plus 1d6 plus 2. There we go. The same natural number that I rolled on my physical die, but it's too higher from the... That's funny. So they're able to clamber up the stairs without being slowed down by the stuff at all. So unfortunately, they're swiftly able to get up the stairs. Your calculation trying to incorporate the fact that the stairs would slow them down did not work in your favor, Koa. Unfortunately, they're getting much closer than you anticipated. However, as they're clambering over each other and trying to climb up these stairs, remember, these are small-sized creatures, and they're not cats, which can literally bound like 5 times their height or whatever. They're struggling to climb up each individual step and more climbing over each other than the steps themselves, so they don't move particularly quick. And even as they get to the top of the stairs, they start running towards you. They're kind of like bumping into each other and climbing over each other and trying to get at you. They actually don't move particularly quickly, but the sheer number of them coming at you, a couple of them like literally grabbing on to like roots that are growing out of the sides of the walls or whatever and swinging from them and jumping on the others down below, like they're crowd surfing or whatever to get to you. It is nerve-wracking seeing these things coming your way, but they spend their entire turn coming at you. They come up to stop pretty much right where you are, a tiny gap between you and them, and they stop there. That's their full movement. They can't go any further. That's double movement even. At the end of that, it's going to be the big one's turn. So as I said, it kind of like loosened its arms and its joints or whatever to act as like a brachion kind of movement. And it does in fact that. And it does its brachion movement and it goes and it swings itself across as best as it can. And it does swing itself across and gets to the only available spot. Koa happens to, with him stopping short of where he otherwise could have run to, ends up stopping himself where the creature would have landed. So instead it's going to swing itself to be the square adjacent to Koa. I'm going to go ahead and roll my check for that, my acrobatics. And it does make its way across. So it does get to the ledge to where you are, Koa. But where it lands with its arms, like so, it reaches up, grabs a branch, and it swings and gets like enough oomph to it with a swing back and forth to throw itself across and grabs with its rope-like arm to grab onto the ledge. Unfortunately, it grabs onto the ledge, and where it placed its foot-like appendage, it hits a bit of stone that crumbles beneath its foot, and so it falls hanging for a second and starts trying to climb itself up. Climbing up from the edge, unfortunately, provokes an attack of opportunity. And because it's climbing, it loses its dexterity bonus to AC. It's effectively flat-footed to you. I rolled... I failed by 2 is more or less what happened. What's up?
I'm using the cutlass, not my normal sword.
Yes.
Can I still like power attack and stuff whenever?
Yes, it's just it's a one-handed power attack, but yes.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
That would have been the time to use the daddy's dice. That too would have made me.
Is there any bonus from height or anything else I need to factor in, or just the?
Nope. The factor is it doesn't have its dexterity AC. Hey, that's a really good chance to hit. And 9 points of damage is pretty fucking solid. So Koa sees this thing trying to climb its way up, and Koa, having practiced doing this before with the other one that he had fought, from a vantage point, swings down and tries to chop the root of the branch that's like holding it in place. And he does cut through, and it starts oozing that goopy kind of a greenish color as the other one did before. It starts oozing that out. My apologies, it's not the same color. It's not that as light of a color. It's a much darker, putrid kind of color, like almost like it's rotted. Anyways, so or spoiled. So anyways, it starts oozing this ichor out of its body, and you hit it with the sword. You do mess this root up really badly, but it's able to hold on enough that with its other root, it can plant it onto the ledge, and it is able to successfully finish climbing itself up onto the ledge to stand next to you. Where it happens to stand is actually between you and the seeming swarm of little ones coming your way. It was the only spot it could get to with how you had positioned yourself beforehand. So it goes you, him or it or whatever, and then the swarm behind it kind of like climbing, getting
Is it
ready
on like
to go
the
around
top
it.
of the stairs then? Like the edge of the top of the stairs?
No, you didn't go all the way to the stairs. Remember, you pulled yourself up short of where the stairs are to make sure there was a gap between you and the baddies. So the stairs are close to you, but you're not quite at the top of the stairs. And so the creature is standing on this side of the balcony. And as it pulls itself onto the ledge, the arm that you had more or less like chopped off, it actually, you can see that the bits of the vines that are still holding it there, they quickly dry up, and the ichor very quickly stops leaking. And with a quick, 1-2 jerk of its arm, it snaps off that arm, and you can see from like its back and its torso and its legs, some vines and twigs are like transporting throughout its body to like regrow the arm that you had just chopped off. So it's actively regrowing before you as it's rolling its shoulders back from being that brachion style, from being that like long whipped style, to being more solid, and the branches coming out and being more like claws sticking out the end of it.
Okay, my turn now.
I was going to say, and that is the end of its turn. I used my move to get over there, and I failed my check, so I used my standard to climb up, and then my swift to switch my arms. That's my turn. It is now Koa's turn, and it is right in front of you.
Okay. So my thought, just to get everyone's on the same page here, I don't know how this works with a swarm, and now there's a dude in front of me, so I don't know that I can do it at all. I was going to charge these little fuckers and try to knock them back, to knock them down the stairs where they would fall back into the oil. Now there's a big dude in my way, and I can't charge if I'm adjacent to someone, right?
Correct. You have to be 15 feet away or further. Yep.
So if I moved back and gave it an attack of opportunity, I could then charge and try to knock it
Unfortunately, no. It's a full round action to charge, so you can't move back and forward.
So I just have to attack then.
You're kind of confusing that with your old big boy used to be able to swift action, do movements, and then charge afterwards. This guy can't yet.
All right.
You can. I'm just gonna throw this out there for you. You're on like stairs, right? It's what 5?
No, so,
like it's only one.
So I'm imagining here's the balcony, like here's the staircase up, and then that kind of goes around a little bit. I think I'm over here. I'm not quite at the top of the stairs. I'm over here. Dudes are climbing up the stairs. Then the big dude's in between me and the little dudes. So we have some space between us and the stairs.
He just pulled himself up onto there, right?
Yeah, and he's in my way. He's between me and the little dudes. So it's me.
I don't
and the
know.
little dude.
Yeah, you do have combat maneuvers you can do too. One of them is reposition, which means you move him to a different square. So you could possibly throw him more or less off the stairs. If that's something you wanted to do, it's an option, or you can just attack. I'm not really sure what else there is.
Yeah. I think it will trigger an attack of opportunity.
It will, because he doesn't have the feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like charging was his original idea. Now there's a big guy in front of him. I think Koa probably just swings.
Yeah.
It seems like the thing to do. Like it kind of.
Do you power attack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will power attack. I don't have anything else. We don't have any buffs from you, right, Mikhail? I was gone.
He's out.
No, I'm all out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm tapped.
All right. Well, I guess we just swing our sword and hope.
That's not bad. I think I hit on a 16.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, we're good.
16 to hit, 8 slashing damage, Scott.
16 to hit. I assume you're confident with how you said that? And that includes your power attack, yeah?
Yeah.
-1? Do I see a minus? I do.
Yeah, I'm only rolling with a +4 right now.
Cool. And so my apologies, you said you're happy with the 16?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just check. Where are you? 16 hits. And 8 points of slashing, so he's taking 17 total as far as you know. What is it? So this thing that climbed up or whatever it is, and like I said, it starts like, recoiling its arms to make it smaller. We're actually pulling the cord in from one and pulling up twigs and cord from throughout its body to regrow the arm on the other side. And as that's happening, you're not giving it the opportunity to do so. So you wheel back and you just start hacking at this thing like your cutlass is a machete. You start hacking at it, and it instinctively goes to throw one arm up to block the blow of the attack, but that arm is the one that's not done regrowing yet. So like there's like a twig and a vine in the way, and with one hack you cut through and even you put a little nick into the shoulder-ish appendage behind it, and then very quickly just like 2, 3, 4, just these like hacking motions at the thing trying to cut at it, and you can see like you're splitting you're splitting branches that are inside there. You're cutting open vines that are in there, so the vines are no longer attached to others. They have to like start recoiling and almost like trying to tie knots around themselves. There's ichor like pouring down the inside of its body, dripping all over the place. This thing is absolutely feeling like the wrath of Koa at the moment, but it's still standing. Anything else that was your standard? Anything with your move or your swift?
I will try. Let me double check, make sure I can do it. I don't know if it'll work on this thing, but I will try using my move to intimidating glare.
Ooh,
Which would give it the shaken condition if it works on this.
that's a fun one.
22.
Okay. That is a pretty intimidating glare. That is a pretty intimidating glare. If this thing is shaken, you're not sure. But
I feel that way about IKEA furniture too.
But that is a pretty intimidating glare. That's what I'll leave it at. All right. Next is going to be Mikhail's turn. Mikhail, you threw the oil. You went over there. They climbed over that oil. They definitely climbed over it. Like there's still oil on the stairs. Obviously, it's not like they're literally sponges. But you're hoping to light that oil on fire. There's probably some on them. Like hopefully enough to have it act as like a fire starter, if you will. But it's not like they picked up all the oil. So even if they got 10-15% of it, hopefully that's helpful. You're not sure, but they did clamber up those stairs pretty quickly.
Yeah, not enough. I'm gonna throw another one. So we'll move action, and then a standard to throw another flash.
I would actually say that if your plan was to throw oil, I would even allow you to say, because they're going to be piled together in your pack. I would be fine with you being like, you guys, I assume, split up the oil. I think there's 6 amongst you. So if you each had 2 oils, I would be fine with you saying I pulled out both oils at once, just to let Jaaek pull both the torch and the tinder twig at once, because it's
okay.
It's like one move action to pull the items out.
Yeah.
And they're like items. They're items that would be near each other, not. It's like you're getting strange things,
Okay.
Cool. Like I'm gonna get a box of gum and a dildo. What? Anyways, what were we gonna say?
What? Yeah. I was gonna say something. So cool. I already have the other oil out. Great. Good to know. I guess I'll use my move to also pull a torch. Just so I've got one
Yeah, one in hand.
Since he's already got a lit. Yes, since he's already got a lit tender twig. Oh, I would have had to drop my crossbow at both hands.
He hasn't lit the
Occupied.
twig yet. He remember move action to pull. Oh yeah, no, he did light it. My apologies. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
But since he's got that already, I'll just have this ready. I would have had to drop my crossbow. I did forget to say.
That's fine.
And then I will throw this oil. I'm just going to try to get it in.
Yeah, you're not trying to hit. You're trying to hit the area, and they take up a pretty good size area. So you're just trying to hit that area. Again, it's an AC 5. And Koa is not direct because of like how far around the bend they are. Koa is not directly in the path. It's just an AC 5. Technically, they have cover from the railing. You could clip the railing, so it gives them a +2 AC 7.
Okay, we'll see.
Don't hit the railing. Oh my God! Did he roll a 2? Is that a 2? Is that what that is?
He rolled
No, it's a 3. It's slightly
better.
better.
We have a +3 if you want to. We have 2 +3s if you want to guarantee hit, or you can.
Or you can luck it and have a 75% chance. Luck is always the last choice.
Like I feel like if we're gonna spend something on it, I'll just take one of the +3s to make sure.
I think that's probably the.
And then we leave the luck. Yeah, I'll take one of. I'll take one of the +3s.
Okay, you hurl the thing, and what happens is you actually fuck up your throw. You actually fuck up your throw, and you throw it a little low, and literally it's like one of those like you suck air through your teeth, and you like your heart stops for a second as it looks like it's gonna hit the railing, and it just barely clips the railing and puts a bit of a spin to it as it goes between two of the the railing bars beneath it. Like slides right between them and smashes into it below, spreading the oil all over. And he's like, oh,
and unclench.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the oil spreads well enough that there is a 5-foot square that is the exact spot where you'll want to throw your torch. But there is spread when you throw something like that. So there are other areas that will work, just not as expressly well as throwing it in that exact square. Anything else with your turn? Because you said you moved to get closer to Koa?
Not yet. I do. I will now 5-foot step to get closer.
Oh, that's right. You pulled your torch. That's right. My apologies. And so now there's a 10-foot gap.
Or actually, wait. Koa. No, I stay put because I don't know where Aldo's going to move, and I want to use the tender twig.
Okay,
so I'll probably stay where I am.
Fair enough. All right, cool. 3K loyalty herd. I got you, Joey. Give me a second. And back to you, boys. Next up after Mikhail is going to be Aldo.
Okay. So we light the torch, and then 5-foot step out and throw it.
I mean, yeah, exactly that. Yes. Now,
what's the
blessings of Roga. Before you do anything else, roll your blessings of Roga.
Sweet. I don't know why I'm so nervous about you guys throwing fire, but for some reason I'm like, oh god, I hope they hit the right spot with a fire in here. Maybe it's because of the giant dead flammable tree and everything else, but
a 4 is awesome. A 4 is a really good roll. What do you want to do with your 4, sir?
So it's an attack roll I'm about to make, right?
Yes, sir.
Then yeah, I'm gonna use the +2 for the attack.
Sure, yeah. You have to hit the exact spot that's there. So this is a slightly higher AC than you were doing before. You're welcome to make your attack roll and see how it goes.
All right, so it's just a ranged attack?
It is, but you remember, because you're throwing a torch, you have a minus... Hold on, let me just think of distance from where you are. -4 to your attack roll.
So you have +4 to -4, so you have just a normal roll, I would say. Or no, you have
+2 -4, so you have a minus.
So you get a total of
-2
-2. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so I got a -2
overall to your throw. Yeah,
but it's a really low AC you're trying to hit.
I think it's
okay.
It's like a 9 or a 10 because it's a little bit harder than the other one, right?
A 14 is a pretty solid roll. I assume you're happy with the 14? Yeah.
That should be good.
You guys think that's fine?
Yeah.
There's a 5
I think
before,
so.
and it's a little bit higher since you're trying to hit a specific area. I don't know if it's going to
Yeah,
jump
okay.
to 15. But it
Yeah,
feels like it's
I think
pretty
you're good.
Yeah, all right.
I want to be clear. I'm surprised he took the 4. I thought he was going to take the 3 so that he can swift action 5-foot step back into his little safe hole. I'm getting certain Turian vibes right now, but moving on. So we have Doxy. Nope. Because I always call her Foxy Doxy in Foxtrot, which is Molly. Which again,
Wow, you remember my wife's name. That's good.
Person
Try.
rated.
Babe.
Hi, Molly.
I'm sorry, Scott just tried to call you Foxy and Doxy, but like, a little weird.
I don't know. I'm caught up on that Mass Effect comment. Not gonna lie.
I was trying to jump from the Mass Effect comment away.
I bet ya.
Mhm.
Do you know how much shit you gave me for taking cover, like shooting and getting back into cover?
No, nobody gave you shit for taking cover. We gave you shit for being the
no.
only fighter class that hid constantly. You're the spellcaster, right?
Who soloed a brute or whatever that thing was? Who soloed that in one turn? Can't remember. Shit.
I think it was Tesh. So,
Grab
you-
54 flamethrowers.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I thought that was a shot at me. Like, dude, I had 3
did
hit
too.
points. The fuck do you want from me?
I thought it was a shot at you too.
did that 14 include the -2, by the way?
Yep.
Cool. Because it included the -2, roll me a d6. Awesome. 4 points of fire damage to the creatures that you threw the torch at, which is awesome. But more importantly, you threw exactly where it needed to. So you do some fire damage, and almost immediately you start to see flames starting to kick up around it. They very quickly, the oil lights and it spreads. And this fire goes the fuck up. Like it is lighting very quickly, almost like you put fire to kindling. And it is absolutely burning. It is crisping through them. Anything else with your turn? Or are you done?
I'm done.
Cool. Top of their turn. Go ahead and roll me 2d6.
So the flames went up.
Oh yeah, the flames are growing.
Did it ignite the other oil or just the one on the top? Like, did the whole thing ignite or just like the very top of it?
You mean because they would have tracked some oil with them as they went?
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a second because it's still
I
spreading.
imagine it wouldn't be
Yeah.
instantaneous.
Yeah.
but
Because
they're dry and
because it's
dead,
spreading.
too? I don't know.
So hold on, that's already 4 and 8. Well, the 4 is halved because it was an attack against an individual, against a swarm as an individual. So that's 2 and 8 is 10. Let me just check something really quickly. Okay, the swarm is still moving, but at this point, effectively all of them are on fire. Effectively all of them are burning. Every one of them is just completely engulfed inside of flames. And so quickly, they're going to do everything in their power to try to put out the fire. So rather than moving forward and trying to attack at Koa, they're just going to make a reflex save
Go
to try
for
to
the
put out
mole
the fire.
fire hydrant. Like, shit, we got a fire extinguisher on the wall, right?
Breaking glass.
I rolled a natural 5.
Ooh.
They do not put out the fire. Their standard action was to put out the fire. They failed to put out the fire. Now, fortunately, they're going to keep moving. And because they keep moving, they move forward and their speed is 20 feet. They're going to
Please
move
catch the other dude on fire.
around the other guy and into where Koa's square is. So Koa is now inside of, they share a square with Koa. They unfortunately are kind of also sharing a square with the other guy.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna say,
kind of
fucking
behind
okay.
Koa too. So they're like taking up the square before the guy's square, Koa's square, and behind Koa. So they're like everywhere. And there's fire around all of you, which is terrible. And that's their turn. They try to put out the fire, they fail. And they move to share a square with you. It's now that guy's turn. You have to make a reflex save.
Oh, is that what it is to not be on fire?
Correct, yes.
Uh-oh.
And actually passes the reflex save to not catch fire. So it is still there, which is good news. So that is the end of so that's the beginning of his turn. Now that it's his turn, while being on fire and clearly not happy with the situation, first thing he's going to do is take a claw attack at Koa. So he's going to claw at you. I don't know if that hits you because you're not raging. It's a 14. Does a 14 hit you?
Even with my shield up, it does.
Really? Okay, I honestly thought your AC was going to be like a 14, 15 mark with the shield. Because, you didn't get your new armor yet, did you? Ah, that's why. Okay.
Everything in this goddamn game takes 2 months.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I rolled shit damage. Okay. Wade, I do 3 slashing damage to you, -1. I do 2 slashing damage to you. And can you make me a fortitude save?
Okay.
God damn it!
Oh.
Nothing bad happens. So it was standard action was to attack you. Its move action is actually moving away from you to get out of the swarm area, so on and so forth. So that actually means that you, sir, are able to make an attack of opportunity against it. Pause before you do that because you want to confirm something. Yes, you still are able to make an attack of opportunity against it at the moment. 14. Are you comfortable with your 14?
I think the big vine was like a 15 to hit. I almost feel like this might be as well.
You might luck that.
Oh yeah, it's not your turn yet. Never mind. I was gonna say blessings for but it's not your turn yet. All right,
okay,
17
so,
absolutely hits. 8 points of damage. This thing turns and starts trying to move away, and as it does so, it takes that swipe against you and hits you. And Koa, he takes the hit, but he wasn't afraid. He saw how big the claws are. He knows as sharpened as they are, they're just wood. You've absolutely split wood drunk before and fell over and scratched yourself worse than what this fucking claw is going to do. So he swings at you and yeah, sure, you get a little scuffed up, but nothing really worth noting. So you just move into the attack and you just keep hacking that same ferocity that you had beforehand, just hacking and literally you just hack it until it just drops down. It turns and starts moving away. And then finally you get one more hack at where its hamstring is and it collapses down under it and the thing drops down and you're getting ready to start moving up to attack it. But unfortunately, the heat around you is starting to get to you. Them clawing at you and swarming over you is starting to hurt. Maybe continuing to hack this thing is a bad idea. It's the start of your turn. 2 things happen. You need to do 2 things. 1, make me a reflex save against the fire. 13. Are you confident with your 13? I will say the DC is not going to be crazy high, but a 13 is that middle mark where it's on the fence. But it's not going to be like a 17 or some shit.
I don't remember what the DC is for not catching fire. I think it's a 13 or a 14. You might have made it, though. I don't know for sure.
I don't know how bad catching fire is to put out.
2d6. It's rough.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
15.
15, absolutely you do not catch fire. The heat is starting to get to you, but you don't take any damage from being around it, right? The heat is burning around you, but you're not actually on fire. So you don't take that. It's not like you're standing inside of a campfire. It's not that hot, but it is fucking hot and it's burning around you and it's making you sweat already and so on and so forth because it is very hot. Staying here much longer probably would burn you, but either way. And then something else happens. Because you start your turn inside of the swarm, you are going to immediately no attack roll take. Boom, 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 boom. 4 points of slashing damage, which is 3. And because you took slashing damage, go ahead and make me a fortitude save. God damn it.
Fighting
That
for
makes
my
me
life
so
in here, dude.
Their poison is so much better, too. All right, and then finally, this. Make me another fortitude save. This is because you're getting clawed at by the swarms over and over and over again. What it is it literally hurts as they're biting you, clawing at you, so on and so forth. If you fail this fortitude save, you get nauseated for a round from this. And that's why I said you can make an attack of opportunity for now, because when you nauseate, you actually lose a bunch of options.
Oh, okay.
But you pass. So despite the fact that they're clawing at you, biting you, stabbing you, so on and so forth, this is no more aggravating than playing with a bunch of, like, rolling around on the ground with a bunch of, like, wolf puppies, and they're, like, chewing on you. Like, yeah, it hurts, but, like, at the same time, you felt way worse. This is pain that you can ignore. And so the clawing at you, biting you, scratching you, one of them literally gets up to and stabs into, like, where your armpit is, and you grab it and crush it in your hand, or sorry, like, smash it, with your sword under there. It's your turn.
Is the other dude still alive, the big guy?
Oh, no. You hacked him apart and then hamstringed it so it collapsed, and you can see that it's now starting to catch fire, collapsing into the flaming ones. No, you hacked that thing down.
How far is the drop from here?
What do you mean by the drop? Oh, you mean 15 feet down?
15, that's it?
Yep, 15 foot down, which is it's a little over a 15 save. It's like a DC 17, 18-ish to not take damage from the fall.
I mean, you wouldn't take that much from a 15-foot fall, would you?
1d6.
Yeah, 1d6.
Yep. If you pass a 15, you would take 1d4 non-lethal instead. If you fail the
Otherwise, I have to
whatever.
charge through fire?
Yeah, I have to move through them.
Like, technically, you're already in them, so
Yeah, I don't want to be in them anymore.
so
They
either
use
way,
the
you're gonna have to
stairs.
move through
If they
them.
jump off, I feel like they might not be so lucky, so...
I see Koa jumping and bracing himself at the shield or something, right? Like,
We jump.
yes! Let's go! Was it acrobatics?
Yeah,
DC 15 or higher? You want at least a 15? Oh my god, you have a +4 to jump! I forgot about that! That's a 13!
that is a 13.
We don't have any more luck, and I don't know if I want to use our last +3 for a jump.
So the fun thing is, the fall is 1d6. Technically speaking, you could take no damage from the fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys think I'd use the +3 to change it to non-lethal, or I just take the damage?
How bad is a
What's your
d6
health
for
at?
you right now?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, so-
Okay. I'm not that bad. I mean, if I roll max damage, I'm close to like half, but I'm still okay.
you might save it just because we don't know if there's other surprises.
Okay. I will take my
Yeah.
13, Scott.
13, Wade, you can ask somebody in chat to roll that d6 damage for you.
Lance. You've been wanting to hurt us, I think. Hurt us. All right, he did.
Damn.
Is any of that reduced from falling, or from the damage reduction, or is that all?
Yep, it does. All physical damage, it like all normal physical damage, it does. So that's a 4 points of damage you take.
Got it.
Cool.
Does that take all of my movement?
Technically speaking, you move 5 feet over, and whatever the distance is you fall counts against your movement. So you'd assume 15, but you move at double speed down. So you actually would only use half your movement. So let's call it you've moved 10 feet of your movement, but you're prone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah, if you
I
take
assume you kind of
damage,
like
you'd
jumped
have
and you
prone.
landed like down on your shield and hit your shoulder that you've hit the door with a bunch of times earlier, which is why it like feels bad. It almost feels like slightly dislocated.
I also
but...
took the vine to the shoulder.
Yep. Oh, everything. That poor
Can I use my
Did
action
you roll
to stand
your
back up?
Vroga thing?
Oh
no,
he
I
did
didn't.
not. Oh my god,
Okay,
he can stand up from prone. Let's
Made his check.
go! Let's go! Oh, he could have done the ability
Yeah,
check. Though,
he
and
could have
not
made
taken
his
damage.
check. Yeah.
Ooh, hold on.
That +4 would have done it.
13 would have got you to a 17. And I told you the DC is like a 17, 18. So it's
You
like
said 15 to a 17, but yeah.
no, 15 is to for a 10-foot fall and to drop it to only 1d4 non-lethal. 17 or 18 was for the completely evaded entirely.
I mean, I don't know. I think I'll just take the stand up from prone. We already went through all the other things. I don't want
Awesome.
to rewrite history.
Swift action, you stand up from prone. You still have your standard action and some movement. So we'll say you moved 10 feet and you stood up from prone because Swift can interrupt other actions. You still have 30 feet of movement and your standard.
Okay. How far is it to the base of the stairs to not be in the fire, but where the fire is kind of like coming?
Yeah. Not far, like 10 feet from where you are. To the base.
I
want to
move that way, and then do I still have an action left at that point?
You still have a standard action and 20 feet of movement.
So I move to the edge of the fire. What's the roll to try to get these things
to be clear, you move to the edge of the
taunt?
stairs. You can go up the stairs somewhat. There's no fire really on the stairs yet.
My goal is to go to like the edge of the stairs and like taunt these little fuckers or something to get them to run back through the fire to like come at me.
I like it. Yeah. You can go to the edge of the stairs, maybe even up a couple of steps, Wade. You don't have to necessarily be at the bottom of them, whatever you'd like. You tell me. And you can go ahead and roll an intimidate to try to lure them over.
Okay. I do not want to go too far up because I imagine the oil thrown on the stairs will flow down the stairs, and my goal is to not catch fire. 15.
Intimidate, cool. So you're like taunting them, like smashing your shield with your sword and calling up at them, and so on and so forth. You feel free to add any color to this you'd like. Otherwise, we can move on.
No, Koa just smashing his stuff and is like trying to get them to move back through the fire. I don't know how intelligent they are, so it's like maybe they'll be dumb enough to run back through the fire.
Mikhail, it's your turn.
Okay.
Let me actually just say, now it's the top of your turn. Because you had thrown that flask earlier, Wade keeps alluding to it, but there is oil on the stairs, and there are a bunch of them that are on fire, and there is a trickle of oil around. It just takes time for the flame to necessarily move over and jump from one puddle to the next. Eventually, the flame does make its way down, so there is a small amount of... So at the top of your turn, there's a small amount of scattering of fire on the stairs. It's not like you moving through that fire is going to hurt you. You guys would easily be able to even just walk on it or over it, and it won't affect you. The more dangerous part of the stairs and the oil you threw earlier is there's some amount of oil in there, so they could be slick. But if you're out of combat, not so slick that it's much of a concern. It's just in combat you'd have to worry, you know?
You still have Roga. You haven't used yours yet.
And now it's your turn. Sorry to have interrupted you. And thank you, Wade, for reminding him. Cool.
Yeah.
You want to jump off the balcony?
Right, I guess.
Abandon Aldo.
I wasn't planning on moving that far. I guess I'll take the +4 just in case I change my mind about something. And how far from Aldo am I?
Oh, I should also point out one more thing. It's a good thing that fire is here, because the room got much darker as your spell ended at the end of like last turn. So that fire is lighting up the area a bit. So over by the tree itself is now pretty dark. Koa can see the tree because he can see from the fire and his eyes' ability to focus in the kind of dim light here. But for you guys, the tree is so dark you can just see like the large dark shape over there. No definition of the tree itself. All right, what were you asking me, Mikhail?
How far am I from Aldo?
Aldo stepped up, so he's what? There's a 5-foot gap between you guys. No. You're adjacent to each other.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Can I use the lit tinder twig?
Yes.
Yeah. So move action, light.
Koa's still alive. Get him.
See what Koa's doing. Yeah, I'm gonna try to just fucking beat him right in the head with it. No, I'm gonna try to throw the lit torch so that it. I'm hoping that like where I throw it will usher the swarm back down the stairs. So I'm trying to get it in their way where they won't retreat our direction. They'll be more likely to go towards where Koa's trying to lure them.
So you're just trying to throw the torch at them to make them go away?
Not right in their space. I'm trying to herd them.
Okay.
Does that make any sense? Maybe
Wouldn't that be better if you're like waving it at them?
Yeah.
Like Aragorn in the first one?
I mean, yeah, I guess I could. How far do I have to move to get to them?
I mean, they're a distance away, but you're trying to stop them from going at you. So that's why I'm saying it.
Well, I'm trying to get it to not go at us, but I also want them to go towards Koa. But I guess that's the same thing. So, yeah, I could do that. I'll just move.
5-foot step.
I guess I would switch my... Do I need to switch my standard to a move to like get closer to them and wave it around, or is the waving going to be a roll in itself?
Probably the same thing I did, right? It's still an intimidate because you're
like an
trying to
intimidate
scare them away,
thing.
You can do an intimidate, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, then yeah, I'll just 5-foot step that direction and start waving it around, shouting.
They're now 10 feet from you, a
Goldblum.
5-foot gap away from between you guys. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's close enough. Sweet. Then yeah, intimidate
You're
is
Dr. Grant and Jeff Goldblum with the T-Rex right now. Except you're hoping
They
it
did so
doesn't come
well.
after you.
Right? Yes.
Oh.
I don't know if I want. I
I
don't know
forgot to
if I
say
want
this at the
that.
bottom of initiative. Big, could you go ahead and roll me a d20, please?
Do I need to wait on my roll?
No, you're good.
Okay, I'm adding the +4 from the Roga that I just took.
Thank you.
Yeah. I rolled bad, so
Perfect.
11.
11, awesome. And so that's that's a 15, correct?
No, that's with the +4. I
Oh.
rolled a 3.
You're intimidating. You're very
Or sorry,
scary.
I rolled a 4. Yeah.
Like yeah, very scary.
Well, maybe it assisted my intimidate.
You're like the children in
It
Jurassic
is-
Park
it is over
clattering the
10.
pans to make the raptors go away. All right, cool. So
Good
now
voice crack while I'm yelling at them.
it's now Aldo's turn.
You better get out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up my crossbow, and yeah, I'm gonna move away.
Just like go
Yeah.
into where you fought the vines before.
Yep.
Cool. The room that's near, not the room that's not all the way to the balcony.
Yeah. No.
Yep. Cool. So you retreat back, and you're just gonna like, hopefully they got this. As you have your crossbow, and you're checking it to make sure it's not.
Well, they're on fire. I'm hoping they don't.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not saying you're a
Yeah.
particular Torian or anything like that. You're not leading them from behind. You know,
Yes,
you're
that's correct.
you're falling back and making sure the
Every
crossbow's
mission
ready.
is a successful mission under that leadership. No
You take-
failures.
You're taking a knee
Not
and
yet.
like pointing aim. So if they retreat as well, you give them covering fire. You know, you're good. You're good. This is all good.
Yeah.
All right.
Owen
It's-
jumps down the stairs. You're like,
If only there was a hedge and he could just go back into the hedge. That's what that would
Just-
be.
Homer Simpsoning this.
The Homer Simpson beat, yeah.
Wait, can you do me a favor? Can you roll me a perception check real quick? Are you happy with your 8, which by the way is a 7? Don't forget your -1s to everything.
Forgot about those.
Oh,
I mean,
this
my
is a headache.
intimidate was a 10. Yeah.
I mean,
Yep,
yeah.
I
What
know.
am I gonna do with a? No, I'll keep my awful 7.
Cool. So Koa doesn't notice until a bit later that the tree opened up and more swarm kept coming out of the tree. It's amassing at the base of the stairs, again, like maybe 10 feet-ish or so away from the base of the stairs. He notices because after they amass there, he looks over and sees them like he sees a bunch of movement and then realizes he's really squinting into the darkness. He sees it. He doesn't have enough of a heads up to be able to do anything other than realize it after they get there. As for the ones that are up above, that are on fire, it's the start of their turn. Aldo, roll me 2d6.
I would like a high number. Oh, quarter. That's good too.
They continue
Not much
to, so
left.
some of them start dive bombing off of the ledge.
This swarm has a lot of health.
Right?
Some
the
of them,
amount of fighting that has
This
happened in the last 2 or 3
swarm
sessions
has a lot of
been
health.
Insane.
some of them start dive
Oh.
bombing off of the ledge to get down to where Koa had jumped to. And some of them are rushing at Mikhail, waving the thing, and they're kind of like hanging back as they rush at Mikhail, and Mikhail's waving the thing, they like hang back a couple extra seconds. Some of them are trying to climb up the sides of the walls or whatever it is to get over, maybe above Mikhail and what have you. Some are trying to run back towards the stairs, trying to avoid the fire as they go. But the problem is, as I'm describing these things happening, the amount of flame that has been eating away at this dried wood and dried vines the entire time is just continues to eat away at them. The ones that jump down below end up partway down, either falling and staying still on the ground or more or less burning up into embers that float for a couple extra seconds, like they spit off of a fire, right? Before they eventually collapse down below. The ones that are climbing on those walls over at Mikhail eventually burn up and just like fall off like a bug dying mid-climb. And just like fall onto the ground and continue to burn. And the ones that you're waving your torch at, you probably whack one or two of them, Mikhail. But otherwise, they just eventually burn up and collapse down. There's a few of them still moving here and there. A couple of them that never caught fire that are kind of like scattering and trying to run away, maybe even regrouping with the others down below. But for the most part, that swarm is destroyed, dissipated, whatever it is, from the flames that ate away at them. The fire absolutely did its trick.
One
And
down.
that goes to Koa's turn.
Through the fire and the flames, I carry on. Upwards we go. I want more fire between me and these other dudes.
What do you want to do to get that
Yeah.
fire?
Run through it.
Upwards you go. Yeah. So going upstairs, like I said, you already went up some of the stairs before. So the other 10 feet of stairs you can loop up at half speed. So it takes you 20 feet to get to the top of the stairs. There's fire around you, but it's like the burning flames eating the twigs or whatever that's there. It's gonna burn for a little while. It's like it instantly snuffs out. It's gonna burn for a little while, but it's also getting a bit smoky up in here too with all the wood that's burning. The oil doesn't make too much smoke, but the wood burning does. If you're gonna run through the wood, you probably want to go straight through them, which you have enough speed to do. To run through to the other side, that way you're not choking on the smoke.
Okay, can I do that? And Mikhail used his oil flasks. There's another swarm coming. Can I use my action to pull out mine?
Yes, but both of your hands are occupied. You can't really stick a shield hand into a bag, and you can't really stick a sword hand into a bag. You'd have to drop your sword as a free action to spend your move action to pull out the oil.
I don't know that the sword is helping me right now anyway, so yeah, I guess I make sure it's not in a place that's going to be on fire, hopefully, and I drop the sword.
I imagine you're literally running and you come up with the idea as you're running up the stairs, you look back, you're like, fuck, as you see them moving towards the stairs, and you turn, you're like, shit. You like take a deep breath and run through the fire as you go through, trying not to get like burned, stepping in the spots where there's less or no fire as you're making your way through the burning swarm, and a couple of the other ones kind of like jumping at you as you go. Like literally one of them is like, ah! And jumps at you as you go, and you smash it with your shield against the wall, and it crumbles to little wooden chips. And as you come to the other side, you kind of like pull up quick onto a knee and drop the sword next to you, pull your backpack off and rummage to find an oil flask. Throw your pack on your shoulder again and stand up with a shield in one hand, an oil flask in the other.
Nothing will ever compare to chat's not getting the silent movie that we get of Scott.
Oh,
Right? Yeah.
you didn't get the.
No, it was just.
Oh man!
Exactly.
I'm waiting for like
Just
the
the face.
Nosferatu text to pop up to tell me what the fuck's happening.
Several years from now, they're going to circle back and be like, "I want to hear my old campaign." So you're like, "Oh,
Yeah,
I hear
we're
we
the
bitched
ones
about-
who look crazy, but like in the call, it's just you dead silent going.
Exactly. It's funny every time.
Yep." And for those of you that are listening on Spotify, I just want to let you know you can see what Wade was pantomiming my doing, but only if you subscribe over it. All right, so go ahead, Wade.
I think that's it. I don't think I can throw it or anything, right? I can only. I ran. I used my action to get it out. Drop my thing. I don't think there's anything else I can do.
Okay, yep, that was everything aside from a swift. If you want to quaff a potion, but moving on. Mikhail, top of initiative, Sir Man Boy, sir. It is you. You are holding a torch.
You said the fire is kind of spreading, so it hasn't actually ignited the first.
It
oil
is. It is.
puddle yet, right?
That has spread down enough to light the oil as much as it will. It's just that there's not a ton of fire. They could theoretically run up the stairs without ever touching the fire. They could also, but like running along the balcony, they probably can't do without the fire. What I'll allow you to do, because it looks like you're looking to strategize. You can't see them, but obviously Koa said something and ran up the stairs or whatever. Roll me a I will take either a sense motive. Let's say this, a wisdom check, or a nature check. I'll allow.
And don't forget, we have -1s that I'd forgotten.
Yep. I got you. Wow,
Okay.
Jesus,
So 22.
22 is good. You saw how easily they climbed up those stairs and over each other, so on and so forth. You don't think that they have to take the stairs. As a matter of fact, that line of fire between them and Koa and you guys is an inconvenience of that one path. They have other paths. They were running along those walls easy enough. You think that they don't have to go that way at all.
Okay, so I'm confirmed that they have a climb speed at this point. Cool. Shit.
Yeah. And just to be fully transparent, their speed, their movement is 20 feet. Their climb speed is also 20 feet.
They move about the same.
Which is why they
Damn.
kept not being able to attack Koa, because it took time to get to him, because Koa is so fucking fast. But luckily, I just have to share a square with him to hurt him. So.
Okay. So he will shout. He says, "Oh, they can climb. They don't need the stairs."
Wonderful. Love to hear that.
Cover Koa in oil and set him on fire.
No. Fuck.
Horse.
Okay, I'm thinking
already
what-
holding oil. It's so convenient. I'll light it for him.
Right? It's just. So I'm trying to think. My idea is to ready the action to throw the torch, depending on where like Koa throws the oil.
Oh, that's
But
cool.
I know-
Ready in action to throw a torch. Perfect. Do you want to move to get into a better position for this, or do you think staying where you are might be the best at the moment? Because Koa's not far from you. Actually, Koa is literally, because I said they died 10 feet from you. Koa is directly next to you, actually. Because you
Wait,
ran
we're
all the way
like-
to the just past the fire. Yes, wait.
We're not far from the door then?
Because he kept creeping over, the door is about another, 15, 20 feet behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
And Aldo's through the door.
In that case,
I think it's
that
15
could be
feet
a
behind you.
decent spot for us to
Yeah, we might leave. We might.
follow Aldo. We're like, Aldo, brilliant. We'll use the door as a place to cover an oil.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually pretty close. I wasn't picturing Koa was that far made it back over yet. So cool.
I love how
Yeah,
like
Mikhail
things
will-
caught fire. I jumped off, landed on my ass, looked over, and ran back up the stairs. What a
Yeah.
hero! What a hero!
And now we've regrouped.
But a
Okay,
bunch
so
of
yeah,
them
I'll
jumped off the
probably
cliff with
move-
you and burned as they went.
Yay.
So I'll move back through the. But I'll just move back through the door.
Okay.
For now.
Sure. So your move action, like I said, the door is about 15 feet behind you. Your move action is 30 feet. You're easily able to move back to the door, and because Aldo's only like maybe 15 feet through the door, so you can kind of like pull up next to Aldo or just ahead of him if you'd like. To the side, obviously. Don't interrupt this shot.
Yeah, I kind of want to go to. I'll get to the side of Aldo so I can clearly see out the door, and then I'll ready to throw the torch.
Sounds great. Nothing with your swift. Then that brings us to Aldo's turn. Aldo, what are you doing with your turn?
Aldo is going to get the oil out of his bag.
Cool. Move action. You draw the. You pull 2 oils. Sounds great.
Yep. So do I still have a standard? do I?
Anything run through that door, he throws oil.
And Mikhail throws
You're
2.
still-
Then I will prepare an action for when Koa comes through the door. When these things come through, I'll throw it out there.
How could you be mean to Wade that way? You played with Ano. Like, how could you be mean to Wade?
I'm not really gonna do it, okay?
Oh, okay.
Unless.
I said we call him Anal Ano for a reason. All right, so we are going to their turn. They, as was suggested, Koa's like looking past the fire, waiting for him to run up the fire and getting ready for what he's going to do. He pulled out his oil, he's going to shield out the swords by his foot, so on and so forth. He's getting ready for it. He's like, "Where are they? They're not coming." And then he hears a noise and he's like, "What the?" And looks down and sees they ran over to the wall by his feet, and they're all clambering up the wall to get there. But same as before, even though they double move, they're able to get all the way over to the base of the wall, and they're able to start climbing up the wall, and they're starting to surround where you are. But I don't think they actually share your square yet. Let me just think for a second. Yeah, they can't even share your square yet because they have to come all the way over and climb up the wall. They are literally like a couple of them are on the square. You've kicked one of them off. Another one you stomped on. Another one you swiped away with the shield as they're coming at you. One's gnawing on your kneecap right now. Get the armor on though. Luckily, oh wait, no, you don't. It's gnawing on your kneecap right now. And but unfortunately, like they can't actually harm you yet. That's my turn with them. It is Koa's turn.
Well, seeing Mikhail go through the doorway, holding the torch, get the idea that, yeah, I think that that's a great place to try to hold. They have to come through that doorway, right? Like, there's not really another way to us. So I will run through the doorway, which I think I have enough movement to get through.
Yeah, you're further ahead of Mikhail, but you have a higher speed. You can be flanking Aldo on the other side.
Okay. And I'm going to, not knowing what Aldo's planning, as I run through the doorway, I'm going to like turn and kind of like smash the oil in the doorway, like right outside and in the doorway. So as they come through, they're going to be ready to be.
Absolutely. Cool. Aldo, you had prepared an action for when Koa comes through the door. What do you do?
Give him a slap on the ass as he runs through.
All right. Thank you. That's your turn.
That's 3 oils we've used so far, right?
I'm just kidding. You because you haven't used your swift.
Yeah.
You just use your immediate action to slap.
I've
him on the ass.
already docked him.
Ah, that's right.
I didn't do that last one yet. I didn't do yours yet. I'm about to.
Man, that should be a
Unless you got it
mechanic.
open.
Like when one of your teammates runs by you, if you choose to use your immediate action to give them a slap on the ass, they get a +1 on the next check. The next
Aiding an
D20 roll
ally.
+1.
Works in sports. That's why coaches do it, right?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the history of never mind, we're not gonna get into it. So we are going, so you run through smashing it. So that's your turn, Koa. So Koa, let's actually repaint this picture of Koa not being heroic. What happened if you actually played out in sequence, when Koa was up there and he threw himself off the balcony, a bunch of them kind of like jumped down with him and burned as they went down, so on and so forth. But then, as he was making his way back over to the stairs to like look and try to lure them, he's literally calling them over to where he is. And as they're making the way to him the whole time that they're walking, they're bringing more air to fuel the fire and burning as they go, and they eventually kind of collapse and burn. But then Koa notices there's more down there and he's like, shit, I have to go protect them. And so he makes his way up, then he runs to the fire, holding his breath, gets down, pulls out the flask of oil, so on and so forth, and stands up just in time to whack one of them as it gets up onto the railing, stomps on another one as Mikhail turns and runs through the doorway behind Aldo. And you kick off another one from the ledge and go and run behind, run to join them, smashing one on the ground. So if you actually play it in sequence, it's not like he awkwardly jumped off and then went back up. It's like he actually got there just in time to protect Mikhail from getting attacked, which is pretty cool. Now, as for looking pretty cool, Mikhail, it's your turn. You had prepared an action for when people came through the door. Before we get to your turn, your prepared action, I assume you would have thrown the flasks, my apologies, around where Koa did as well to make sure it really lights up.
It's a torch. I'm out of oil.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you wouldn't throw the torch. You're just at the top of initiative. You're continuing to prepare your action. Do you want to
exactly.
Do you want to reposition yourself anymore? Because like in my mind, where you guys are is 15 feet from the door. Koa would have thrown the smash in the doorway itself. So because of splattering, you could assume, if you're throwing it in the splattered spot, normal attack roll AC 5. If you're attacking the actual spot where you smashed it, you have a -2 attack roll AC 5.
So
unless you position
light
yourself.
correction. I didn't do it right in the doorway. I did it right outside the doorway.
Oh, so then,
But
definitively,
the reason I was going to ask, what did we do to get through that room? Was there a door in the way at one point? Is there still a door? Did we destroy the door? What happened?
that door, yeah, you destroyed it. Oh wait, no,
Okay, we broke
it
that
was
door?
creaky as fuck. It was creaky as fuck.
Oh, this is the creek. Okay.
Yeah. So
You wouldn't have been able to pull it shut because you ran out of actions.
no. But it's also not lit yet.
Hey, it won't creak now. You covered in oil.
I mean, So do I need to move 5 feet closer or 10 feet closer to get rid of the minus?
Oh, because of Wade's re-description, 10 feet closer, and it'll get rid of the -2. But again, a -2 in AC 5 is just an AC 10. Sorry, 7. And we know how good you
7.
throw.
Uh-huh.
I mean, last time you rolled against an AC 7, you nailed it.
I will go ahead and move the 10 feet up. That's fine.
And prepare an action.
And prepare my action.
Perfect. Cool. Obviously, you're smart enough to strategize. You move 10 feet up, but probably also like 5 feet to the side. So still 10 feet movement, but 5 feet to the side. So you're not in the way of anybody else's attacks or shots or whatever they are.
Yeah.
Mikhail's not an idiot.
Yeah, I just need a clear view. Yeah.
He's got a migraine at the moment, but he's not stupid. Cool. And that's the end of Mikhail's turn as he's lining up and getting ready to throw the torch. Any like quippy words from Mikhail before we keep going?
You having fun yet?
Aldo, it's your turn, sir.
Right, so Mikhail's ready with the torch. Koa's already put some oil down the door. I guess I will move and hold my action to
Oil
throw
shit
the
out of
oil
them
when
too.
they come through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like hit them directly with the oil. Makes sense. I like it. Cool. Attacking them, of course, is just a normal attack roll, right? But if you missed, you would just splatter. Cool. It's their turn. They come rushing through the doorway. Before I do anything else, they come rushing through the doorway. Let's go ahead and trigger these things. Technically speaking, the person with higher dexterity gets to go first. Because you guys just kind of said when something comes through. So that would be Aldo first, and then Mikhail.
All right, so it's just ranged attack.
Yep, just click ranged attack, and you did not move up. So you are going to take a -2 to this attack roll, so I just adjust the AC, but we're good.
All right.
That's fucking solid. You absolutely slather them boys in oil. You get them coated. You don't even throw it immediately. You wait until some of them come through, and then you just slather them in oil. That's awesome. Great job, Aldo. Mikhail, it's your turn.
It's a diddy party up in here.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You were waiting to say that. You were holding that this entire time.
They come through and you absolutely slather them in oil. Honestly, well played.
Dozens of them just oiled up.
Oh my God.
You really did it.
And
it's dark.
You don't have a -2. Are you happy with your 13?
Yeah.
Okay. A 13 hits. Without the -2, a 13 hits. And so you are able to immediately catch fire to them. First, go ahead and roll me a d6. They're going to take half of this as fire damage. They will take 1 point of fire damage. They don't take damage again till the beginning of the next turn. Because that's the way that, being on fire goes. It's the start of your turn, you take the damage. So you'll have to roll 2d6 next time. Unfortunately, you moved up a little bit, and their double move is 40 feet, and Koa was able to move past where you're currently standing in 40 feet. So I am able to currently swarm you where you are. Aldo, they also, one of them even gets close enough to like jump at you, and it's like, "Meh," as it jumps at you. But like literally as it does so, you're able to hit it with the base of this Stalingrad. Stalingrad? Now I have to remember how to pronounce it. Crossbow to make it drop to the ground. And once it gets down there, you can start like stomping on it. And it's like, "Nyah, nyah."
You ever go to that oil
As you're
party in
stomping
Stalingrad?
Anyways, so you Koa, they swarm you, and because they swarm you,
they swarm Koa? Oh, dope. Okay, cool.
Sorry, Mikhail, they swarm
Scary.
you, and because they swarm you, they do. Well, the swarm actually does the damage right away. On Koa, I did at the start of his turn, but it's wrong. I do the damage right away. So you take this much damage. I don't know why I'm open rolling, but you take 1d what is it? 1 point of slashing damage, and roll me a fortitude save. Are you happy with your 13?
Not particularly, but I think that's what I got.
Okay. Fuck you, it passes. All right, so
That's what I thought.
that's
Okay.
the end of my turn. It's now Koa's turn. Koa, they're starting to catch fire. Like the oil is burning, but the wood hasn't caught flame yet, right? It's like your uncle that just pours way too much fucking lighter fluid onto the charcoal. Like just keeps pouring kerosene on there, and so the charcoal won't light because they're just burning kerosene.
Can I slam the door on them to get them out, or they're already in? Like
They're
already...
half in. No, because of how they're mostly in, swarming into Mikhail. You would have to move into their midst to get to the door.
I just don't know what I can do against these things. Like this. Would swinging my shield, you think, make a difference? Because it's a larger surface area?
Would swinging your shield make a difference for what part? I'm sorry.
Trying to hit them since it's like a bigger surface area. Instead of like slashing at them.
Oh, I mean,
the
just does
shield.
bludgeoning damage instead of...
Yeah.
And I think... Shield Bash, is that an improvised weapon? No, it's
No.
not. Because he's a fighter class, so he's proficient in it.
Like, we haven't tried just swinging at them, and he said they were like cat sized, so like tiny sized. So they might not be fully immune to weapon attacks. We haven't tried yet. They probably don't take full damage, but like,
I also don't have a sword because one's outside
yeah,
the
that's
hall.
true. It is outside.
The other's
They're both
further
outside.
down the hall.
So,
So,
three
Tiny
different
size
weapons in that hallway.
Is similar to like a rat swarm. Because like the common swarms for low levels are rat, bat, and spider, which is tiny, diminutive,
Spider's
and fine,
diminutive.
respectively.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
spider's fine.
Oh,
Bats
they're
are
fine,
diminutive.
Yeah.
as my options are stand here and intimidate the swarm or step up and swing a shield at them because I've got nothing else.
Well, intimidating is going to be a lot less effective. I'm pretty sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you could try smacking them.
Okay. I will step up
Hit them with
and
more.
try
oil,
not
I
to
don't know.
stand in the swarm, Scott. I do not want to stand in the swarm. I want to be clear about that. But I will swing my shield at the swarm.
Okay, make your attack roll.
Find out.
You hit them. You absolutely explode two of them. And then chomp down and cut another one in half, but its body's pulling itself back together. Like the vines grabbing it. It's a really creepy scene. Watching the vines grab the bottom and top half of the body and pulling it back together. And then you go over and you punt kick another one. And it's like, meh, as it flies across the room and hits the wall and goes onto the ground and comes running back. But it doesn't really affect the swarm very much.
That figures.
That was moving standard to get up far enough to attack them and then attack them.
Yeah, I don't think I can do anything else. So I tried.
Mikhail?
Yeah.
What did you save?
Fortitude save?
From this.
You have to do it
Oh,
on
the
your
attraction
turn
first. Okay.
Oh, it's for that one.
Yep, you're fine. And so it's your turn, Mikhail.
Well, first I'm going to get the hell out of this swarm. So I move. Probably fucking move past Aldo at this point.
Yeah, absolutely try to retreat.
Yeah.
I imagine
And,
you almost fall back. I'm not going to put these words in your mouth. But the room is pretty large. I imagine you almost fall back to the doorway to the balcony.
Yeah, like, because I have 30 feet, so I'll probably move. I won't go through a doorway, but I'll move about as far as I can
King
get.
of Gondor, is that the guy's name? Who was like was on fire and just ran off?
Yep. The steward of Gondor and like went
Yeah.
off of Minas Tirith ledge there. And then like the camera doesn't even like focus on him anymore. It's just like, nah, and it's like doesn't matter. We don't care. Like it was so
Right.
good.
You know what I didn't like
Just
about
God.
that? The fact that when he said the King of Gondor, my brain was like, steward. And I'm just like, shut up, Jake. Shut up.
To be fair, I've not seen the movies in like 10 years, so that's my bad.
But there's something better than the movies. It's called culture. Sorry.
That's why I started watching The Last of Us Part 2. I mean Andor.
Well, side note,
I mean
Jake,
Thunderbolts.
this tangent will make sense how it got here in a second. So last night, Aurora was asking me riddles, and she's a kid, so obviously solved all of them, right? And then she's like, "What? How do you?" I'm like, "These are easy riddles." And I started giving her a couple of them, and I was like, "Actually, here's some fun ones." And I showed her the fox chicken feed one that I did for Nick as a a fox chicken feed was a cockatrice, rust monster, and sword, right? Like that that combo. And then I told her the one that I had given you, and she loved those ones. And then I showed her the one that I gave to Cell, And literally, eventually, I was like, Aurora, it's 45 minutes past your bedtime. I can't keep trying to explain this one to you. I gotta go. Good night, sweetheart.
Nice.
But we're having fun with it. So
No, they were good.
yeah. The cells one I was so happy he actually solved it. Like he legitimately was like, no, I'm gonna solve
I'm so
it.
happy, Cell. That was perfect for Cell. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Nick's is perfect for Nick. He just attacked him.
Everything
He's like,
Cell
fuck
till
this
the-
riddle, and he attacked him.
I forgot about that.
When Gohan
Great.
showed up, it was all downhill for Cell.
Yeah, it went pretty bad.
Okay. All right. So back to the game.
You want me to finish my turn?
Yeah. So you started your turn. Yep.
Did you
Yeah, I
Steward
did
of Gondor
move.
it?
I wish at this point, fucking wish. But no, I did move, and now because they've responded to light before, I'm gonna use dancing lights again. And I'm gonna cast it as the faintly humanoid shape, and I'm gonna just put it kind of in the midst of them, essentially where they were, like where I was, where they were surrounding me. And I'm just hoping they like still try to swarm over it or whatever.
Yeah. Give me a
All right,
second.
so I can deal with it right now.
Let me just think for a second. I like what you're trying to do here. It's pretty cool. I will tell you on my turn how it plays out.
Oh.
Any more description, or move over to Aldo?
I draw my rapier when I'm moving.
Hmm.
That's what I forgot.
You fall back to
Um,
the doorway of the balcony. Don't actually
correct.
go into that doorway. That's the door that you had ripped off, so that one can't close. And then you draw your rapier as you go over there, and then turn back and cast a spell, and you focus on it so the four balls start to form and then collapse into themselves to make the humanoid shape or whatever. And now it's Aldo's turn.
Wiggly glowy man.
Yeah, we're gonna back up.
Aldo says you can't outpace me, and he runs past you.
That's exactly right.
I love Koa running forward to help and you guys both moving backwards. Like,
Do you
hey,
actually,
guys, I'm hit. Guys.
do you actually go back through the doorway he is standing in, or do you want to stay on this side of the doorway, maybe just like pull up next to him?
Good question. How big is the room again? Like, how far away can I get from these things?
The room is about 40 by 40. Mikhail was 10
Mhm.
feet in from the door, right? So they moved to swarm Mikhail. So they're at least 10 feet across the room. So it'd be 30 feet to get to the door where Mikhail is now. About, 25-ish or so feet to get to where you are. And they can double move. So they can get to where you guys are if they double move. But obviously that's like everything is just them double moving.
All right, I'm gonna get to the door where Mikhail is. I'm not gonna get behind him or something, but I'm gonna prepare the oil flask, I guess. If Koa is not in radius and they come towards us.
Yep.
I'm gonna throw it at him.
You're going to get a second oil flask. Makes sense. Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Roll me 2d6 because they caught fire. Roll me 2d6, Mikhail. Ow. 9. Wow. 9. Holy crap. Last time you did 1, right? So that's 10 total that you've done.
Yep.
That's
Mhm.
awesome.
Correct.
That's great. Cool. So they completely catch fire, and what happens is as they're catching fire, some of them are trying to like put out the fires, they're freaking out, so on and so forth. Others that aren't on fire yet are continuing to attack. So ones that are on fire trying to put themselves out, or maybe trying to put out the ones that are next to it. Blah blah blah. But oil doesn't go out by rolling around on the ground or patting it. Oil requires like suffocation or whatever to make it happen, or something to like a sand or something to actually like dampen it. The flame. So some of them are trying to put themselves out. Others are continuing to swarm. They're swarming Koa, and they're swarming the shape that's still there, jumping at it, attacking it, and then like hands passing through it. And some of them like climbing up, like almost like one on another, two shoulders, and another one on top of that one's shoulders, and trying to like attack at the thing and like falling through it and collapsing on the ground. And so they actually continue trying to attack that for this round. until they realize that it means nothing, and then by the end of the round, they're already running to start swarming towards the door, kind of like taking this mass of them and elongating them. So they're moving towards the door, but they don't get all the way there because enough mass of them are still attacking Koa. So like about half of them are attacking Koa. I should say, about a third of them are attacking Koa. A third of them are trying to put out the fire. A third of them are trying to get over to where you guys are. For the ones that are around Koa, Koa, immediately from me swarming around you, you're going to go ahead and take damage. I'm going to not open roll because I don't need to. I roll 3 minus 1 is 2 points of damage to Koa. Go ahead and make me a fortitude save. God damn it. One guy. You take the 2 points of piercing damage and you pass your fortitude save. And that is going to be the end of my turn. But at the start of your turn, you have to make a fortitude save against distraction.
Okay. And that's me now?
Mm-hmm. Damn it.
Oot.
Go ahead, Koa. Oh! Yeah, no, you're good. And as you're taking your turn, Biggs, if you can roll me a d20.
I swear to God, if there's a third fucking swarm, we do not have the resources for this shit. I guess I run back toward these two because that's where they went, and maybe they're preparing more fire. So I'm going to fall back to you guys.
You run away.
I swing on the way though. Can I swing my shield at them again as I run away?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Luckily, I didn't drop the shield, but
You kick one, it bumps into another one. The other one turns around and is like, "Hey!" And then the two of them throttle each other for a moment before somebody else is like, "They're getting away!" And they turn and start chasing after you like a bunch of B1 battle
I discovered
droids.
sentience by rolling a 2. Wow.
Anyways, and so then of course you retreat to get all the way back to where your companions are, which is again about 30 feet away. The swarm has elongated itself a little bit, trying to make its way over there, but the fire on them is spreading and burning deeper. At the end of your turn, Wade, we're going to go on Mikhail's turn. Roll 2d6.
Damn.
Mikhail, they're rushing towards you guys, and they're absolutely starting to get close. Like, one of them comes up close enough that, Koa, it's coming at you, but Koa has moved so quickly. As he's running along, he's able to, like, literally step, and, like, cross punt kick one of them, and goes flying to the side and smacks into the wall where the vines are kind of, like, growing down from, and explodes against the wall. And he gets up to where you guys are and, turns around to take his defensive stance, and he sees another one come up. And once again, it's like reels up and gets ready to punt it back. Another one jumps over the others to get to you guys, and he smacks it back with the shield. But the simple fact of the matter is, when you're looking past Koa killing a whole bunch of like little creatures coming at you guys, and you look at the mass of them, they're starting to move slower or not at all as the flames are continuing to burn and to lick, but they are, starting to stop. The swarm is effectively dissipated, if not destroyed. And the few that are left remaining go scrambling back into the area where it was before, like back into the room where it came from before, potentially recollecting with others or whatever it is it's doing. That's what happened last time.
Cool. We're still in initiative.
Everybody, roll me a perception check. Don't forget you have -1s. We'll mental math it. Appropriate. Cool. You are not in an initiative.
Well, I'm going to do what I had in mind anyway.
They're coming out of the tree.
Technically, I'm going to move the wiggly dancing lights man out of the doorway. And like walk over and look out. Did the door burn, or is that door still there? And
the door itself has a superficial burn to it, That
Okay.
quality of wood didn't catch fire so easily from just a little bit of oil on it. It'll char the shit out of it. It'll have some ash on it. It won't completely burn. So you walk up to the doorway. That you walk the 40 feet back to the doorway.
Yeah. It doesn't take an action to move the lights. So
Yeah.
it just-
So you walk all the way back to the doorway to the balcony, whatever that's out there. So the 40 feet across, maybe even 45 feet to get to the edge of the balcony. It's up to you. And as you move the flaming person to like out in the middle, like to float in the sky beyond, you look down and now you see there is an amassing of these things happening same as before. They're pouring out of the tree, and it seems to be significantly less of them than before. It actually seems to be more bolstered by those that survived from the other two swarms than it is. So some of them are charred or like have broken bits. There's one of them that's like clearly is still like clawing itself along the ground just by its arms from Koa having like chopped it in half before or whatever. But so there's a good number of them, but probably half of those number are from surviving ones of the other swarms and the other half actually having come out of the tree here. So almost immediately Mikhail gets the impression the tree doesn't have much more to offer, but there's another wave coming, and you spent 45 feet of your movement just getting over there to see that.
His immediate response is just like a, yeah, I see him.
There's more.
Yep. It looks like it's running out, but there's more.
I think I have one.
I'm
oil
assuming
left.
that uses up all of my
Yeah.
actions.
No, you still had because all you did was double move. Double move, you can turn back and go back. Like talking's a free action, controlling spells a free action. So you still have 20 feet of movement.
I want to close the door, which I can't. So yeah, probably.
Okay, so we'll just assume you went all the way out to the balcony, then you came back to the door, and you're standing at the door, which is a little bit on fire, but nothing that'll really affect you, and you're getting ready to start closing it. Because now it's their turn, and now is when it's their first turn initiative. Oh, wait, hold on. Because of how much time passes. So first they came out. Let me just check real quick. First they came out. Then they came up the stairs. Then they came and attacked you. Then they attacked Koa. So last turn was their first turn where they created. This turn, they're starting to come over. So this is when they would come up the balcony. And this is like when they stop just shy of being able to hit you. So you're staying there to shut the door is actually an act of bravery because they're literally starting to clamber over and whatever it is. And, one of them jumps in. You're like, no, they're coming. Like, they're running out, but they're coming. Oh, shit. You kick one. And so you guys see him, do that because, of course, the flames that are over there. And he grabs the door and he starts getting ready to try to pull it. But then, another one climbs up the door and bites him in the shoulder. But he has really fine leather on. And so, oh, wait, no, he doesn't yet. He has
regular leather on.
He has regular leather on. And so, he kind of grabs a thing and its thorns are stabbing into his poor hands. And he's hitting it against the door. And it's against the door until finally he throws it off the edge. It's as he throws it off the edge and grabs the door and keeps trying to pull it. That's their turn. Aldo, it's your turn.
Okay.
He's 40 feet away from you, meaning the baddies are 45, 50 feet away, but also...
Where's the room's still, got a lot of spot fires and things, I assume, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir. And over by the doorway.
Yeah.
Not in the doorway necessarily. Some of that's burning, but over by it. What's up?
Yeah. I think maybe I'll have to prepare an action to throw the oil.
From 40 feet away?
What's the throwing is 20 feet, right?
It's 10 feet. So you get a -2 for everything every 10 feet beyond, or every square beyond 10 feet. Every 2 squares, but you know what I'm saying. So 15 and 20 is -2, 25 and 30 is a -4, 35 and 40 is a -6.
All right, I guess I'm going to have to move forward and throw it as they're coming through the door, I guess.
Sure. So you want to move up
because
kind of
there's the
where you
fire
were
there.
before, where you're 15 feet from the door and it's only going to take a -2?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
That's great. Awesome. So you move up that 25 feet or whatever it is and you prepare an action again. Fuck, this is still going. Jesus. And now it's Koa's turn, who's also Koa's been taking the beating of it. He's the one that's been crushing them, whacking them, smashing them, booting them. And here he has no weapon in hand.
So you've got oil in your hand.
You still have an oil. You only use one of your two, right? You
Yeah, is
smash
there
it on the
enough
ground?
fire where we don't need to throw another torch?
Hmm.
Or will we need to throw another torch?
That's why I said for the doorway, because it's like on fire. Like they have to run kind of through fire themselves.
Yeah.
So
That could
Okay,
be an
so there's-
igniter, but it might not be a bad idea for Koa to legitimately run all the way across the room. He has 40 feet movement and pick up the
Yeah.
torch with your standard.
yeah, that is a good idea.
So if Aldo's holding the oil, I'm going to go grab the torch and get ready to throw the torch back at them again.
Run across, pick up the torch, and get ready to see if you can use it. Okay. Mikhail, I assume you heard us the entire time. It is your turn.
Yeah.
One ran up, ready to throw oil. One ran up and picked up your torch from the ground. Unfortunately, more than just the burning part is burning. But Koa's like trying to put it out on his sleeve or whatever, try to get the fire snuffed out so it doesn't burn his hand. He's getting ready just to use it as an igniter. And it's now Mikhail's turn as he's the one that's holding the door and trying to pull it shut.
So it seems like they're waiting for me to get the fuck out of the way at this point. Okay.
Mm. Yeah, or seal them in. Seal them out, whatever. That's up to you.
Yeah, I think our thought is probably hit him with oil, light it, close the door, and let him burn.
Well, he would have to you have to let them in to shut to hit them with the oil. Oh,
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
They go
So he
right
would
after
prepare
me,
an
though.
action that after they throw the oil and torch, but the problem is he has a prepared action to throw oil. You do not currently have a prepared action to throw the torch. So they might come in before you get a chance to throw the torch. So you'd have to hope that the
Was it
existing fires are
okay.
enough. So you're kind of the backup plan.
Okay, because it was what, my action to pick up the torch?
Yeah. So you're kind of the backup plan. Aldo very well might get such a good throw with the oil that it just catches fire from the residual flames all around, which is his current hope.
Wait, I can close the door and buy us time for y'all to get fully ready
We
to
are
do that.
ready.
Uh-huh.
We just don't want him to come in.
Yeah, but like because you don't have a raid action yet.
Correct.
So
True.
if I let them, if I don't close the door, they go right after me, so they'll just get in. But if I close it, then they can't get in right away.
Unless
You
they
can ready
find
your
another way
action.
around, yeah.
Yeah, true. So it sounds like I should close it for now, and that gives us a second. So yeah, I'll spend my move action to close the door.
Okay. Sure. So you move actions to close the door,
Okay.
but it is going to require a strength check. It's not a particularly high strength check, but it is a strength check. It's squeaky
That's
as
good.
fuck.
I don't have a particularly high strength.
I'll give you
right now.
inspiration. Close the door, Mikhail!
Oh God. Again, it's not a particularly high strength check, but there is a strength check. You can take the +3, or you can roll a luck die.
We don't have a +3 left anymore.
I can do a standard action, right?
You
'Cause it's
used-
just a move.
Hold on, you used both the luck. Sorry, both the +3s.
I think we still have a
did.
+3 left.
Do we have one left?
I know one
Right?
got used for. Oh, one got used for an attack roll.
thing.
One got used for a save. I think.
No, we have one left. We didn't use.
No,
it.
we have one left. Yeah, we didn't use
I
the second
thought it was
one.
only
Okay.
one.
What are you? What are
We
you
used
using
our
it
luck.
for?
I'm not using either because I can
Oh.
still try again with the
You
standard.
could still try again with the standard, in
okay.
which case
Yeah.
then you could roll a 1.
Okay, my mistake.
Or-
I thought maybe we did use the luck instead. That might be my. If you guys all think I trust you more than me.
Yeah, we doubled up
We
on
have one
luck.
left.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try with. We're gonna try with my standard. Hopefully, roll better than that. We'll see. All right. That is better. I don't know if it's better enough. I don't know what the DC is.
Yep. So an 8 is absolutely good enough. You're able to pull the door.
Okay, thank goodness.
I said the DC is a 4, and I was like, "Motherfucker, rolled a 2." Anyways, so you
I
roll
rolled
the
a
door,
3.
and it shuts. It shuts as you pull the thing. It takes like 2 pulls to actually get it shut because of all the broken twigs or whatever around you. You have to slam, and finally break enough twigs, like kick one or whatever it is that branch out of the way, and finally the door shuts. It takes your full turn to do that. You still have a free 5-foot step to the side if you want. So I assume you step away from where they're about to throw a bunch of shit.
Or yeah, where they're getting ready to. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, sir. That is your turn. It's now their turn. Clearly, they make the rest of the way to the door itself, And now they're going to start trying to claw at it to open it and so on and so forth, trying to like, do what they can from their side. But they're tiny sized creatures trying to accomplish this task. So let's see how this goes. So they're clawing at the door as much as they can, and what they're doing is actually breaking off, getting their fingernails or whatever it is underneath the claws, underneath bits of wood, and like ripping and tearing at the wood as much as they can. Open up little holes here and there, trying to get the holes open. They're able to get enough holes open that like one or two of them are able to start like peeking through the doors, and you can see the door is in fact like being ripped apart or broken down from the other side. I mean, I understand that this door is made out of like a dark wood or similarly alchemically treated wood, but maybe they are too, because they're ripping through it easier than maybe you would have expected. Or maybe they're stronger than you, whatever the reasoning is. They're making their way through this. They don't bust it down enough that they come flooding in just yet, but some of them are starting to trickle through, and absolutely they're going to be able to get through here very soon. So a few of them are coming in, and one of them immediately cuts to the side where Koa is and, goes to jump at Koa, and Koa, just jabs it with the, "Hey, patty cake!" Koa immediately jabs it with the fire, and it's like as it catches fire and starts burning, and another one comes through and he punts it over, and unfortunately he punts it and it goes directly at Mikhail, and Mikhail has to like duck to the side as it explodes next to him, and then looks down and sees another one. He starts stomping at that one, trying to break it as they're coming in. But that is their turn, as they successfully are able to rip through the door, but not so much that they can finally flood through. They will come through next turn. Aldo, it is your turn. I assume you continue to prepare your turn.
Yep.
Cool. Koa, it is your turn. I think you finally prepare your turn.
Yes.
Cool. And wait, do you move back at all? Like, do you want to move like back 10 feet, and then that way you can throw it after they come in? Or do you just want to stay here in melee? The reason why I ask is because he's throwing a flask, and a flask is splash damage, so you might get hit with oil.
Do I treat throwing this like I'm throwing the javelin?
No, its range is 10 feet. I think javelin's 20 or 30.
Yeah, I don't mean range wise. I just mean my actual like throw roll.
Then
I'd
yes.
have like a +2 if it's like within.
Yep.
Okay. I'll step back, I think 10 feet.
Okay, sounds great. And now it gets to Mikhail's turn. Mikhail, I assume you want a GTFO. I don't know how far, but
I'll go back over to Aldo. So I think that's like where I was before.
yeah, like 15 feet back or whatever. Sure.
Are there any? Because there's like you said there's like spot fires and stuff like that.
Yep,
Are there
little
any...
bits here and there, a whole bunch of them burning around, but they were kind of elongating themselves and moving away from the door. So there's some fire on the door from where Koa had thrown the flask on the door, so some of the frame is burning. And so there's fires there, but they're small enough fires that even the dried wood creatures, as they are, can run through pretty safely. If they're stuck on it, that's where it's an issue, right? Continue.
Yeah. Is there anything that I can that I would be able to use, like Mage Hand, that's on fire, to just move once the flask is thrown, to just add to sources of fire?
Oh yeah, so in case Koa like absolutely screws the pooch, that you can try to do something like that instead. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. Yes, I'm fine with your doing that. As an alternative, you could also just say I use Mage Hand or whatever it means to use aid another to ensure somebody else gets a +2 to their attack roll, so it's less likely to screw up.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll probably do that for Koa's throw, just because the flask. First of all, Aldo has good aim, but it's a flask, so the oil will get places regardless.
Mm-hmm.
But we need the torch to land, so I'll do that to aid.
Just like a P Diddy party. All right, so you, sir, just have to make a AC 10 attack roll to provide aid another. And this is, because you're using magic to do this, I'd actually spells, if I remember correctly, use your charisma modifier, right? No.
Mine
I'm
do.
confusing 5e. It'd still be Dex.
Okay, so yeah, my spells do, but there's no attack. There's no spell attack.
Uh-huh.
What the hell is my range? All right.
Okay, here we go. There is, let's see, 17 is a pretty solid. You definitely give a +2 to Koa's attack roll. Cool. So Koa, you're gonna be rolling with a +4. You can just mental math the two if you want. Awesome.
I imagine if I stepped back, I'm gonna have a -2 and then the +2. So I think it'll probably still just be my flat ranged roll, right?
Yeah, but they're going to come through before that anyways. So, and that's what happens now. Is they rip through the door enough that they start coming, from the bottom corner over here, from the side over there. They just starting to come in, not all at once, but they're like, shoving through as much as they can and filtering through this doorway and immediately starting to make, filter the way out to go and attack the group of them. Unfortunately, for all of you, they see two targets right next to each other ahead of them, and they start going straight towards Mikhail and Aldo. Koa's kind of off to the side, so a few of them will filter towards Koa, but for the most part, he's off to the side, so out of sight, out of mind. They mostly ignore him, and the swarm goes towards Mikhail and Aldo. Before they're able to successfully do that, though, a couple things trigger. Aldo gets his attack roll to throw the oil. You know where you want to throw it, to AC 5. And you have a -2, so it gives a sub AC 7. Oh, you hit the 7! And so you hit the oil exactly where you want it to. It does splash around, and luckily nobody's nearby for your friends to get covered in oil, too. And then Koa does his attack roll. You're only 10 feet away, so you get your mental... 8 of the martyr. You get your mental math thrown on there as well. With your 8 of the martyr, before anybody does anything, I just want to make sure I get this correctly. 8 of the martyr was given to SirKiken. If you want to go ahead... I think you have that trigger. If not, let me know. Otherwise, Koa, make your attack roll. Mental math of +2.
I already did.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. I was excited because the 8 of the martyr. So with your 14 attack roll, you do allow them to catch flames. Sir, roll me a 1d6. They're going to take half of this in damage.
I don't have that macro. I don't see it.
All right. That is going to be 2 points of fire damage against them. Let me look at this macro real quick. I see 8 of the martyr right here. I don't think I made this visible to you guys, and that's fine. I will do it for you. You are this guy. Oh, no, that didn't work. Let me do this. This guy. Wow. 11 temporary health points. Holy shit. That's incredible. Okay.
That's a lot. Yeah.
That's really good. All right.
Thank
so
you.
Koa, you do 2 points of fire damage against them, which is great. And then they, like, as I said, they came through the door. Your friends back there are only 15 feet back. They have more than enough space to get all the way over to them. So they are going to swarm.
What's that speed?
20.
Yeah,
20.
Getting through the door slow them down
so
at all?
wouldn't that be a more or less their action to attack the door and then move through the door? So
They
they'd be on the
attack the
other
door-
side of the door.
they attacked the door last
20
turn.
feet. Oh, so they smashed through the door last
Yeah,
turn.
yeah.
more or
Last
less,
turn,
then.
that's what I said. They successfully broke the door, but at the
Oh.
end of their turns, they weren't
Okay.
able to get through. So
Oh,
that's why
shit,
some of
okay.
them came in. Yeah.
So
So-
they've got a double move then.
Yeah,
right?
so they're coming over to where you are, and that's it.
Alright.
They just stop where you are. They take no additional actions or anything like that. And but what that does though is because they are swarming you, that does do 1d6 piercing damage to you guys, which is 2 points of piercing damage. But I need fortitude saves from you. How do we like these fortitude saves?
It was like DC 11 or something. I don't think I can make it.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah, you could make it.
Gonna lug it? Oh wait, hold on. Oh, it's not a disease.
I would do-
Hey, you beat an 11. That's the DC.
Yeah,
You pass.
I would
No
ha-
strength
I
damage
would
for
ha-
you.
All right.
I can't. Yeah, so
SirKiken, would you like to ask somebody in chat to roll you a 1d2? Is Pat still here? I assume not. He's probably exhausted at the end of his long stream.
You also
Nope.
got a baby.
There you go, baby. Well,
Yep.
yeah, still a baby. Yeah. I was like, toddler age yet? No, not yet.
Yeah, 10 years old. It's
Well,
crazy how time flies.
They're not considered babies after they get about 18 months. Some people say 2 years. They're toddlers.
but we'll say academic.
Academic
You can
academic.
Yeah,
go ahead.
1d2 because it's attribute
Yep.
damage.
Correct. 1d2. All right. So, Mikhail, you're going to take that. You failed to save. Now we're going to go Aldo's turn. Aldo, I need another fortitude save from you. This is against distraction. It's just exclamation point D2. That's all.
Oh, I was like, how do you get a 17?
Perfect. You pass this. You don't have to
You
worry
take
about
17
distraction.
strength damage. Are you alive?
Yeah. You die.
Very. I am
One.
very bad.
Hey!
All right.
Finally, unlike Lance, someone can roll low when we need them to. Good work.
Okay. Aldo, what do you do with your turn, sir?
Still enough
Get it
strong
out of the
mod.
swarm.
I assume you're heading back to the same door as before.
Yeah.
Cool. So you run the distance, or at least 30 feet back to the door before. I think you have enough space to get there, and whip around. You never put down your crossbow, or at least you haven't since the one time you did. So you whip around. You still have a standard. Did you do anything with your standard?
I would try and shoot one of these things with my crossbow, I guess.
Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Yeah.
Ah.
Damn.
You crit.
Damn.
You want to roll your damage? You want to see it? Well, you attempt to crit, but you didn't confirm.
That'd have been nice.
And that's 20. You do 2 points of damage.
Yeah.
Aside from the DR. So you shoot the swarm, and you absolutely, it's one of those things where one of them is jumping and diving over at Koa, and you see it like Koa doesn't see it because it's climbing up a wall and it's diving down to land on Koa's head. And you quickly turn and you see what it's about to do, and you take that shot, and as it's falling, you pin it to the wall, like right above where Koa's head is. You know what I mean? So Koa can see its like legs there dangling as the arrow sticking into its side. It's the wall.
Dinner later. Wooden
Yes.
rat.
Eating wood. All right.
Wayne.
Koa, it's your turn. You're actually unaffected.
Well, I mean, I throw oil at Mikhail. Like, yeah, what do I do here?
The swarm
Can I
is big
run
enough.
up?
You don't have to hit Mikhail. You can hit another part of the swarm.
Can I run up and pull Mikhail out of the swarm?
Yes, but that would put you into it because of how the swarm is swarmed around him. You have to move through a swarm square to do it.
I could get out of it.
You would just take
Yeah.
1d6 damage, which could be 0. There's a 1 in 6 chance you take 0, which means no fortitude save.
Yeah, but then I'm freely saying, let me take 2 fortitude saves. Mikhail only has to take 1 that's really relatively minor at this point, so I'm not too worried about that.
All right.
I don't know. Is it worth throwing another oil at these fucking things at this point? They're already burning. It's just a matter of time.
Yes.
Okay.
Honestly. Because we did more damage when we hit them with extra oil.
So
Yeah.
I guess I did get another oil out. So I guess I'll grab the oil and throw it at hopefully not Mikhail.
Sure.
There's gonna be splash damage at you.
AC 5.
I have I have temp HP, thankfully. So
I don't know that.
AC 5. Hey, we hit. Cool.
And they're already on fire, so hopefully it just ignites, right?
Oh, at the start of your turn, you're supposed to do
Last
fire
time.
damage.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, it's
2d6?
2d6 before, because you didn't throw the oil yet. It's 2d6. Wow! Wow! And last time all you did was you did a small one before. So far you've only done
Well, rolled a
2.
5, but
So
yeah.
now you've done 13. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. They're lit. And you threw that oil into the already very well lit group of them. They're fucking burning, Wade. Holy shit. But okay, they're still going because you threw the oil afterwards. So because start of your turn you do leave it burning and then blah blah blah. Cool. You threw the oil
Does
as
it
your
take
action.
Additional damage from more oil.
Well, but that'll be again when the oil hits. I'm going to bring it from 2d6 to 2d8. But that'll be your next
okay.
turn because you threw the oil after the damage. So Mikhail, no, Koa. That was your action. You still have your standard action. You still have your move and your swift.
I'll see if more are coming. I'm gonna go look at the tree to see if there's any more coming up.
One shoulder at the destroyed door, and it just like collapses. And you go to try to look at the tree. There's some fire in there, and you're stepping over fire and through it or whatever it is. There's some fire over there, so it's hard to see. Go ahead and roll me your perception check. With a 13, it's really hard to see. If there's any more coming, you can't see at the moment. Wait, hold on. That floating person comes back around the bend of the tree where they were. Where they're just kind of like circulating or orbiting the tree, you know, preset from Mikhail from before. And now you can see the tree. I mean, there's some down there, but there's like a periodic one here and there. You know, like one is climbing around the tree after the thing, getting ready to you know, and finally jumps off of a branch to get the floating body, and then hits the ground and explodes. You know, you see another one that's like, you know, on the ground, and it's like a leg had broken off, and it's like trying to put its leg back on, but it keeps falling off. You know, things like that. There's very small, very few of them.
Only a handful left. I say as you're in the middle of a burning firestorm of wooden hell.
Yeah, meanwhile he's just get off me. Just
Mikhail, fortitude save to start your turn because you
because I am anything. There it is.
You're nauseated. I haven't seen nauseated in a long time. Hold on.
You can take a single move action.
You a stick.
I'm so excited. I think you're so fucked up that like you can't even get away from them. I can just keep eating you. Nauseated. Creatures who are nauseated condition. Nauseated is unable to attack, cast spells, concentrate on spells. You lose your. Oh, and everything goes dark out there.
It's not concentrated.
Yeah, there's not that. Concentrate.
It's not concentration.
Oh, fair. Okay.
It's just duration. Yeah.
Never mind. So, concentrate on spells or do anything else requiring attention. The only action the character you take is a single move per turn, which is just up to 30 feet. Woof.
Yep.
That's the danger of swarms.
Yep. Oh well. I can get out the door.
With more. Don't bring
Not that door. I can get out the other door. The one.
A drop.
No, there's like a balcony out there, isn't there?
There is a balcony. I don't remember how big it was, but there is a balcony.
Like 10 feet of stone plus another 10 feet of
yeah.
Or is it 15 feet of stone and 10 feet of actual like glass covered area?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's probably got. There's probably like on his fucking head now. Like he's like gonna pull them off like from trying to claw inside his mouth and whatnot. So he's just staggers his way out that door into the balcony.
So you run the 30 feet back, and because this whole area is like only 40 feet across or whatever, you're already 15 feet back from the door from before.
Mm-hmm.
That puts you 5 feet outside into the balcony area. So through that doorway, running by Aldo, and of course, them watching you run, they're chasing after you, like trying to come towards you, and that also is going to bring them over to Aldo, which is a lot of fun. We'll get to their turn in a second, but you spend your move trying to run away, but they've got like the you know, they're getting the meat, like they've got their claws into you, so they're chasing after you. Unfortunately, that's the end of your turn, correct?
Yeah, single move action.
At the start of their turn, can you go ahead and make me another fortitude save,
Me?
please?
Am I still in them?
No.
I hate you.
I know. You have a 9 against the poison as it continues to course through your veins.
That's almost good.
Because a 9...
I know a 9 doesn't do it. Hold on.
I was going to say, because the poison, it from this one, if you fail, it continues for an amount of time, but a single success cures the poison.
We have a +3 as well.
Yeah. As far as I know, we don't have any more luck. Do you mind if I use the 3 just to get rid of the damn poison?
No.
Okay, I'm going to use the +3.
That makes me sad. I wanted to poison you again. All right.
I know you did. And
right.
I don't care.
You overcome the poison and no longer is coursing through your veins, or at least you're able to resist its negative effects. And now it is Aldo's turn.
Was that their turn?
No, my apologies. Let me go back. Oh, the start of their turn was just that happening to you. Now they're rushing towards you. Aldo's just just outside the door, by the door, whatever it is, and you're inside just on the other side of the doorway. They spread themselves in such a way as to get Aldo on the outside, you on the inside. They're swarming.
They take damage on their turn or my turn?
Your turn. Damage. You do the fire. Yep.
Okay.
At the start of your turn, you do the fire. And so as they swarm the two of you, I'm going to go ahead and do my swarm damage, which is... God damn it, I keep rolling shit. I do 1 point of damage against you guys. God damn it. I want to roll high. Give me a 6. I want to num. Anyways, fortitude save from both of you. Yay!
God.
That's good. Hey, all right. You guys resist. And so they attack you guys as they're climbing through. But the thing is that they're literally burning as they're going over there. This is their first time making their way all the way across the room. Koa, you actually have the presence of mind as you're turning around. Aldo, not Koa. He's distracted. You have the presence of mind as you're seeing them coming towards you. Roll me a sense motive, please, Aldo. Perception works too, but sense motive is a lower DC. That's an 8. Are you happy with your 8?
Nah. No, yeah, I'm gonna keep it.
Okay, I'm moving on. It's your turn, Aldo. What do you want to do?
Get out of the swarm.
Okay, yeah, easily. You can either go further into the balcony with Mikhail.
I hate to be that guy, but does he have to make another fortitude save since he started in there?
Oh yeah. Further nauseated, yeah.
Yeah, we took damage.
Nice.
I'm good.
You're very good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back towards Koa.
Beautiful. So you make your way back to the middle of the room, unfortunately leaving Mikhail where he is. Not abandoning Mikhail, just knowing that there's nothing you can do over there.
Yeah.
Anything you say or do along the way before I move on to Koa's turn and we just roll the 2d8?
Nah, just roll the 2d8.
Okay.
Kill them, please.
Absolutely. As Mikhail's in there fighting them off, doing everything he can, he's getting swarmed and he's like nauseated and he feels like shit as they're like eating him and he can't do anything. He's weakly just trying to smack them back or stomp on them. He's frustratingly like growling or whatever at them as he's fighting back as best as he can. But then eventually all of his effort, works. The few of them that weren't burning, that were attacking him, he was able to slam his body against a wall to crush them, stomp them. He's covered in cuts and scrapes and whatnot all over. He's feeling this burning sensation all over his body, not just from the fire, but from like all the cuts and everything that are there. But eventually they start to subside as, again, you kill the ones that are crawling all over you. And then you look beyond to see the others are unfortunately for them, fortunately for you, being burned down by the oil that's on top of them, burning through their actual wooden bodies, so on and so forth. Eventually you're kind of like able to calm down enough that you see another one going. You just take like a quick step forward, a hard punt kick to it, and you send it like flying, crashing through. Well, not crashing. There's no glass left, but through one of the window frames out into the sky beyond as you boot the thing out. And then
my current strength, I don't think it gets that far, but I'll pretend it did.
You in your mind it does that, but it arcs and it hits the ground and gets up and runs up. Anyway, so you sir, just so you know, as we're dropping into RP, I do want to point out that when your character does inevitably look over his body to see all the insane scratches and cuts and everything that are all over you, you realize that while there are scratches and cuts there, they are at worst paper cuts. They're actually nowhere near as deep as they thought. You have no idea how that happened because you felt them digging into you, felt the pain of it, but maybe it was just the heightened awareness of the moment because they did not hurt you as bad as you expected. And of course, in the meta, we understand that 8 of the Martyr was absorbing the damage there. But I'll let you guys drop into RP.
Koa runs down the
Please
stairs,
tell me
starts
there's no more.
stomping the remnants.
Mm-hmm. Once you see that, once Mikhail's like good or whatever, you go running down there and taking care of the rest, or do you go through there assuming those two are taking care of the others, and so you don't even see Aldo abandon his ally?
I see there's a handful down there, and I go down and just start stomping so they don't regroup.
Awesome. So only person that saw Aldo abandon him was the person that was willing to kill him in his sleep. Perfect.
He just starts trudging his way back through the room. Like, please tell me that was all of them.
Ah!
Trudging faster.
Sounds like there's a few more.
Take out a torch, like light it in one of the straggling fires. Get out there to like watch Koa just
He's like holding
murder.
one, just like beating it against the tree. Like breathing heavily.
Okay,
That's got to be
I
all
think-
of them, right?
I think so, yeah. I don't feel that good. That was rough. Not as bad as I thought, but yeah, I feel really weak.
Can someone bring me my swords?
Yeah. Tries to pick up the great swords. Has to carry that one item down.
I'm afraid of your strength scores now.
7.
Are you at a heavy load just from your equipment?
Not yet, no. It's just. Thankfully, I'm not carrying a ton on my person, but I am at a medium load.
God, you're half
I
as
wasn't
strong
before.
as I am right now, and I'm also weak.
Yeah, that one more point of strength damage was enough to lower my mod again.
Damn. Thank you. Mikhail.
I Is the tree still open?
Oh, no. The
Like, where it
ones
was
that they
letting
claw-
shit out.
Yeah. It seems like they were able to claw through the tree, almost like pushing through vines. Though that makes no sense for a park. And then it kind of like sealed up behind them. Well, you only got a quick view once of this, really, before.
Yeah,
And even then, you guys all got it.
yeah. I don't think I even saw it open like that. That's why I was asking to see if I even knew it happened.
I was over here, I think, and I saw the end of it. I didn't see a whole lot of it.
I think you saw it, or maybe you and Aldo.
I think they came from somewhere around here. The tree or something near the tree. I don't know. I barely got a look at it. How can we ever ask anyone to come here and do this when we try to break these curses?
Very politely.
How many have we
I don't
killed?
think anyone could do it. I don't know how we just did it.
I mean, a lot of fire.
Yeah, 5 years
Much of
worth
our oil
of flame.
stash. Yeah. I could see being better prepared for it, but that's a lot. We need to figure out the core of this. I think it must be from in here. That was the worst wave yet. This tree looks like it's the middle of
Well,
everything.
If they're coming from the tree, wouldn't it make sense to set it on fire or something?
Again, these trees, I believe they're supposed to thrive on fire. So sure, they
Maybe
can
that's a good
burn,
thing.
but
No. Bear with me. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the reason this is happening is because look at the state of it. It looks dead. We weren't getting any problems from the one that seems like it's alive, like it's thriving.
no, just the little bastards that are in the trees outside. The tree itself was fine.
I mean, I guess they could be coming from them, but we haven't seen that happen.
I don't know. We have these vines that come at us when we get too close. We have creatures jumping out of trees. We have whatever the fuck those things were. We have the full bark man. And we have this tree, and we have the tree outside.
Don't
I've
forget
lived
the 3
among-
splitting headaches. We have those too.
Those were
Hmm.
self-inflicted, to be fair.
Worth it.
Well, I'm not in the mood to accept responsibility for things.
If it
I just
was
wanna blame
worth it, I
all on
can't
the weird
remember.
trees.
Well, we need to find the room with the map. Maybe he can tell you guys something.
Yeah.
I hope he can tell
You're
us a
right.
whole lot more than he has thus far, because sending someone to fight a bunch of undead locked in a room or to fight through everything we've had to fight through to get to this point, it feels like a death
These
sentence.
things are the curse, right? That's obviously what it is.
Either the trees are the curse, this tree is the curse, or the curse is causing everything to spout from here. It's got to be something, right?
Yeah. If nothing else, they're very
I'm
close to it.
I'm also worried about time. By the time we've done this, I think we're gonna have to find somewhere in here that we can bar a door or something, and we're probably gonna have to spend the night here.
Koa looks over at the barred door.
Not that one. I don't know. Maybe the map room or something. I don't know.
Yeah. We just have to find it first.
What about Dwayne and the animals?
They're in the
Hopefully,
safest spot.
yeah. I mean, we've taken care of a lot of these. Uh, you know, don't really know
While we
what more
still
we
have
can
some
do.
time, let's decide. Do we leave this tree alone? We didn't grab the axe. For whatever reason, I don't know why, we didn't grab an axe when we were going to hack away at plants, and I wish to the gods we had. I would hack this thing
Leave the
down.
tree. Leave the tree for
For
now.
now.
We need information more than anything else. Let's try and seek the room.
Agreed.
I'm going to
Oh,
unbar
speaking of
this door for
information,
now, then, so that at least if we need to get out, we can get out, and we don't have to come back in the way we just did.
That makes sense.
yeah. Mikhail does go over to. Is the body of the big one still there, or has it disappeared?
Not that it disappeared, but it was underneath the other ones that collapsed out at burning. So it's burning, so a good portion of its body is charred. Because unfortunately, these things are literally dried vines and dried twigs and sticks. And if anybody here likes to light campfires, you know that stuff burns really fucking fast. You know, so even a minute later of being underneath that, which you think of the rest of the combat plus chatting going up to it, could be a minute, 2 minutes later. Vines burn insanely fast once they're dried. They're, you know, and it's like paper almost. The thing is practically gone.
Okay. I just I go over and I'm like poking at whatnot, seeing if there was anything in it that is left behind other than just sticks and whatnot, since that one was different.
That's fair. You can go ahead and roll me a perception check as you're doing this. I assume you took your spell and you've dispersed it out to being like the globes or whatever.
Oh,
So you have a wider
yes,
area.
yes, yeah.
We know where these trees are from, right? We one of us figured out the country or whatever of origin. That's not
Eldamar.
a local
Mhm.
tree.
Yeah, they were
Eldamar.
like Eldamar trees.
Is it 13? I don't know how happy you are with that.
Not very, but it's what it is.
Okay. So yeah, unfortunately, if there was any thing that the creature, had on it, any additional markings that were with it, whatever it is, unfortunately, it's either been burned in the ash or lost beneath it or amongst the sticks that's there. And with everything being hot and whatnot, because there is still, burning fire, somebody was asking in chat earlier about the duration of the oil, and flame. Mechanically, assume a minute or 10 rounds, like for the sake of it being effective in combat. But like outside of the mechanic, you could imagine literally the oil will burn for a while. It just doesn't have much value combat-wise, right? Anyways, there's still fire here, so it's still hot and hard to kind of like poke through and check shit, Maybe you could check again tomorrow or tonight or whatever after it's burned out.
Yeah, and some of the smoke is
We
cleared
could
out.
group piss. Put it
Or
out.
that.
Good.
And saturate it in urine. Wow. Talk about pissing on a dead body.
Shouldn't have lived.
All right. So this room, how many
we
doors
unbar the door.
leading out of it?
Yeah.
So, great question. Upstairs, along that balcony area thingy, there are 3. If you're at the bottom of the stairs, back to the tree, looking at the staircase, up the stairs and all the way to your right, there's a door you came from. Up the stairs directly in front of me, there's a door that's closed and you haven't gone through. Up the stairs all the way to the left, there's a door you haven't gone to.
Downstairs,
Now,
how many doors?
as for downstairs, on the other side of the tree, clearly there's the big double door that's right there. Fun fact: not only does it have the bit of wood that's blocking it, part of the root that has like grown into this area here is also partially jamming the door as well. So even if you were able to somehow finagle that thing gone, you'd have a really fucking hard time blasting through that root that's right there. That door, it's not that it can't open, it's just that it would take a considerable amount of effort to have successfully opened it from the other side if you had something better for chopping wood than a sword, you know, or a shoulder. Either way, so you, that's that door right there. But also on the bottom level, you can see there are two more doors that go off from here. One that's, so if you're looking at the stairwell, to the left-hand side, all the way along the back door there's a door that goes out. And then again, looking at the stairwell, to the right-hand side, all the way in the back. They seemingly go deeper into the building than anything else. And they do go inwards. They all go in that direction.
I want to go for the doors upstairs first, because we've already mostly done upstairs.
Before
Yeah,
we
I
explore
think so.
too much further, do we unbar the door, try to get some of these roots away, and move everyone over here so at least they're under some cover? It's gonna be worse moving at night.
You want to move them over here?
This
Where do
room,
you
or you
think
mean
we'd
the
be
one
safer?
on the
Those
on
things
the
were
other
coming
side
out of the
barn
tree.
door?
And do you think there's more hiding in there that just haven't come out yet, or do you think maybe we've cleared it for now?
I don't know. It's not a risk I'd really want to take, seeing as how many came out before.
We don't know what's outside or what might hit them in a place where there is no cover.
The,
I'm just asking, if we're going to move them over here and put them in the map room eventually, we're going to have to get them over here. Do we want to move them over here while there's still light out?
yeah, no, the room on the other side of the barred door, I think that would be okay. Maybe not this one, though. Just so that way there's at least something they can put between them and these things if they decide to come out again. Even if only temporarily.
Sure. We still have to get through there, which means we still have to open the door or go a ridiculous way back around. We know there's no other doors on that side, at least that we saw, so this is still our only way through to that side.
Yeah, we should definitely unbar it. I was just thinking on the lines of where to move the others.
I don't like any of it, obviously. I don't want to put them by the tree or even in the temple, but our options are a bit limited, and at least we can defend and watch as a group here. And I would assume if this place was going to defend itself, it would throw everything it had at us. Not hold back for a second wave, but I guess I don't know.
I think you can rest up for a second wave is the worry I have. But again, I think the room on the other side of the barred door is probably a good spot.
We're putting a lot of sentience to assume that they're planning anything rather than just reacting to our presence.
No, when I say resting up, I don't mean that it's planning necessarily, just that maybe it has tapped itself out for now. And the instant that it has enough energy, it'll go right back on the attack.
Possibly. I mean, if you look at this like almost like a hive, right? We're invading the hive right now, so things will just defend the hive. If it has any, I don't know how they're connected, these things, or how they communicate, but things from outside might find their way here to defend the home. To bring them here, I think it may be more trouble than leaving them where they are. You very may well have beat everything here. Maybe not. But I'm just thinking.
And it's true. If there's more things out there, perhaps they'll sense, if they are a hive of sorts, they'll sense that something's going on and they'll be on their way. So maybe there are things coming here. If there's another place we can use other than this one, I'd much rather deal with any of the other keeps that we've been into than this one again.
We know
pretty
three.
rough.
I say that now with a bit of trepidation and concern, thinking that, dear God, what if there are places worse than this?
Well, we don't know how bad the keep with Alcimia actually really is. There's those things that are locked up in there, and once they get released, who knows what they could be.
All right, so your vote is that we continue, just explore and get back to Dwayne, and we stay over there for the night?
I don't think we'll have time. I think by the time this is done, we're going to have to make camp somewhere in here, somewhere we can bar and just wait out the night.
And the others, you want Dwayne and the animals to stay by themselves out there?
I think that's the best chance of survival, yeah.
Yeah, they're in the right.
I'm not the
spot for it.
survivalist, though, Koa. That's you. I'm just going off what I can presume.
I mean, they seem to be in the right spot for it. I mean, there's a reason we left them where we did. On the stone and everything.
Now, in the meta, we know it's not really that far, right? They're just like 50 feet.
We're talking like
across
literally you pop open that door right there, which I can go over the details to do so if you need to. There's a 20-foot long hallway, a stairwell down, a 50-foot gap. They are, if you're leaning against that door, they're about 100 feet from you.
Yeah. The other option to get back to them tonight is we get back up on the roof and we put a rope or a grapple down and shimmy down to them from here. Then we don't have to cross the vines.
Those. You
We'll
try.
figure that out. Let's think on it. We'll talk on it. Let's use the light we have and start looking around then.
My main concern with shimmying and all that is just that I could barely bring your sword back to you.
Perhaps I've overworked you before this.
No, the poison, the things. I got swarmed back there. It was not as bad as I thought, but still bad. I think I fought it off for now, but it's done what it's done.
Right. I'm going to unbar this door so we have another way out if we need it. We can always bar it back later.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of being able to get back if we need to get back. I guess you two figure out which way you want to go.
We'll cut out its knife. All right. So we got the middle door. We got the left one. I don't want to see what's in the middle door.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind either way. I'm just going to clear these one at a time.
It's good. Or make my way up to the middle one.
Pause for a second. I said I can give you details about being able to open the door if you wanted to. Did you want to look at those details real quick? I imagine Koa would have been.
Koa is working on opening the double doors.
So for the ability to open the doors, first of all, the bar that's there would have to be moved. Now, Koa normally is strong enough that with a struggle, he could move that bar himself. It's not like he would straight lift it and walk away with it. He would probably, lift from one side, kind of like tilt it up, and then, get it onto the ground and kind of like pivot and like push it. So like parts on the ground, parts on his shoulder, push it, and then eventually like lean it up. So he's not supporting the whole weight at once. He might be strong enough to support the whole weight at once, but he could probably throw out his back doing so. You know what I mean? Like he's a strong boy, but that's not something that's designed to be lifted easily. So like, again, you can throw out your back, just one dude doing it. If all three of you were to lift together, even in your weaker state right now, because I think all of you are suffering poison at the moment, even at your weaker state, the three of you together could lift that bar up and move it out of the way. and that way the door should freely be able to, open inwards, open towards you guys. Except, like I said, there's a bit of root that happens to be growing up and in the way. Not that the root is has the fingertip of the root blocking it. It's like some of the root kind of like humped up over by where the door is, like where the center part of the door is. That for that root to be removed, you'd have to hack away at it to remove it. Again, with an axe, you could probably remove that in like a minute, no problem. Less if you're like really good or really trying there. But like take your time with an axe. With a sword, you could do it, but it's not good for a sword blade. You'd be dulling the shit out of that poor blade. But you could do it with a sword if you wanted to. Just have it serviced afterwards if you didn't hurt it too badly. You might have something else amongst your supplies that could do so as well. Feel free to be creative, but I could already think of a few things. But
we could try lifting this, and then I can try hammering and tightening a bit into the root. Maybe we pour a little bit of oil, light it on fire, and that'll weaken it enough where we can kind of kick and break it. The tree is mostly dried out and dead, I think.
You know what I just thought of?
We should have grabbed that axe.
No, we've been thinking of that. We didn't have. Dwayne might have one, not like a full-size axe. Maybe he's got like a hatchet or something. He seems pretty well prepared.
How do you suppose we get to Dwayne to ask him?
There's that stupid gap to have to trudge across.
Yes.
so,
Yeah, never mind.
I was going to say pause for a second. As a reminder, Wade had picked out a clear path to get here from before. And if that path was still there, any of you, though following Koa would be better, any of you can make your way back there to go be like, hey, can I get you? Cool. The issue is when the vine that you fought outside jabbed itself into the ground and made them all go at you, that whole area shifted. So for you to go back around that way would require a new survival check to find a new safe path, assuming there is a clear path that can be followed, but that got messed with earlier, just as a reminder. But
Okay.
sounds like you were abandoning that idea anyways. So
We just say, yeah, we'd have to navigate that pretty carefully to get over there.
And we wouldn't have the assistance of a murderous vine to climb up or down. So,
you
there is
had
rope possibly.
remember
You
the
have rope out
table
there.
you slid over and had like a rope and you dropped it down. You have a means of
Yeah.
getting up and down. You had secured that. I think Aldo did that before.
sure, it's just harder
Yeah.
to climb, and everyone feels weaker right now.
Oh, fair. Absolutely. Getting down is easy. Getting up is very hard.
And
And
if we get
what's the
axe,
drop,
we'd
20
Still
feet?
be on the. I think it was 20 feet.
Yeah.
And even if they
You're-
get the axe, they still have to climb up the rope weaker with the axe because it's not like we can just pass it through the solid door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I mean,
We're trying to throw it.
you
Or
could throw
something.
it up.
Yeah.
You could tie it to the rope and getting people down there.
Catch!
Yeah. Well, yeah. Duck. Getting people up there could be easy if Koa is the one that's like lowering them down and pulling them up. He's not broken yet.
I mean, how thick is the root? Like, there's two doors.
Yeah.
So let's say the door that's easier to open. About how thick is the root that's blocking it, Scott?
It's thick enough that, like, again, an axe could chop through that. No rolls needed. In
I'm
a minute.
thinking, is a hammer and pythons, and then pouring some oil in there and
A-
lighting it to weaken it.
Absolutely, you can get a hammer and a python, jab it through there, and that could cause enough splintering. Do that a couple of times, a couple of different ways. Oil and fire could weaken it as well, so you can literally just have a small fire going, leave, and come back, and like kick away the ash or whatever it is. Or again, hammer and python for a couple of different directions and chisel it away. Absolutely an option, definitely.
Okay.
We just like prop a lit torch up to it. I mean, need the oil.
You well, like as Wade said before, getting the hole in there to make sure it burns on the inside rather than just charring the outside, I think is what he was going for. Because like one of the things that makes wood burn so easily is after it's been dried out, right? And if it's a living plant, yeah, I understand what it looks like. But if there's any amount of like juices flowing in the inside, you're gonna want to hit it from the inside rather than the outside. So, but
Yeah,
yes,
makes sense.
either way, that you can literally do the python and then hit it with an oil or a torch afterwards, Keegan.
I suppose keep an eye out. Make sure nothing else comes to attack us while I do this, because now I'm attacking the tree directly, I suppose. So, be prepared.
We keep doing dancing lights to be able to properly observe.
I'm gonna make sure I've got both my swords on me, and then I'm gonna get the hammer and pythons out, Scott. I'm gonna start doing the pythons and yank them out. Try different ways of getting them in and out.
Yeah, just try to like hammer through it. This will take several minutes for you to do it this way. Is your plan to go the fire route? Is your plan to chisel through this enough that hopefully you can kind of like free the path?
I think I'm gonna do this a bit to see if it's enough to break it, and then reassess. I'll do this for a few minutes and then reassess whether I think fire needs to be done or not.
Sure, go ahead and make me a strength check. If you're not committing,
While he's
if you're
doing that-
assessing, make me a strength check. Yes, Aldo?
Can I just check out the tree? I'm just gonna walk around the tree and kind of look at it
Perception.
and see if
Sure.
there's anything odd.
I did not roll well.
Yeah. So you absolutely are hammering in enough to like chisel down a good bit, and you're breaking off chunks or whatever. But after a few minutes, Koa, you're sitting here. You're like, this is going to take more than I thought. I thought this was an easier job than I originally anticipated. I could do this, but I'm like 15, 20 minutes to complete the task. But I could definitely like this. Definitely will work. It's just the way wood's layered, like the center part's called like the hardwood. It's like the hardwood of this dead tree is really fucking hard, and so it's like really difficult to chisel into it. So it's not breaking as easy as you had hoped, but you're assuming it, you could at least burn it away. The hardwood tends to burn very well, and so you can just burn that. That'd probably be a faster route.
Okay.
Before you say or do anything there, with your perception check, Aldo, you're walking around seeing if anything's happening with the tree. Tree does not seem to be reacting. If you're looking for any like signs or kind of like symbolism, markings, like that on the tree, nothing stands out to you. Not from here, at least.
All right, I'm going to pour a little bit of oil into the work I've been doing and ignite it.
Cool. And while you're doing that, Mikhail, during those several minutes that have passed, were you doing anything of importance? Maybe repacking people's backpacks, making sure you check stuff out, or were you like doing anything else worth noting?
Mostly just making sure to keep the area lit, but he's not feeling great.
Yeah.
So he's kind of trudging around.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then Keegan, do you mind glancing? Because I think you were the one that wrote it down. Maybe Wade was on the road, wrote it down. You had brought 6 flasks of oil into here with you. You've used them all, I believe. Did you? How many torches did you guys bring?
We have a lot of torches, I think.
Molly! Welcome, Foxtrot 44. How you see what I did there? Because I accidentally called Molly Doxy.
Yeah, so for us, you look twice as stupid, and for Doxy, you look confusing.
I mean, every time Doxy looks at me, she gets confused. You know what I'm saying?
Like, what's Molly doing back? She's raiding again.
Go ahead.
We still have 31 torches.
Because you burned 1 for this entire endeavor thus far.
Yeah.
31 that you brought into the keep with you, but
Well,
I don't remember how much stuff we brought with us. I think I might have put that in chat like an idiot forever ago.
You had marked it at some point, but either way.
Yeah,
Cool.
It wasn't on those sheets, but I
we needed a
remember what it
bunch
was
for the
on.
last one, so I mean, I imagine we came over here with at least 4 or 5
We
each.
probably had we probably had 4 or 5 each. I would say 5 each.
Yeah.
Sounds sensible.
A dozen, 15 torches makes sense. So if you assume 14 left, I'm fine with it. And then again, the 6 oils all burned. But so Koa gets that going and drops like whatever dried wood is around, lights it with a fire, kind of gets things going, maybe stokes a little bit, tries to get a little bit more twigs or whatever inside there, tries to get the thing burning as best as he can. Go ahead and roll me, unless there was some other description you wanted to that, Wade.
No, he's pouring a little bit of oil over where he did the pythons. He obviously pulled the pythons out, but where
You
the
used all
holes
6
are...
oils, I believe, unless you still had one left.
No,
We had one.
I only threw 1.
Oh,
I still had 1.
Cool. Maybe which one the 2.
That's right. I marked off 1 extra. My bad.
Go ahead, Wade, and roll me a survival check real quick. When you finally get to that point, you telling them like, "Hey, I've only like another minute, and I'll be good to like head out of here because you're gonna burn this thing and then leave and come back to hit it, let it burn for a bit, and then come back and chomp it out or whatever." Like, yeah, just like another minute. Like 2 minutes go by, and you're like, "Sorry, it's taking longer than expected. Just give me like another minute." After like third minute passes, you're like really checking into here because it's taking a while for like the wood to like really catch to weaken. Because like wood, if you keep blowing into it and like chipping it, you can make it so like all the parts but you're like blowing into it. It's not really chipping. You're fueling the fire, but you're not really. It doesn't seem to be catching. Eventually, you like go to one of the little holes and you like hollow out whatever's in there, and you look at the wood on the inside, just give it like a little scraping, and you realize the root is not burning.
I think this is not flammable.
What?
There's no burning happening in here.
Right.
Huh. Okay, I guess that makes some amount of sense. Given
The
what these
oil light,
trees
don't get me
are.
wrong, but the root is unscathed by it.
Well, given what these trees are, like I guess they would have to be some amount of flame resistant. Didn't think they'd be that much.
What it means is I'm back to hammering away. So,
And if you need something sharp, I still have the spare short sword.
but it needs an axe.
Of course, which we don't have.
Yeah. Any of your spells allow you to go back in time and tell yourself to grab the fucking axe?
No, I don't think they do.
All right, well then I guess I'm gonna keep hammering.
Better way to do this.
About 15 minutes go by. So you were hammering. You told yourself 15 more minutes, but you just did the fire thing for several minutes, and then you're like, "Fuck, going back to this." And you spend more time. All in all, literally just working on this fucking root, you spend close to half an hour's time. Before finally you break away enough of the root that you guys did obviously move the bar of the door, right? So that you can finally grab the door and you pull it open, and stupid fucking root is still in the way, just barely catching it. You get the chisel and you're trying to get the right angle, but it keeps like knocking off where it is, and then finally you get that chisel and you get the door and you rip it over the goddamn hump that where it's trying to get stuck by the root that's still sticking out a little bit there. And fuck! Door's open. I am a very stable individual. Door is open. You can see the hallway, and you can see the light outside getting dimmer. It's late afternoon, early evening, where the light is definitely fading, starting to do the early fading out there. No colors changing in the sky yet, but it's getting late.
One of you mind, before we sleep tonight, going over and helping me remove some splinters from some areas I'm having an issue reaching?
Yeah, we can do that. Let's
Great.
we'll try to at least clear one of these floors. Second one.
Yes, I'm... Oh, ripe as a melon, following you.
Yeah, middle upstairs door, I guess. That's what Mikhail's looking at.
Koa looks at the stairs for a minute and
Mhm.
tries not to show that he's fucking wiped out. And you're like, right. Up the stairs.
The spots on the steps where there was enough damage that oil had pooled there, so like it was properly pooled, it still has like a small little sad flame going. But pretty much everywhere else, the flame is long burned out at this point. And you guys are making your way up the stairs to go to the middle door that's there. I mean, compared to the other doors that you've come across so far, this one's in pretty good shape. You go to open the door, and it's... Oh, wait. Perception check? You want to
Yeah.
search the door first?
Uh-huh. I'll be aiding.
Koa always checks the doors.
Okay. I assume you're rolling Aldo?
Oh, I thought Koa did it.
Oh,
I
I'm
do.
sorry. Koa is searching the door and kicking, and Mikhail is assisting. So you have 21 total, it looks like.
Yeah.
Cool. So within 21 total, you're searching the door, and you find no traps or anything like that on the door as far as you can tell. And so tentatively, the door opens. It's a bit stuck, like because of swelling or whatever over the years. The frame itself, so on and so forth, it's a bit stuck. So you do have to hit it twice at the shoulder to get it to pop open. But it does swing open. That second pop does chip the frame, like some of the wood that's inside the frame is, again, swollen outwards, and as old and beat up as it is, the wood breaks off and splinters to the ground. But the door does in fact swing open. And when it swings open, you can see that it opens up into a small, let's call it an antechamber, that has 3 more doors that go off of it, or at least doorways that go off of it. One more that goes straight back and opens up further into this floor. One that goes to the left and, goes to more, or whatever rooms are on that side here. And one that goes to the right, and again, whatever rooms down that hallway over there. So this seems just like you're on the second floor. And these are the, oh, my apologies. I said that wrong. The door directly in front of you opens back into the room. As I said, the door on the left goes to hallway. Door on the right actually leads to a stairwell going upstairs again.
And what's at the end? Is there something at the end of the hall?
No, not a hall. It's a small antechamber, if you will, with 3 doorways. Stairwell, back or a door to the left.
I'm going to start mapping this place out. There's too many doors.
Or to the left.
Yeah.
Or the stairwell.
Yep. So no stairwell, and not going deeper into the keep here. Just kind of whatever's to the left. And so going to that doorway over there, I assume the walking order is going to be Koa, Mikhail, Aldo.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys go in there, I assume you have a torch lit or multiple torches lit.
I imagine I'm just doing dancing lights, but
Oh yeah, dancing lights. You can do that infinitely.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
And yet you brought torches. Smart. So you guys go in and you are walking into the doorway to your left. As you go into the doorway to the left, it actually just goes into a simple hallway that's right there. Going into the hallway and walking along it, of course, as you walk into the door to your left, the wall on your left is going to be a simple wall. What's through it, obviously, is the antechamber and whatever that's there. And so, of course, this hallway has a bit of a curve to it as it's walking along the curve that was where the balcony and the wall or whatever was there before. Just makes perfect sense, architecturally. Along the right-hand wall, as you're walking through this hallway, there are periodic doors. Far less frequent than when you're walking around that round climbing up the outer part of the building a couple sessions ago. And the reason being, when you go to the first door and you look in, and there is an old door here, but the quality is not quite the same as the secure other ones that you've come across. And so the door is very rotted, worn down, barely even there anymore. The fact that it even exists after all these years is, again, a testament to the alchemical treatment that the door would have received. But doors easily open. And the rooms here are much larger than the ones you saw along that outer, upwards pathway you'd seen forever ago. The significance of the rooms is kind of lost on you. You don't know what they are. Big rooms, if there's any furniture in here, it's long since rotted. It's gone. There's nests. You see a rat will run by and stuff like that. But for the most part, these rooms are pretty large and empty. Roll me a perception check as you're walking through the first couple of rooms. Cool. Everybody happy with the 15 being the highest?
yeah.
Okay.
At least.
So as you're walking through the rooms that are there, as you're walking through the rooms that are there, you're trying to say, "Wow, As you're walking through the rooms that are there, you're going through the rooms and periodically peeking in, walking around, trying to see if there's anything of importance or whatever, but not spending too much time because you know that time is of the essence. The hallway in total only has what's running here? 4 rooms. There's 3 along the side and 1 at the end. This isn't the same hallway you described many times beforehand. It has a bit of a curve to it. The third room, however, not the last one, when you go walking into it, it actually catches Koa's eye first because of the his light vision, but before he even says or makes notion towards it, Mikhail notices it too. So it's kind of like echoes whatever Koa notices. Mikhail can echo it. You see, kind of like tucked away in one of the corners where a bit of wall is, broken, a bit of rubble happens to be over there. There is something that's kind of like curled up and hidden. Your assumption is it's one of these things, smaller ones like you would experience outside. One of these things. It blends in with the rubble wood so well that you almost didn't notice it. It's darker. The roots and whatnot, the vines that hold it together, are darker than the wood would have been used for the furniture inside here, and so you just barely notice it. But it's like curled up. It's not taking action against you, but you see it.
Gonna hold up hand to Aldo and then point it out.
Later on, that Koa is also like, oh.
Aldo looks at you and just like raises his crossbow and gives you like
he kind of leans to like so that you can see Koa, so he can see also what Koa's face looks like.
Koa will mouth.
Aldo raises his eyebrow at you and he's like,
he'll like kind of like draw his sword. Like, do I poke it?
yes.
Is there anything else different about it, Scott, other than that it's just darker?
No, same as the ones
Hasn't
outside. It's just hidden in here.
Is it like awake?
Not moving at all?
alert?
No, not moving. I mean, you've never been able to see them while they were. Like, I have a huge stealth bonus. I rolled a nat 2.
Okay.
Actually, you saw my stealth bonus last session or 2 sessions ago or whatever. You know it's a plus
It's
11.
big.
Yeah, so I guess Koa will ready his sword and kind of prepare to attack if this thing comes at them.
I guess I'll get out my crossbow and aim at it also, for all the good it will do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he kind of says very softly, I think we should get rid of it.
Koa nod.
Yeah, you don't want to leave him around. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh! I yell to startle it as I charge to swing.
Sure. You two
Yeah,
go ahead and make
shoot
your
it.
ranged attack rolls. And he's going to make his melee attack. That's a hit. That's a hit.
Wait, can I charge it?
Yeah. That's insane amounts of damage. Yeah, you guys totally loosened it for him. And then he chops it.
We pinned it to the wall.
Yeah,
you know?
yes.
Real easy to hit.
Yep. You made it so he didn't miss. You kind of like gave like guiding light, like between these two, And
How is it we've rolled so many d8s try to hurt these things and we can't beat like a 5? It's crazy.
And the little ones don't even have a DR5. I think it's like a DR3, I think. Yeah, it's a
3, I
DR3.
think, isn't it?
Yeah.
3, yeah. Oh, I did a point of damage. Wow.
Oh yes. You ruined its day. All right, cool. It's dead. So as it like jumps up, like literally, it as Koa's charging towards it, jumps up and then before it can do anything, and destroys the thing.
Oh,
Things.
dying
Goodness,
breath
there's
that says,
more.
please, I'm not like the others.
I was coming to assist you. Oh, guys, it's our friend.
Cool. So you are able to make your way over to the final door. And this one, like again, the doors that it's a little bit stuck. You're able to shoulder the door and get it open some, and eventually you're able to go into the room. And again, if there were ever riches here at any point in time, anything of value, this place has been combed through. It's all been taken. Whatever these rooms are, whatever their purposes were, you unfortunately don't know. They're all decent sized rooms. Like if you had any one of these individual rooms to be yours to call your own, you'd be comfortable with the amount of space there. It's better than any inn you had stayed at sans the color spray. You know, like it's...
What about our house?
Those rooms aren't, you know, tiny by any stretch, but they're not this large. It's a fucking keep, you know? Like that they're not small.
These rooms are like meant for multiple people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if there's one place I want to live, it's in the middle of poisonous murder Plantville.
Yes!
Oh, lovely real estate.
When you say, I don't like neighbors, this is where the agent brings you. You know? Like,
I think putting Curve Rock here would be cruel.
I know.
I think putting Dan here would be cruel.
turn this to the new prison. It's
No,
like
then someone has to
Alcatraz.
come here. Someone has to
that means
work
we're giving
here.
it to Lechev. Definitely not.
No. Anyway.
All right. So anyways,
Yeah.
so you complete the 4 rooms that were down the entire left hallway. There was nothing of excitement aside from that one creature.
Okay. You have any
We
money
go
on
up
it?
the stairs now.
Well, there's the center back one as well, like the one that goes deeper into the keep, and then there's one that goes up the stairs, and there was, if you go out this door, the other one that's on level 2 here. So
Okay, so
Going
we
back to
clear
that-
level 2 before anything else, right?
so
Yeah.
going back to
We're
the
gonna-
antechamber where the 3 options were, you're gonna go now further back. So not up the stairs, but further back some into the keep that's here. And from here, it's not too dissimilar from what you just experienced. If there was anything of value inside these rooms, they've long been, taken. You don't see signs of anything aside from that is a very suspicious looking group of vines that are right there. Like it's one of those like that could just be vines, but the way that the roof is collapsed, like the wall over there is collapsed, and the amount of light coming in and where those vines are, you also could just like not go to this room, and you should be fine.
I hate this place.
I don't think we can deal with it if it is. So let's
No. How big is it?
shut this door and back on out.
How
Wait,
big
is it a big vine?
the-
Is it a big set of vines again?
yeah, unfortunately, the vines are not small. Same as like the where you climbed up the balcony.
Oh, okay. So not like the giant
I mean,
one, but like
You don't see all of that by any stretch. It's just you're guessing that based off of what's in here. Most of it's gonna be on the roof.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get Dwayne to clear this room.
Pull your weight.
Pretend
Oh,
that was a joke, right? Never mind. I don't have to pretend. That was a joke. It was funny.
Yeah, it was a joke. It was funny.
pull the door closed, take out some chalk, and put like a big sad face on it. There we go.
You try to pull the door closed because it's so old and rotted that like the part that's connected to the bottom hinge breaks free from the hinge itself, and so it just kind of like swings. It doesn't even shut all the way. Like it doesn't even fit there anymore. So it's like mostly shut, but like you try to wedge it as much as possible so like the door can't just be pushed open. It has to be like shouldered open. Sad face.
Don't open. Vines inside.
It's like a much jankier sad face because like the fact that the door fucked up like kind of pissed him off a little bit. So it's like way faster and more angry.
He's not strong to lift his hands that high. Can I knowledge nature the vines, Scott? See if
Yes, you
there's
can.
something.
That's 22. Are you comfortable with it?
Yeah.
It's actually a different a leaf, and the flowers are already there, and it's a different flower than you believe the other ones were. It's actually possible that these are literally just vines. It's possible that the DM's just trying to mess with your PTSD.
I think this is not the same thing that we'd encountered. The flowers are different. The leaves are different. I don't think If this one is alive, as far as well, I guess it's all alive. If this one's going to attack us and be a monstrous murder vine, it would be a completely different type than what we'd faced before. This is probably just a vine.
Be ready to close the door.
I can climb up and find out.
No. I can pester it. And then if someone's ready to close the door, he'll send the lights to just kind of fuck with it, to just zoom all around it and whatnot. Just see if anything happens.
Nope. It doesn't help that there's already light from outside, because of the broken wall, whatever over here. It's getting dimmer out there, but again, it's not night yet. It's still like late afternoon. It's like when your parents tell you to come home and wash up for dinner.
Does the thing where he pulls the door so there's no light going in? Lets the dancing lights still do their thing for a minute, and then opens it really fast to see if the vines moved.
There's a hole in the ceiling.
Fuck. Yeah.
You're like playing peekaboo, but all of the lights coming through the giant fucking hole where it's outside.
Oh yeah.
Which stats like the ability?
Send them out there. Strength.
The PCs have taken a lot of intelligence and wisdom. The characters that we're playing as.
If
Anyway.
you count the -1, my wisdom's lower than an 8.
It
Do I
doesn't
wanna
seem
shoot
to
it?
be affected. What was that, Jake?
Just shoot the vine and see if it moves.
I shoot the vines.
Take a shot, you shrug, and you take a shot, you shoot the vine, and it stabs through several leaves or vines or whatever it is itself, and the thing doesn't move. Do you go to retrieve the bolt?
It's probably
he steps in and then stops. He's a little bit afraid to go get the bolt. But he's I didn't move when I shot it. It can't be. And he goes over and does the thing where he very darts in, grabs it and pulls it really fast.
So when he does that, he darts in, he pulls it really fast. Like I said, it's shot through and attached to a couple of the roots or the vines, whatever that's there. As he pulls it, just because of where it attached to the other roots, he pulls it so fast, it causes enough of the other vines around to shake from it that the two of you oh shit! And your reaction makes him react. But it's all literally just the shaking of the vine because he pulled it real quick.
That was you. I wasn't afraid. You being afraid made me afraid.
Are you satisfied that this is just a plant now, or do we need to go light it on fire or something else?
I guess. Yeah, I guess we know now.
Great.
I'll wipe the sad face
Are there
off the door.
is this just a room, or is there doors leading out of here, or?
This is just one of the rooms that are back here. All the rooms back here, similarly, we'll say that there was another creature. We'll say you guys found this one as well. You would, destroyed it here too. And there's nothing of note back here. Just a bunch of different rooms, different sizes, shapes, fireplaces here and there, so on and so forth. But, that's it. It's just the second level of inside of a keep.
Unless there's any hidden compartments or loose stones or anything like that, I'm not seeing a damn thing.
You guys aren't spending the hours to search for that. Go ahead.
Mikhail, do you have any idea what these rooms could have been for?
I mean, with it being a keep, I imagine a lot of them were quarters, for garrison troops, guests, whatever.
I think this level could be like that.
I don't think that's entirely accurate. I think in this room they were planning a vineyard. A vineyard. Big point.
Aldo claps.
Yeah.
Enthusiastically though, not like those sad slow claps. You get an enthusiastic clap.
Are we acting drunk? Is this the crown?
How many times do you think
Maybe.
I've swung my sword or been hit by a plant creature today? I feel worse than
I don't
drunk.
know. I don't know. Before today, I couldn't tell you what plant man blood tasted like.
I
It's not
somehow
good.
still feel like I feel worse from taking that stupid crown off than I do from all the damn bludgeonings I've taken from the plants.
Let's answer your question, Aldo. I think it could be, but it's hard to tell. None of the things that the room was purposed for are still here. You know?
Yeah. Okay.
You gain heroic fortune.
Okay.
Continue while you're thinking. Feel free to keep RPing.
I was going to ask: is there a check I could make to try to figure out what these rooms might have been used for?
I mean,
architecture, engineering, right?
Architecture, engineering, a history check for whatever mole histories you might have, or history in general.
Wait, heroic. He's got a hero point.
He got heroic fortune.
You're going to use it for an architecture check?
I don't have to use it for this. That's what I was thinking of
okay.
doing before I even knew I had it.
Gotcha.
But you get the idea.
Yeah, I'll use mole history. I'll use that. And I rolled bad. Great.
That wasn't
it's 11.
Okay, that wasn't.
No.
Okay,
I wasn't using it for that.
I was like, wait, what? That was with a +8, was it? Holy shit. Unfortunately, you have no idea what these rooms would have been. They're too bare. There's no tapestries. There's no furniture. There's no markings. There's no anything to tell you what they were. Somebody in chat mentioned a little bit ago, maybe one of the fireplaces would have an axe by it. I mean, not a handle, but sure, theoretically could have been an axe head. If it wasn't stolen from here, one of the many hundreds of years that have passed since this place, became dilapidated and people have searched through here. Theoretically, many adventurers have come through here before, successfully or failing along the way. You by no means are the first ones to attempt to come through these keeps intentionally, and I'm sure others have stumbled through them, like Bell on that fateful evening. To an enchanted castle. Be our guest. Be our guest.
Scott, you're seeing.
All right, so we're done with this level.
Short.
I think we're done with this level.
All right, we go up.
Yeah.
Well, hold up, Keegan. You do have that. It does last for an in-game minute. So I didn't know how you wanted to.
We would also go. Because there's the door.
Yes.
Like if we were going up the stairs, there's the door on the left we haven't gone to. That's still second floor.
Prior to the third floor, correct.
Yeah, so we do that before third floor. Does that take an in-game minute to get to?
I would say if it's one of those things where, let's say that it hit you at the end of RP, and you're like, upstairs this way. Let's just go this way real quick. Let's just finish off this floor. It can't be much. And you kind of like head over that direction. You, of course, kind of talking through your teeth because you don't know how much your architecture check was trash. So you have no idea whatsoever. That was literally a 10. Anybody can roll a 10. So you make your way over to that door. And as you get to the door and you pop it open, you see a few things. One, because you're moving over there quickly, whatever. You pop it open, you see a few things. One, wait, hold on. Who goes in first?
Usually me.
Koa, you see a few things. One, as you open the door, you see a familiar shaped room. Two, you see a familiar table in the room. Not at the end of the same hallway as all the other keeps so far. The other two keeps so far. And three, you see the ghost standing where he always is against the wall. The same spot he always is when he pushes off to speak with you. But you also see four, they seemingly pins to the wall by roots of the tree growing around him.
Him?
Well, the ghost.
He's pinned to the wall?
Yeah, the roots growing around him. And so you open the door, and that's what you see. And of course, Mikhail comes up behind you and is like, "Oh, we found the room!" Not aware of, because he can't see the situation, right?
He'll like shoulder you and point.
Do I see the roots?
You see the roots, yes, sir.
But not the, yeah. Oh, yeah, roots.
No, he's pinned
where's
there.
the elder? What?
He's pinned in there. The roots
Elder,
have
can
him.
you hear us?
So I'll get to what he's saying in a second. I do have to remind you, just because of the time it takes to walk down here, so on and so forth, you're very limited on because it is only a minute. Because usually
I will
combat thing,
use
but out
the-
of combat it can be used too. What's up?
I'll use the inspiration then.
To do what? Oh, ideas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's
gotta
a
give us
good
a
one.
hint.
That is a good one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
there you go.
Okay. So I will give you the inspiration. Before you guys would have asked the ghost to speak, he was going to say something as you guys walked in. So let me just think how I want it, with the order I want to do this. Give you what he says first, or give you the inspiration. Let me tell you what he says. I'll give you the inspiration as part of the conversation that happens. At some point, I'm going to have to interrupt our conversation to give you details, right?
Okay.
I was like, kind of like ducks fall in a row in your mind, because things like make sense. But my apologies, by inspiration, you're looking for insight, is what you meant.
Yeah, the ask a GM for a hint.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I just booped it in there.
I thought it was called insight. Is it called something else? Oh, it is inspiration. You're
It's-
not wrong. I'm just confusing it because of 5e's use of the word
the actual inspiration mechanic. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was confusing it. But you are correct, sir. All right, back to the thing. As you open the door and you come walking in, you gesture and he comes through. He goes, "Oh, there you are." Hold on, I feel like my microphone's going to cut me off a little bit. Give me 1 second.
Honestly, preferred.
Wow. Then how are you going to
You're
RP,
welcome,
Wade? How are you going to RP, Wade?
Kenny from an hour ago. You're welcome. I got you, bud. That's clearly for that reason.
There you are. I've been trapped here, waiting for you. And you can see he struggles against the vines, and he can't pull free. I'm stuck here. And of course, Mikhail, you can hear that, even if you can't see it. I imagine at this point, the two of you have filtered in, and Aldo is coming behind you. I don't remember if Aldo told you this or not, but Aldo, you can both see and hear all of this now.
Yeah, that was a big thing about it.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. You guys did RP it. So you see and hear this too.
I thought that was temporary. You can still see and hear him.
Yeah. Apparently.
Okay. Pardon me saying so, but how are you stuck by a physical tree root?
It's the nature of this tree. But listen, I don't care about me. I've been stuck here for a very long time. I'll be fine. But yourselves, you must find safety. Night is coming, and this tree blossoms in the darkness. This tree, it will blossom in the darkness. You must find yourself shelter.
Would light stop it?
I do not know. I've not seen. It's beyond this door. I just know that it is something of not this world, something from elsewhere. Its roots, long since decayed, return and move and grow in the evenings. You've seen this before when we discussed it in the other keep. You rested and noticed in the morning that the roots grew. There's a link between the two, but we don't have time to talk about this now. You must retreat. The sun is setting.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Retreat to where?
Pause. Mikhail. Insight. He's not going to be able to give you as much information as I'm going to give you. So you come to some realizations that I'm going to give to you really quickly. One of the things that clicks for you is he says that it's otherworldly, right? Well, you saw the tree outside. The tree outside is massive and growing quite healthy in a soil that, maybe it shouldn't, like in an area where maybe it shouldn't be growing as healthy as it is, but yet for some reason it's able to continue to grow healthy. You had noticed it before. You also made perception checks after code. You had noticed it before that the canopy grew in kind of a weird way. It kind of struck you as strange that it grew strange, but we didn't focus on it in the meta or in game because you guys kind of like moved past that. You never climbed the tree or got to the roof to look at it or anything, but it did grow in a bit of a weird way, and you would notice that beforehand. Inside here, you notice that there is no canopy. There is no really anything stretching out from the one branch. Hey, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. You you notice that the one branch that broke through, whatever it is, but for the most part, it stays down here in the darkness, away from everything else. So this kind of like exists here, and you're being told that it grows in the darkness, and it seems to spawn in the darkness, especially like this thing. That's when this thing blossoms. Pull it back a step. I had Aldo roll a check earlier that you missed, but something that you had caught with your eye, but you weren't thinking about earlier, because when you walked back through that room after being like chased and abandoned by a whole bunch of like flaming little twigs, that you were when you walked back through, you notice a pattern inside the room where you had fought the second vine. You notice a pattern in the room that had the hole in the roof. When they came running across the room, they never really ran straight across the room. They always ran kind of like curved around the room, whatever it was. But again, everybody was distracted, and the only person that got to make a check failed that check. But they seem to do that. It now clicks in your mind. They're kind of avoiding the light. Koa's question, maybe light would help. That very well may be true, because they seem to avoid the light. Not necessarily that it hurt them. You don't think that's the case, but they definitely seem to have an aversion to the light. So that could be a positive note. Okay, these things blossom at night, but yet you saw the razorleaf outside in the sunlight growing perfectly fine, so on and so forth. These two trees, in some way or another, are intrinsically linked. It's very possible that while one blossoms probably rapidly at night, the other one blossoms very rapidly during the day, probably those early dawn hours, right before you wake up. You know what I mean? So it's like you're kind of seeing that the outside is theoretically more dangerous during the day, and the inside is theoretically more dangerous at night, or anywhere around where these trees are, really, because of daylight, nighttime, so on and so forth. All right, let's pull this back together for how these are linked. I don't know if your character would put this together here and now. Feel free to RP when you think that this aha moment would happen. But the fact that one's growing down deep, and the other one's growing up tall, kind of gives you this vibe from everything else you've seen and studied in all the other keeps. You know what it was that the mole researched. You know what it was that they did a lot of work with. You know about the water basin that you want to spend even more time researching, and all the pillars that you saw inside the keep before, underneath Hod Gwen. There's not just water, earth, wind, fire, sludge, magma, ice, mineral, vacuum, ash, dust. There's more than just those planes. There's two more planes that you vaguely remember learning about a long time ago. There's also the planes of positive and negative, or actually the way that you would understand them, the planes of life and death. And if these trees are meant to be like diametric opposites of one another, and these seemingly how those bodies were growing back together, and as you destroyed them, they kept fighting, the way that those twig things kept attacking you from this tree, birthed from its roots, it's very possible this tree looks rotted and decaying and whatnot, despite clearly being alive, is because it's linked to the plane of death. And the other one, blossoming as beautifully and wonderfully as it is linked to the plane of life. Again, the ghost here gives a good amount of insight, but doesn't usually understand the curses well enough to know if that's the truth. So if that's the case, breaking the curse here is probably less about fighting these creatures and more about somehow severing those links. That part we'll have to get to another time. Any questions about your insight before we get back to your characters being like, fuck, we need to get out of here, and Aldo being like, shelter? Where? So any questions of insight first?
So is there an intrinsic link of like daytime to life, nighttime to death, or vice versa?
For growth, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. But with you don't know for the death tree, because you've not been here, but you do know for the life tree, it seems to grow very rapidly in the early morning. It's very possible that the death tree grows very rapidly in the early night.
Like
it's seeding all day long, and then all of a sudden it plumes early evening, and night's coming and you're here. So That doesn't necessarily mean get away. It could be Koa's idea earlier of shelter. I'm not going to give you insight on that. I'm giving you insight to the situation, how to resolve it, the actual true root cause, as opposed to... I heard it as well, Wade. It wasn't in...
He's just planting the seed in your brain.
What's that, Keegan?
I'm trying to think if I have other questions before we move on.
Allow yourself to branch out. Think about it. Don't leave it alone.
Fuck a duck.
I know that combat sapped a lot out of us, but come on.
You just had to make a freaking vegetable pun, didn't you? Look what you've unleashed.
It was bound to turnip at some point.
I'd say vegetable. Give him a carrot.
I can't think of anything else. Shit. I'm now just trying to like piece stuff together in my head of like what shelter would even mean at this point. Obviously getting out of here at night would be ideal, right? Because then we just have to get up early as fuck. Okay. I mean, I don't
nighttime, it doesn't matter physically where you are. There ain't no sun nowhere. Indoors, outdoors, it's all the same. So it's just a matter of where you think you can survive. Getting away or holding up. But
that's what... Okay, that would be one. So they seem to avoid light, but they didn't seem to avoid dancing lights.
Correct. That actually seemed to, like, attract them almost.
Yeah. Which that's a little weird. So that obviously doesn't have the same effect. I'm gonna go with that being a difference between like illusory magic light versus natural light,
or evocative light, like evocation light.
Yeah,
which is like literal as opposed to fake.
Yeah. Won't really burn. So, like, would it make sense, from what Mikhail knows, to equate things like firelight in like the same category, or does it need to be like natural sunlight or moonlight or whatever?
Yeah, great question. You're thinking light will help you, like, so things like, you know, sunrod could help, you know, stuff like that. Could it help? Again, it doesn't seem to hurt them. They seem to be aversive to it. So the brighter the light, the more effective the aversion will be. But
speaking in meta, what about the crystal we saw hovering over like the dryad tree or whatever in the other keep? The one that was like the plane of light crystal.
I imagine that would be really effective. We don't have anything like that.
Plane of light, radiance. Plane of radiance.
Yeah, that like radiant.
Yeah, whatever that
Mm-hmm.
was, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Which, by the way, radiance, if I remember correctly, is plane of so the way that the planes work is you have the 4 core planes: earth, fire, wind, water, and you have the 2 polar planes, positive and negative, and then all the other planes are a link between 2 planes. So a link between the core, which that's how you get, like, you know, things like magma is earth and fire. But then when you go up and down, I believe it's air and positive is what makes radiance. So that being part of the opposite of negative. So opposing the death plane. So
and
it's
a really
not a bad
big
idea.
tarp for the light one.
What was that?
A really big tarp to cover the other one.
Yeah. Yes. It might be positive in fire.
I thought it was positive in fire.
Yeah, I am not looking at the picture. You're actually almost definitely right. And Keegan, are you confirming that?
That's what I remember.
I'll Google it. Actually, catch what you're saying. What you're both saying makes more sense than what I am. So.
Yeesh. Okay. I didn't even get that out. So okay, yeah. I don't know if
fire.
the
which means fire's halfway towards what we're, you know. Anyways, you get the idea.
I don't know if the elder was actually done talking there, and we just interjected for the inspiration.
He was just trying to tell you to go, like go,
Okay,
like worried about you.
Okay, yeah, and then Koa's like, yeah, "I'll be back tomorrow." Okay, and then I think Aldo. That's when he asked, like, shelter
Go
where?
away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need light. I think we can. So remember when they were attacking in the room with the bigger vine, and there was the hole in the ceiling. They moved around it. Like anywhere there's been these like holes or breaches in the keep, and lights coming in from outside, they don't seem to go through those.
They went through
I
the
think
fire.
they're averse to it. The fire, yes, but obviously it still hurt them, and they did run away from it.
So we just need to
But
craft
that also
the
wasn't
sun
as
real
bright.
quick.
No, I think maybe we've only got so many things at our disposal. Fire should work, but we need a bigger one. It can't be like a spot of oil. That's just more of a flash, and then a simmer, like a campfire. Several.
We
might
cut
do
off
it.
Didn't
parts
we
of the
talk
big tree.
Dwayne out of bringing like barrels and barrels of oil?
Yes.
Seems like that's a bad
Yeah.
idea.
Right?
You
Yeah.
tried.
Yeah, regretting that.
Well, on our way out, we can grab some sticks. We do have a
We sure
giant
can.
dead vine we could try to drag.
We do, and we should. I know it sounds ridiculous, but
Yes.
I think that's our move. I'll explain more as we're
We
going.
have
But
two. We have the
Elder's
big
right.
one and we have the smaller one, but they're going to be a pain in the ass to move. They're very heavy.
I'm aware.
Great. As long as you're aware.
Aldo looks at the ghost guy and he says, "Do you know what those things are? The little creatures that attack."
Oh, we're still here. I thought we were leaving.
I've come to call them blights. They're
We've
made of
killed
twigs.
dozens. Does it matter?
I do not think there's an end as long as the curse remains. And I do not think you will remain unless we end this conversation. Go, fly, you fools.
That's trademarked, Aldo.
Sorry.
All right, let's grab the vines. So
Yeah.
drag them if we can, and let's go.
Yeah, rush out, grab as much flammable shit as we can grab.
I try
Luckily,
to
you
drag-
killed a whole bunch of dried out twigs. The problem
I
is
try to grab the giant
have 7
fucking
strength.
vine.
the problem with the twigs is like they only burn for so long, right? Because like they go up pretty quickly. You need like wood, like find a felled tree and start, or fell a tree, and I don't care if it's green. We're starting to burn it.
We have hundreds of pounds of vines. Those would work, right?
Yes, the assassin vines that you've killed absolutely are a ton of burning.
Well, that's the goal.
Yep.
Dragging those across even just 50 feet of razor wire makes me hurt.
But I think that's the plan: is haul ass out of there, grab the assassin vines, or I guess we're getting back to Dwayne. Hopefully he
I'm
has some
thinking we go
firewood.
straight to Dwayne, grab some of the horses. They're going to take some damage, but if we hook up the vines to the horses and just drag it,
That's fair.
that might be better than
Yeah.
us trying to do it ourselves.
That's
Yeah.
true, and they do have the leg barding, so that'll help. Not like they're
Yeah.
defenseless. Yeah.
All right,
I like
so
that
I'm
plan.
going to try.
Alright, well
I
then,
guess
let's get over there.
if you two are going to go get the horses, I will try to drag the vine because we got to get it to the door still. So I will try to drag the vine, the big vine inside, as close to the door as I can while you guys get the horses.
So I don't need any checks for this. I can just tell you that you're going to collect these things. The sun is getting low, and you're realizing, oh shit, we have less than 2 hours to get ourselves situated because of like how long we took to get here before the sun really starts to disappear and there's no light out there that we think is going to protect us. Where do you want to hold up? Where is location?
Thought about that.
And then we'll have what?
We've
It
only got
should
the
be
one.
on that stone platform where they already are.
Yeah.
and we more or less wrap the stone in stuff, which we should set Dwayne to get like sticks and things like kindling that while we're getting the
Dwayne
bigger
did
stuff.
say he knows how to make like makeshift torches, but they're just not as nice they're not as good as other torches. They don't last as long or whatever. All right, so
Yeah.
let's talk about parameter. Clearly, you're going to do like a giant fire, right? Like the plan is to have a big ass fire to on top of the stone. Like you're not trying to start a forest fire or anything. You have a big ass fire, probably in the center,
We're thinking. Yeah.
and then peripheral fighters around it. You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
know if you go on and do like torches, done up like almost like tiki torch style. Maybe you just leave them on the ground as opposed to like elevated. But like torches kind of like periodically around. I don't know how many you want to burn at once. Maybe you do it like a clock face. Like you have 12 torches on the periphery around a giant fire in the middle. You try to keep that area as tight as possible. So you might be kind of closer to the fire than you want to be, like very warm, but just deal with it. Like describe to me the setup you guys wants to have, and I will tell you what supplies you need, and then we can decide whether there's checks to accomplish this in time. You're gonna grab the vine that was hanging on the balcony and already fell. Done, no problem.
I'm trying to get the one that was inside as well.
The one that
big
was inside, you're trying to drag through. The issue with that
That's the big
is that
one.
it's so fucking big that getting it through that doorway is going to be really hard to do. So instead, what you need to do is chop it up into smaller pieces. Like with an
Does Dwayne have like an axe or a hatchet?
a what?
An axe, a hatchet, any kind of axe-like implement.
Oh yeah, hold on. He grabs goes into his pack. He pulls out a hatchet. He tosses it over to you. He pulls out a wood splitting axe. He tosses it over to you. He grabs a throwing axe. He tosses it over to you and says, "Is that good enough? I'm going to keep my hatchet with me."
He had those on him this whole time.
You didn't happen to take the 4 barrels with you as well, right? You haven't stashed them somewhere?
Barrels?
Oil?
Oil?
No, you told me no.
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
you
we
misheard,
did.
Dwayne.
No, we did.
All right, I did tell you to bring I definitely said bring the oil.
So mean.
Wait, what is going on? You three seem frantic.
I'm not there. I'm grabbing
Yes.
the vine.
Yeah, we need light. We need to make a lot of fire, a lot of light to keep the vines from getting us at night. That's what we're working on. This is going to help, but get firewood, anything that burns a long time, and kindling.
He nods and says, because clearly there's urgency. You can see he wants to ask questions, but there's enough urgency in your eyes, or maybe even just a follow up like go. He will, kind of jump to task.
They're probably already running off to get the axes to Koa.
Yep.
At that
So-
point.
As he tossed those as far as he could across the way, like he's not trying to hit you or break them against the stone, so it would have landed in the grass or the field or
Or just
whatever, but like
riding off.
most of the way
Yeah.
over, right? Like 5 feet in. So yeah, you guys grab that stuff and are able to get it, and you go over to Koa and you hand as Koa's up there with his sword, and it's like what is it? He took the short sword from you and his hat, and you're like, "Hey Koa, I got an axe," and you're like,
Dwayne had him. Yep.
He will take one and then just point, start chopping.
it's funny because
weakest
of
one in the
poor
group right
Mikhail's
now.
reduced strength. You have Koa with like the proper wood splitting axe, like doing these big heaving swings to chop up these vines, doing the best he can with it. Not the best thing for chopping vines, but it's definitely better with these swords or whatever. Anyway, so for chopping up the vines, and you have Mikhail, not even with the hatchet, with the throwing axe, doing the same big motions.
He's got the mage hand doing it for him.
Yeah.
It's still stronger.
Like we see like a really big dog like barking at something, and there's a really tiny yappy one next to him thinking they're doing the same thing.
So funny. Anyways, so yeah, you guys are chopping away at this, trying to break it up so you can bring it over. Or who is on the horses? Was it Aldo?
I
That
sent
sounds
them
like
to go
it's
get the
probably Aldo.
horses while
Yeah, but Mikhail's not doing animals. Was Aldo getting the horses, even if it's just Storm Fury, to go and get the?
For fuck's sake, man.
I'd have brought Daisy. I would have gotten Daisy over. Like I imagined what it was. Like I got there, figured out the
I actually
actions.
think
Like I'll go. Get
Koa
these to
will
Koa.
need to deal with the animals because he's the one with the animal handling, right?
No, he's
Uh,
chopping. Don't worry. If you're bringing night horse, you aren't going to have to deal
Night
with
horse.
rolling. The animal takes order pretty well.
All right, yeah, that's fine then. I'll do that.
Cool. So then you're handling that. Perfect. So as he's throwing chunks down, you're like having them tied up in ropes or whatever it is, and having the horse bring them over to gather them over in the area. Tell me the plan of how you want to lay out the campsite. What is your strategy here? Now, survival check for a normal campsite, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to make as much light as possible to survive the evening, and you're doing it outside. So, talk to me here.
I will say if we have any time left after we get the big vine chopped up and moved and the vine in the back moved, Cole will start hacking away at the one vine that they shot an arrow at.
That being a normal vine is going to end up being too thin and too green and won't have that much value to it. So I would say that Koa's time would be better spent either collecting firewood or chopping down a tree or some shit like a thin tree or some shit.
Then
like
maybe
that.
gathering corpses of non-burning things.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep, that's not an issue.
Yeah.
But this doesn't tell me the layout of the campsite.
I was also thinking that like one really big central pyre and then pretty much as many peripheral like fires so like on the edges of the stone that we could make. Probably like right off the stone, honestly. If we can just like kind of work the ground around it a little bit and then make just a like surround the whole thing peripheral fires. It's gonna be
so
kind
when
of
you
gross
say
to
peripheral
sleep up
fires,
there.
you mean a bunch of little campfires?
Yeah.
So-
I wish to God that you'd been able to get the fucking fire crystal out of that brazier now. Imagine.
No,
if we had
man.
those things.
I mean, there was a radiance
Instead,
crystal,
we
there was a
had to
fire
fight it.
crystal. Hell, even a wind crystal. Blow 'em away. So, you, Keegan, I don't know how much like camping or whatever you do to keep a fire like flaming as opposed to just hot, right? It requires like constant stoking, constant air, constant wood and whatnot to be put on top. If you're like just trying to keep like torches or something simple, that is pretty easy to replace. But if you're burning a big fire that's already going to take a ridiculous amount of fuel, how many little fires were you hoping to put around this big fire in the center? Because that's all going to take a ton of fuel and constant manicuring.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is as many as we can get because I just don't know how much fuel we will have. Right. I don't know how to do that math backwards to go, oh, we can sustain this number of bright fires with like however much with this much firewood that we've gathered.
Cool. Give me an ideal and then we'll pull it
So-
back from there.
One big fire and at least four, at least one on each corner.
Yeah, so the cardinal directions
Yeah,
from there.
I was gonna say yeah, cardinal direction at least 4 is what I would want.
Okay.
So 4 little ones, 1 big one at least.
Yeah, and that's manageable by like 2 people on watch or whatever as well.
Cool. Yes, I hear what you're trying to do there. As for collecting, so you got the vines. You got the not necessarily every twig and vine, but you're getting the remaining whatever hasn't already been burned up by the bushes or the things. Chopping up the tree inside there doesn't seem to be helpful because it doesn't seem to burn. Collecting firewood, y'all can go ahead and roll survival checks for that one. Jaaek, what are you working on? I know they're doing firewood collection. What are you working on?
I think really we're all doing, but if I have to do something else, maybe I'm just trying to think of what else I could be doing. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that suits Aldo's skill set. Koa would be more on where to place them exactly to get the most like range, I guess. But I guess Aldo would just be doing the same. Like, we need the fuel for the fire. So
Where to
I mean,
place them to get the
maybe
most range?
once we
What do you
got-
mean? I'm sorry.
How to make the fire
As in,
last
like, to
longer,
make-
like that kind of stuff. He's
Yeah.
saying would be more Koa's thing than his. So he'd be helping gather wood too. Is what I'm thinking he's saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not strategizing, but yeah, gotcha. All right, go ahead and roll your survival.
Because the other thing is, I assume we're posting watches, so whoever we have on watch will also have the lantern. Cool. So if
Roll
there's
the
any
best.
blind spots, like they'll cover it.
Awesome. So you go ahead and you guys are collecting as much wood as you possibly can, which is great. And is everybody happy with their checks anyways?
No, I'd like to double mine.
I don't think that's an option.
The don't
I
ask.
add both of theirs to mine and just take that total.
Oh,
That work?
you could
That'd be pretty
allow somebody to give you a +2 and somebody to give you a +3. She's more of an or.
Can I give Aldo a +2?
You were working with Koa.
Can I give Koa a +2?
Yes, you can give Koa a +2.
Can Koa give me a +2?
Yes, Koa.
Can we
give you a
throw it
+2.
all at Aldo and give him a +4?
No, but you can throw it all at Aldo and give him a +3.
Okay.
I don't know which of these things helps us the most.
Me
Math's hurting
neither.
my head at this point.
Right now, you're working with a 10, 11, and 19.
I was feeling pretty good about the fact that he okayed me giving you a +2 and you giving me a +2. That's pretty nice. So,
Wait,
That's
wait, no,
You did say and, yeah.
yeah, there's an and there. I mean, we're all doing the same thing, so if we can give Aldo a +3, that's probably best.
Is Dwayne rolling to help?
I'm having
Yeah.
Dwayne roll for something else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, then I guess if I'm assisting Mikhail or vice versa, we have 2 more than that. 13 at the highest.
How many times did I open
Yeah.
roll as a DM? Only once, right?
I think
Whenever you
you did one accidentally. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. But that just means once. That means technically, if I'm rolling as Dwayne, DM's dice applies here.
your rule.
If you have a DM's dice, yeah.
I do. Steve gave one about an hour ago, and I haven't rolled in ages.
Yep.
Thanks, Steve. I don't know if that's what the intent was, but we'll take
Woo!
Steve just likes chaos. Chaos can be a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, he just be doing stuff.
This has been a chaotic episode. This has been a chaotic couple of episodes. We went from not fighting for like 6 months in game to like, hey,
All the
you
fights.
guys just want to
right
die?
now.
We could start over right now. And in the meta, we'll know to never fucking come back here ever again.
It's like, well, we got through that by the skin of our teeth. What's behind this door? Wait, what? Ooh,
Damn.
jeez.
Dwayne's like,
Well,
did you
he's
guys
already
need
paid.
a redwood? I found one.
That's his stealth check for him running away without us knowing.
Oh, that's
Killed
awesome.
me, Jake. They killed me.
Oh my god, that was amazing. He normally has a +5 survival, but he has a +1 for camp setup and stuff like that. It's just one of his fortes. And so this is him strategizing like the use of the fuel and what have you, getting like rocks kind of like situated, as you were saying beforehand, Keegan, your idea, right? But played through the NPC. Getting the rocks kind of like situated so that the fuel, the amount of air going in can be controlled better. Maybe reduce the amount of smoke, because smoke, if blown the wrong way, could cause cover and reduce the amount of light. So, just trying to build the camps as best as he can. He's able to get together like 8 little campfire spots. So the cardinals and the offs for the directions, but with the intention that they probably can't go and do all of them simultaneously. You know what I mean? But either way, so gets all of this situated, gets all of it good to go, so that you're have a really good sight and really good use of the fuel. But he does, as he's working on this, he does bring up one point, and we'll just assume he says it when Koa isn't there. So he says to the two of you, he's like, hey, I didn't want to say this because, Koa probably just think I'm trying to cower it out here. But why are we doing this outside?
Inside's not safe.
Outside's
and
not
we have
safe.
limited time too. It was easier to prepare if we just brought it all out here rather than trying to get all of you in there.
Oh, you're right.
We don't have this platform.
But no, Mikhail, if we... The roots and everything are all outside. We'd have to deal with more of the creatures, but if we would have done it inside, and especially in that room with the open in the ceiling and that stone door, if we would have all... Well, that's hindsight, because there's not enough time to take everything back now.
Oh,
what's
yeah, you're
this
talking about the
room? What's the dimensions? Maybe we can carry shit and just go there quick. He's like, in 20 minutes.
We can't.
We have to go up a wall. Yeah, no, it would take a lot longer than that.
All right.
It's something we can do tomorrow. We just got to make it through this one.
Just the perk of 4 walls is 3 of them are going to protect you, right? And then you got the ceiling, and you got a stone floor. Not only do we have no walls and no ceiling, but the ground is literally where they come from. Yeah, we're standing on rubble, but
Like, there's no way to make it up through there in 20 minutes, though. Like, right?
We can probably get there, he says, looking hopeful. Pack our bags full of as much wood as we can carry. Well, how you feeling?
Terrible.
He looks at Aldo like hopeful, because Aldo's the one that shot it down almost immediately, like pleadingly hopeful, but also understanding that there's probably an idea for before, but it's probably too late now, and it's one of those like almost hopeless hope.
Aldo just says, Dwayne, I told you to bring those barrels.
No. He looks to Mikhail for like backup on this.
Mikhail's just kind of giving him the look that is like, obviously, no, he didn't. But he isn't going to say anything.
Anyways, this finished getting the camp together as best as you possibly can, and then it's time to discuss what are they called?
Watches.
Yeah, watches. Which I assume you're going to want to wait for Koa to have that discussion. But about that discussion, you're going to need to kind of determine, do you want only one person watching at a time? Do you want 2 watching at a time? Because if an attack happens, do you want only one person trying to get everybody groggy awake? Or do you want to try to do 2 at a time? What's the plan with the horses? They'll stay near a fire, but how close to a big-ass fire are they willing to stay? That's probably Koa to take care of. Is anybody just going to stay up all night long and just say, fuck it, I'm going to stay up? How quickly are you going to try to look to take care of injuries? Is there time to do that? The sun's going down now. There's no time left. Or doing any form of medicine? That last one, I assume probably not. But as for watches, I'll let you guys discuss that real quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah. We have 4 total people. So we could do, like, obviously we have enough to do, we want one person on watch at a time. That can take care of it, but
We don't have any of those potions or whatever, right?
Yeah, all night or whatever,
it is. Yeah.
I think we had a dose of it from somewhere.
I thought we had.
We have one all night.
Yeah.
When did we even use
all
any?
night.
Do we only just get one?
I've only ever had one on my sheet.
Yeah, we only had the one for like emergencies because it's like a drug.
Yeah,
It was like an emergency thing.
I think if we're gonna do 2s, we split up.
Or a situation like
Naga's
this.
saying what I'm thinking. We keep Dwayne and Koa separate because they both have the best survivals.
Mhm.
So is it more survival or perception for watch?
For watch, it's more perception.
I
Which
don't
we're
think it
all.
matters because I'm a +5 there. Well, we do have to
So
do the fire
if
stuff.
if we get one person to
For
stay awake on
keeping
the
the fire
all night,
going.
then the others can rotate like a normal watch. So there's
Then
still
it'll be
two
that
people
few every
awake.
How does the
time.
all night work?
I don't know.
I feel like it does what you say, but then at the end there's like a crash, isn't there?
There is a crash.
Probably.
It's a eliminates the effects of fatigue for the next 8 hours. When the effect ends, the user is exhausted. You take a -2 to all skill checks until the effects wear off. So the whole time it's there, you have -2.
So what's the point of
I
it?
guess would be canceled. It'd be canceled out for, having 8 or whatever. But the point of it, I think the point of it is really more so that you can push your awakeness effectively. So like if you stay up all night or whatever, and then you don't sleep and you become fatigued, then you take this and it gets you through the next 8 hours, right?
Okay, so it eliminates the effects of fatigue for 8 hours, right? So while
For 8
you're
hours, yeah.
for that 8 hour period, you're good to just be on watch then. And then
You take 'em-
afterwards, you're
Yeah.
exhausted. You just go straight to exhausted.
We
Exactly.
also have ability
the
damage.
whole
among
time you
us.
take a -2.
They take those minus
Yeah.
twos, yeah.
We have to worry
I
about
have
trying to heal up some of this
3
ability
strength
damage
in.
too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. We'll heal 1 overnight without any additional anythings.
Yeah.
I have 3. So I'll still be very weak for the next 3 days.
The Elder implied too that the early hours of the night, just like the early hours of the morning for the other tree, might be the worst time. So maybe we want to go like a 2-1-1.
Yeah. I might. Well, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm thinking this is like we've been in the wars, right? Dwayne hasn't. If we give Dwayne the all night and then one of us is up with him, he could stay awake the whole night and then just we rotate so we can still get health back or anything else.
Yeah.
How do we? In theory, it sounds good, but RP, how are we like Dwayne? You're the one. You pull the all nighter.
Oh, I'd turn around and say, look at Koa, look at Mikhail, look at Aldo. Now look at yourself. One of us needs to stay awake all night.
Then,
we could try it.
Then tomorrow we get him inside the building.
Yeah.
So when he needs to rest, he can do so, but I'd not be out here. I think at that point we should figure out what our watch order is, I guess, right?
Yeah, do we bring it in?
I guess so.
I think that's the plan. We're good.
All right, hey guys, listen. I'm sorry, it's gonna have to be a dry, quick meal, but I've at least heated the biscuits. Oh, well, by that I meant you're soaking your tack bread in tea, and he kind of hands out the plates or whatever that's there, and then looks over his shoulder. Got me spooked. The sun's kind of settling hard around you guys. It's getting dark. The sun's not properly down. The sky is getting like a deep purple overhead. The colors are beyond where you can see because the trees are blocking where there is still, sunset. It's just dark purple overhead. Somebody was about to say something?
Yeah, we gotta figure out watches. Do you have a favorite meal?
That's so ominous.
Yeah, he nods. He goes, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Oh, it's this, have you ever had lamb chops before?
Yeah, actually, really good ones back in.
Okay, he says this is like, have you ever tried jelly before? It's made out of ground up horse bones. Nightstorm goes, or mule bones.
I hate you, Scott.
Storm
assume
Fury. No,
Mik-
I said No, what did I say?
You said Night Fury.
No, but I corrected it.
Yeah, the Storm Fury. We heard.
Night Horse.
Night Storm.
Fucking-
I'm now hovering over the token. Night Storm.
Wow, good job. Is that
says
reading at a
Night
second grade
Horse.
level?
He says, anyways,
I assume Mikhail has had jam or jelly before.
he says it's a mint jelly. Oh, it's so good.
Okay, I can imagine that. All right, yeah, I'll prestidigitation his his horrible hardtack in water to taste like that.
He says, flavor's not bad, but it's confusing with the texture. Anyways, I appreciate it.
It's still better than the alternative, right?
I've never had lamb so crunchy or jelly so mushy.
Yet still better than what it would have tasted like, right?
Absolutely. No, honestly, I'm
Well, we
laughing.
need to sort
but
out,
it is appreciative.
We gotta sort out watches.
Yeah, we do. And we're pretty beat up. We do have that all night. If we want, if someone,
We do. There should be, correct me if I'm wrong here, Koa, but 2 awake at all times. Dwayne, you're gonna need to pull an all-nighter. We've got something to help, but yeah, you'll be very tired in the morning. But if we make it to morning, you'll be good.
Yeah. I mean, you guys do look a little beat to shit. I mean, I won't lie, I'm a little tired, but I don't look the way you do. Yeah, I'll do whatever needs to be done. Let's stay alive.
We're pretty sure we'll do pairs. It'll be you and one of us all night, and then come morning we'll shift over back to the keep. We can all go in there, and then you should be able to get a good rest inside there.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep in there with what you're describing. I couldn't even see the shit. I'm going on just description alone, and your descriptions have been vague and horrifying.
He'll grab one of the corpses that they're getting ready to burn. You know, these. Because we brought them.
I mean, it's literally just, you grab a corpse, and it's either a bundle of sticks and vines, or it's literally a bundle of vines.
Yeah.
they were a lot more bitey and clawy before. But no, listen, there's a spot in there that we think is pretty secure, especially if we're on one end of it while you and the horses are holed up. So it'll be a good place to rest tomorrow. We do have that all-night stuff. If you do start to doze off or feel too tired, feel free to use it.
Can
you stop torturing Joey? And
it's the other way around. He doesn't look convinced of anything, but he's willing.
Is that
to do
because
his
the
part.
DM wasn't paying attention? He was too busy messing around in chat?
It's just because you're like, hey, yeah, you can go to sleep next to the death tree that spews out swarms of things at death. But tonight, don't worry, we got cocaine for you. You'll get through. And he's like, all of this sounds like I should have turned around and ran when I wanted to.
There's literally rooms he could sleep in that aren't next to the death tree.
Yeah.
Of course, but either way.
But yeah, if he doesn't seem convinced, I'll start saying. So one of the things that I'm pretty convinced of is, well, first of all, there's two trees in there. One that looks like it's dying. That's the one these bastards were coming out of. The other looks like it's thriving. It's vibrant. I think they're linked to each other, but also tied to both one, the plane of life, and the other, death. And I think that's mirrored by the dichotomy of night and day. It's why one of them blooms and is very active right early in the morning, where it grows rapidly, and then we start getting all this razorleaf. The other that we were warned from what we found does the same, but at night. So part of the reason you'll be a bit more safe during the day on the inside is because you'll be closer to the tree that's not active at that time. We already cleared out most of its troops.
He says, half of what you said made no sense to me, but I'm just going to have to follow your lead. There's nowhere to go, and it's what I was paid to do.
Basically, there's a plane of life. Yeah, I don't understand it either.
He was actually he was excited, like, oh, maybe Koa can explain it more on our level, like a dummy. You know what I mean? Like a dummy talking to a dummy. He's like, talk to me, and then Koa is like, okay, yeah. At least I feel less stupid now.
Like fire and water, right? Water puts out fire, and fire can boil water. They cancel each other out or something, I think.
Yeah. Life puts out death, and death puts out life. Mm-hmm.
In this case, yes. Right, Mikhail?
Well, two of us should go to sleep. So
I'll take the first watch.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here with you, so I guess you guys go and try to get some. He looks over his shoulder. Maybe I'm just being jumpy.
Trust your instincts tonight. We don't know what to expect.
Yeah. He goes over. He gets his bow and arrow out. Of course, he has it strung. He has arrows kind of like periodically placed here, there, so on. Has a couple of axes and whatnot, just kind of like periodically placed here, there, and so on. Just so there's like other weapons readily available. He only brought one small flask of oil. He doesn't bring a lot of oil when he goes because he travels outside. He stays outside for the most part. He knows how to make torches. He knows how to like wrap things like that. So a lot of the vines you took, he wrapped around, sticks or whatever that you guys were able to find, branches you were able to find outside, just to make again like that acts as though something that you can burn, to get on there. Some of them, again, like, usually you could add things like tallow or whatever it is, like fats onto the stuff to try to make it so it can burn for longer. Unfortunately, lacking those details to be able to pull that shit off. So doing everything you can to try to make as many longer burning supplies from your supplies. But it's going to be a long night, and it starts early. We're talking by the time you guys are done eating your dinner and you go to lie down, I think Mikhail is more messed up than Aldo at the moment. So I think Mikhail goes to lie down, and he's starting to fall asleep. Aldo hasn't even properly settled in yet. And you already start to hear noises around the place, like around the keep itself. You hear like scratching starting to happen inside there, like a lot of scratching noises, and you're not sure where the scratching is coming from. You're not sure what's causing it, but there's a lot of scratches happening from inside or around the keep, or what have you. And unfortunately, even though you have a very bright light, because hold on, you're doing this at where he was already held up 50 feet from the front door, right? You were.
It was a longer. I think this was like a decently long stone platform, right?
Yeah.
I imagine we went to the further end, but yeah, we're still not far.
You're not going back to where that dead body in the axe you talked about 45 times was. You're doing it from here.
That was a lot further, right? That was through the entire forest.
Yeah.
That was hours away.
No. Not the dozen dead bodies. The individual dead body with the individual axe.
Wasn't that also like across the entire
That's
forest?
where I thought we were at.
So hold on. Let's be clear, because when you said where he already is right outside the front door. You're staring at the keep until it gets too dark to see it.
How far back is it to the place where the body and the axe are? I was thinking that was very far.
You literally kind of like saw that map, like last session, that map that you battled on, and you kind of like worked your way through as a team as like the vines are growing towards you and all that stuff. I assume you didn't go back to that platform because you're gonna have a hard time going back and forth with all the vines growing.
Yeah, that would be a bit much. Plus, more of those things could attack.
Yeah.
So I think
so you're doing the spot where he was staying the entire time you were in the keep. Cool. That's what I
Yeah, 'cause
believe.
that
This
was
whole time I
still-
confirming.
Because that was still the safe stone.
Yes,
right?
yes,
That's why
yes,
we
yes,
left
yes.
him
You're
there.
not worried about
Okay,
beneath
yeah.
you. You're worried. Yeah. Cool. Just
Okay, then yeah, that's it.
making sure I'm not crazy. Cool. You hear the
Okay,
scratching
yeah.
coming on from inside. It's like a lot of scratching noise, and the scratching is like it sounds like a cat scratching on like a wooden board, but not one cat. Like hundreds of cats scratching on wooden boards, scratching on stone, scratching on chalkboards, scratching on everything. Just lots of like scratching noises happening all over. Tons of scratching happening from all over, and it's a very like creaking noises. It is very intimidating hearing this. So much so that I just need all of you to go ahead and make me a will save. Keegan, don't forget you have a +1 because somebody gave you 8 of the martyr.
Yeah.
You needed that +1, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh, my roll. I'm waiting for the 4th roll, but I am the 4th roll. Very cool. So, Aldo, are you happy with your 8?
Not really, but I don't really like. If this is a DC based thing, it's probably higher than a 10. That's probably on average what I get.
Probably like a fear against just that's why I got a bonus. So it's probably just against like the fact that the scratching has happened. It can't be that high. That'd be weird.
I need to sleep is the only issue.
Yeah.
If you want to try lucky,
I would
see what
like
happens. We don't have any. Do we have a 3 left? Or we use the 3s?
I don't know.
We used it. I used it to get rid of the poison earlier.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, if you want to luck it, go for it.
But yeah, because you got to get rest. Fuck.
Oh, of course.
We have 9 total, and all of you guys are able to resist it. So it was, in fact, a fear effect causing a shaking condition. You're all able to resist it. So as it's happening, and even Dwayne barely passed. So you guys are good. Everyone's able to resist the fear effect of like the scratching and the noise and just how much overbearing it is, how long it's going on for. But eventually, the scratching, is more than just a sound. You see movement associated with the scratching. I'm gonna have Koa go ahead and make me a perception check. Again, that noise starts before either of them fall asleep. Mikhail with his 23 is literally passing out as this 17 perception check is put there. Are you happy with your 17?
I think so.
Okay. With the 17 perception, you don't notice anything particularly early. But it's not like they're stealthing towards you anyways. You notice eventually that the ground is being clawed at, and the creatures are literally clawing up from the grounds to come out. It's not like they're clawing up from like immediately, like directly beneath your feet. They're clawing up from over by where the actual keep is. So remember, the gap between where you left Wayne before and where the stairwell started was about a 50-foot gap of kind of like open field. It's across that 50-foot gap around the actual, stone itself, almost like the clawing out from under the keep itself. You see that a whole bunch of them just like ripping and pulling and clawing their ways up, and you see many of them, and I mean many, and they're of all different sizes. Like some that are so small you're not going to notice them until when they eventually get to you, which I'll get to shortly. Some that are the same size as you fought in swarms before. Some that are more like that small sized ones that you were fighting individually as you're traveling. There are many of them clawing their ways up. And at first, they're moving about kind of, quickly moving about in all different places, not really focused on you. But as time goes on, by time, I mean like maybe an hour into it, they start prodding over by where the light is and looking by over where the light is. And this is where things get freaky, because you have Koa trying to keep an eye on this. And we'll say at this time, Aldo passed his check, so he is able to fall asleep. Aldo had just fallen asleep. Mikhail's been down for maybe an hour, maybe at this point. They're like prodding, trying to see where there's a break. If at any point in time, one of the fires gets a little bit low, they're like several of them burst through the lights to come over and leave you and Dwayne having to fight against several of them alone, because unless you're getting them up to assist you. And the simple fact of the matter is trying to maintain 4 fires simultaneously and the 5th one behind you is a lot of work to ask 2 people to do consistently with the pressure of these creatures around you the whole time. And then if that doesn't make it bad enough, you can almost feel, like, remember the one that you saw in the tree yesterday that we started the session with a rolling initiative for? You swear ones like that seem to have more of a keenness to them, ones that seem to have like, not reasoning, but like understanding. Those, you feel like you have those eyes on you too. That all being said, to see whether or not any burst through in a way that's worth noting, you're going to have to go ahead and roll me a survival check. This is a check to make sure that you're maintaining the fires. This is a very important roll for the way the evening goes. This is not avoiding getting lost.
This.
Are you getting aid from... Oh, there it is. Okay.
15, so is it a 14?
That is a mental stat roll, so that is a 14 result.
That's the best I can do.
There is somebody that could have helped out in these situations. Somebody that have been really great in these situations. William.
Was Dwayne aiding on that?
Dwayne was doing his own roll.
Oh.
Yeah. And Dwayne actually rolled better than Koa did. So Dwayne's doing a great job of maintaining the big fire and the 2 fires that he's keeping track of. So let's assume he's controlling northwest and you're southeast, right? Just because I don't want to have to associate you with Kanye. And so he's over there taking care of those, and you're handling the other ones. And unfortunately, Koa is doing the best he can to try to maintain the fires, but every once in a while, one of them will burn down enough as he's trying to stoke up the other one and get enough fire. You don't have billows with you. You know what billows are? Like, okay, cool. You don't have billows with you to keep the fire burning extremely like large flames and very bright. It's hard to do. You're literally running over there and, knocking things over and blowing into it. And normally Koa would have the endurance for this if he didn't just fucking climb a whole bunch and fight a whole bunch and burn a whole bunch and fall a whole bunch and slam a whole bunch and literally have the strength sapped from his body. And so he's struggling to get this done. And the whole time, he's got a fucking migraine. His migraine still hasn't gone away yet. And he's running back and forth and handling this. So it's unfortunately, while disappointing, of no surprise to Koa, that at one point in time when he's working on a fire, he hears Dwayne go, shit, Koa! And he whips around to see that one of the fires that he was supposed to be maintaining, actually between his 2 fires, but closer to the other one, you see a couple of them, literally kind of like their armish appendages over their bodies, kind of almost like shielding them from the light, like bursting through and trying to come to the inner part. The good news is the inner fire is so bright, they can't keep traveling for forever. It almost makes if you will, like a donut or a ring of tolerable enough dimness that they're willing to deal with it, that they come in, so they kind of line up, if you will. But that several of them come bursting through and start making their way. Unfortunately, you and Dwayne have to roll a initiative. You want to, if it makes you feel better, I only rolled a 10.
Thank God. Right. I'm glad Dwayne's also gonna die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me go ahead and get the baddies. Oh, where are you?
Waiting for the nat 20s for the baddies.
Well, we'll see if I get a nat 20. That's an 8 plus 1, and this is a. Ha ha! It's not natural. That's just a 20. It's not a natural 20. It's different.
I hate this keep.
Cool. It's gonna be.
I never thought I'd miss the one that was just traps, but man, oh man, the good old days.
Right. What the
I
fuck?
miss that boulder. If I could take a boulder to the back right now, I would.
That is a nice boulder.
That's pretty boulder of you to say. Sorry.
Good night, folks.
All right. So 2 of them are going to burst into action and go rushing over to attack. And so I'm going to have 2 of these. These are the small size ones, Wade, that are going to go over to attack you. Koa, I assume, because he knows it's going to be a long night, is cutlass and shield.
Yeah, because of the swarms. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and this isn't a swarm. This is several of them attacking you, but being represented by two characters. I'm going to go ahead and attack you with my 2 because I get to go first. One of them rushing over to you and attacking at you actually does successfully beat an AC of 14. Does a 14 hit you? Cool.
Still does.
And the other one hits an AC of 13. Does a 13 hit you?
Does not.
Really? Okay, 1 hits you. All right, I'm going to do a whopping. Oh, shit. Okay, that guy's dead.
1.
I'm going to go ahead and roll I rolled a 4. Divided by 2 is 2. Minus 1 is 1. But because your armor, your damage reduction reduces 1 to 0, you actually
I don't know
take
what the
0.7.
damage number is, but I'm glad that a 4 somehow still equals 0 for me. That's really good.
Yeah.
It's a D3. So
D3
he
I'm
might
gonna
minus
be
stay up
sick.
all fucking night, aren't I?
Yeah.
Cool. And now
I
it's
ain't
going
making
to
them
be,
survival checks.
it's going to be Dwayne's turn before the other one goes. Dwayne is like, "Oh shit!" And he runs over and he's got his sword in his hand, his short sword in his hand, and he runs over to attack it. Short sword in one hand and a torch in the other, but like he's not 2-weapon fighting. He's just got a short sword in one hand and a torch in the other, and so he's attacking with a short sword.
Not the axe.
No, a sword is slashing.
I think short sword did piercing. Okay, damn.
Yeah,
Could've
short
used
sword
a fucking
slashing
short
or
sword this whole
piercing.
time.
Daggers are piercing. Yeah.
It got put
He
on
actually
here as
does
just
roll and
piercing.
he hits. His damage is minimal. It's now the one that's in front of his turn, in front of him's turn, and they're going to attack him. It's a chance to crit. That beats an AC of 14. That's a crit.
God damn it.
The good news is it does 1 point of damage, which is a minimum of 1. Times 2 is 2 points of damage. So it takes 2 points of damage, but he has to make a 42 save. And unfortunately, this is a critical hit, poison. But thank God he passed. Okay, cool. Whew. Whew.
Does
Okay.
noise of combat wake us up?
It
I'm gonna be
will.
honest.
It's bottom of initiative. It's Koa's turn. Then we'll have you guys go ahead.
I slash.
Good call, chat.
I'm assuming we're not flanking any of them right now, right?
No. You're separated.
All right. Of course, I roll a 16 and a 1, and it, as always, takes the goddamn 1.
Koa attacks and misses horribly. He's just so tired. It's been a long fucking day. Aldo and Mikhail wake up from the sound of combat. If you didn't wake up from the sound of combat, the cuss word of Wade's choice that Koa says absolutely wakes you up.
And these things! Whoops.
Were
They
you
will
something
end.
blasphemous? Would you curse against the goddess of like travel or the goddess of nature?
No, just you.
Jurda's crack. No, Jurda's. Anyways, so
Do you roll in?
it's up to you. If you're going to engage in combat, you're welcome to
Aren't
roll
you
it
guys
now.
glad you got half an hour of sleep?
Right?
Okay, Mikhail. All right, Mikhail, you're first.
Okay. I can
Move
do
action, get up.
less than I could before. Yeah, move action, get up. Then I guess I have to do my stand or whatever to grab my I guess I'll grab my short sword.
I just assumed
Probably got
all your stuff was next to you where
mixed
you were
in it now.
sleeping, so you just can't get it as
So
you
yeah,
get
Yeah,
up.
it would have been.
Yeah, you prepared
Okay,
yourself.
sweet.
Isn't it like
Okay.
normal sleeping? Yeah, but this is literally like open combat expected all night, not typical camping.
Then yeah, as I move towards the sounds of combat, I'll draw the short sword. Okay. I don't know if I can get to one. I'll slash at it. If I can't.
Unfortunately, I think
get
getting up is a move action, so you can get to them, but that's your turn.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would just get. I'd probably get like over, maybe like just behind Koa, basically where they can't just 5-foot step and hit me. You know?
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, Koa, you're on the other side of Koa. Heard. All right. Next is going to be the creature attacking one of the creatures attacking Koa is going to attack Koa. Unfortunately for Koa, I rolled a 17. Ooh, I rolled a 5, which is 3 minus 1, which is 2 minus 1 is 1 point of damage, Koa, and I need a fortitude save. Roll me a natty 1, baby. You just rolled me 1. Roll me 1 more. Or a 2. I'll take a 2. I'll take a natty 2. Give me 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 a natty 2. I didn't see what it was. Fuck. All right. Aldo, it's your turn.
I'm going to grab my crossbow
Sits up.
and yep, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Doesn't even get up.
Nope, not yet.
Go ahead.
Avoid the eye.
This is a sneak attack for me, right? Because they don't know I'm a combatant.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
You might actually do some damage. Holy shit.
Hey, that's a hit.
Okay.
2. 2's not exciting, but sneak attack.
Are you serious? How many freaking times? How many dice have we thrown at these things, dude?
We've given them everything.
What the fuck?
And Jacob, sorry. Jake, what is their DR?
3.
How much did you do?
3.
Jake's like, I'm going to do 1d8 plus 1d6. Let's go. No.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Another one attacks Wade.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Oh, I miss. 11 total.
That sucks, man.
All right. It's Dwayne's turn. Dwayne's going to attack. He hits.
Wait.
Hey, rolled decent damage this time. Actually, he's able to cut the one across him down, which is good news. So he cuts it down, and he starts rushing over to go join Koa. And he's like, I can only spare a moment. And he's providing flanking against one of them for you. Now it's the one that was going to attack him. He killed it, so now it's Koa's turn.
Okay, so I put flanking in.
Yep, for one of your attacks. Or your only attack, really. Cool. 14, hits. 7 points of damage is pretty gnarly. You're able to cut that one down.
Get the flames. We'll handle this.
He gives Mikhail an appreciative nod and doesn't make any quips. He turns to run back, but obviously not yet. Mikhail, it's your turn. Yes, you can absolutely move to flank.
Okay, I do. I move to flank and slash out at the one that I can attack.
Mikhail, he's our man. If he can't kill it, maybe one of us can. I don't know anymore.
Flanking. I need. I put a plus. I put a plus in the thing. I'm so tired, guys.
How did you goose egg?
No, I put it because if you put a plus sign, it fucks up the whole thing. When you add a number, you have to put like 2.
Oh, it's like
you
a
put
15,
plus
a
2.
16 for a total of 0.
Put a plus 2.
I don't know, Joey. That's supposed to be an 18, but should he have to re-roll it because he fucked up the modifier? I don't know.
I put in the correct modifier. It's Roll20's fault, if you ask me.
I mean, you put in a plus sign.
You can see the math. It is
I
the
see
correct
plus plus.
math.
I see plus plus.
It is the correct. That is mathematically correct, right?
If it were
It's just not
Scott,
correct code.
we would make him re-roll.
Fine. Okay.
I mean, the
I don't
modifier is
like it.
correct. The
The modifier is correct.
The mathematical symbol is duplicative. It literally says 15 plus -1 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 2.
Yeah.
And that's why I broke. But yeah, you're good. 18's
Yeah.
18's a hit. Oh, sorry, that's not an 18. The math is wrong for me. It's a 16, but that's a hit.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see if I actually do any damage. Where the hell did he go? There we go. Oh my god. I can't kill it.
Hey,
I have a
at least
-2
that's not-
to damage.
Why do you have a -2 to damage?
I have 7 strength, bro. My modifier is -2.
Well, you attacked it last, so it's going to attack you now.
Good. Yeah, let's get him down to a 6.
I rolled that 20!
Oh my god.
I'm so happy for you. Like, maybe
Does a 13 hit you?
does a 13 hit me? I think so. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah?
13. Yeah,
Let's
13
go!
hits.
Fucking critical hit! Alright, 4 equals 2 minus 1 is 1 times 2 is you take 2 points of damage. Nothing crazy there. Roll me
This
a
is a
fortitude
very
save,
important
baby.
fortitude save, Keegan.
Roll me a fortitude
All
save.
that for 1 non-lethal damage I
thank
did.
God.
Oh, thank God.
God damn it! I was waiting for a classic Keegan too. Oh,
It's right there. Do you see the 2? It's right
I
there.
know.
It's looking me dead in the fucking
Sneaking over
face.
like, somebody call me.
hello.
This is why you don't be a hero, kids. Just live your life.
I just want to point out
Just-
we've had a crit. We've had 2 crits in this fight that have totaled 2 damage.
That's true.
Wait, why is my command getting run? I didn't roll a 2. All right, it's I just fucked up putting a 2 in a box. That's all I did.
Be well, Ellie. Or Eli, sorry. So, where were we? So after that is going to be Aldo's turn. Aldo, now if you take a shot, it's going to be into melee and all that other fun stuff.
Yeah. I'm going to maintain the fire. So I'm going to get up, walk over, like, assess if any are getting low while this is going on and make sure more don't join the fight.
You don't have to do anything. I will inform what you do afterwards. After that is going to be Dwayne's turn. Dwayne similarly is going to run over and go to maintain a fire. Again, we'll get back to that afterwards. This goes to Koa's turn. Koa.
Keegan's flanking one.
He is.
Yeah.
Perfect
I'm
time.
technically a threat.
For me.
Technically, I'm a threat.
A 25.
That kills it, right?
8 points of damage. That absolutely kills the one because you softened it. You softened it.
Yeah,
Good job.
yeah. The short sword stuck in it. I softened it so
yeah.
much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Please help me get it out. I can't do it on my own.
I'm sorry. Can't you mage hand it out? Can't you mage hand it out?
No, for my sanity, this takes more than 5 pounds force to do.
This
but
man's
it
got the
just
mage
has
hand to take a piss in the morning.
Right?
Yeah, I like people's argument. that
Probably
mage
over the
hand-
weight limit.
Like, why can't you use mage hand to do it? It's like
Damn. What a
mage hand-
flex, Mikhail.
Is
My
that
two
is that
over the limit
cutlass
for
in
mage
right, Scott?
Would be awful.
Was that?
I said, is Wade's cutlass set up properly? Because did he roll a 19?
Yeah.
The cutlass
Wait, on
is
the die?
critical 18 to 20.
Yeah. But his
Yeah.
second number was a 4. Oh.
Okay.
Oh wait.
But
Hold
I'm
up,
looking
hold
at
up,
the
hold up, hold
I'm
up,
looking
hold
at
up.
the roll.
Yeah, his swing is a 19 there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's still a
The
chance for
19.
crit, even if it didn't confirm.
Yeah.
So hold up. Maybe it isn't in right. Let me look at him.
Yeah, it should be an 18 in that box.
Open up, Wade.
Yeah.
Close
Yeah.
my character sheet so you can mess with it.
Critical. Oh no. He has a set of 20.
I don't think I put the cutlass on here for the record. Not to throw Scott under the bus, but I'm pretty sure Scott put this on there because this was.
No, it was copying. It was a drag and drop scimitar that had its name changed, so it should have been 18 to 20 anyways.
Yeah, those should drag and drop correctly.
But either way, cool. It's 18 to 20 now. So now if you hit an 18, it'll show that. So
It does have mistakes. Because like when I dragged the short sword over here, it only had piercing. That's why I thought it only did piercing.
it's piercing slashing. But anyway, back to game. So yeah, you fell this thing, and then what do you guys do from there? Like RP wise, or
Isn't there still one up?
You killed them. All
No,
three dead.
that's all three. That's all three.
Oh,
And
Dwayne
mind
killed
you,
one.
it wasn't actually three
And
creatures.
you killed two.
It was actually
Mm.
like several creatures came through, but it was representative by three. So you can imagine actually when you took your shot before with a crossbow, you actually killed the little one that was over there, and then Koa actually smashed 4 or 5. Mikhail came over and killed 1 or 2, and then Dwayne killed 3, 3 of them over there. So when he fought and then came over to assist. So
I'm sorry that woke you. I apparently wasn't doing well enough on the fires. I thought I was.
No worries. Let's just get them. I'll help you get them back up to snuff, and then I'll go lay back down.
At least I've got more fuel. Thank you.
I'm feeling pretty awake now, huh? At least for the moment.
I'll pull it together. It'll be better for next few hours for you.
Yeah, I'll help get them.
Koa just looks completely like he's trying. You know what? We'll see how well he hides it.
Aldo, how long do you stay in assist?
I'm up now. I don't go back to sleep. I'll say to Koa and Dwayne, I'll be like, I think this is going to need all of us. I know Mikhail has to rest because of his magic, but if this dulled just for a moment and you two didn't get to it and this happened, it's only going to get worse.
Perhaps 3 of us is the right way to do it. Yes.
Well, if it comes to it, we'll have to get Mikhail up and we'll all have to just see what we can do. No point in sleeping if you wake up dead, right?
You wouldn't wake up dead.
I know.
You'd be dead.
Aldo, you joining us?
Yes, Dwayne.
All right. Hey, listen, how about this? Why don't you two each work into the small fires, the peripheral ones? I'll keep an eye on the big one, but then come and assist each of you as we go.
All right, let's do it. Whatever we need to do.
He looks at Aldo and says, "Are you comfortable with that, or would you rather the big one? Perks to each."
This is more your area, Dwayne. I'll follow your lead if that's what you think.
I can help both of you if I'm worried about only this one. Let's do it that way.
Right.
Okay. Before either of you roll anything, I got the total of a 21 for my survival check. I give each of you a +3 for your survival checks. Or my aid another.
I'm gonna need it.
I'll put a 2 on because I'm still at a -1. So
No,
this will
you
be the
can do whatever you want to do. It's easier if you do the 3 and then we mental math across the board.
All right.
Yeah. Just keep it consistent. Oh, wow.
And
We know that a 14 last time caused an issue.
yep. You guys want me to 25% luck it, or just take the L?
Luck it.
Oh, that's without
I
the
think
plus
we need
3.
to be.
Yeah, luck it.
Boom!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's not what
shit!
bonus.
You guys get through the bulk of the evening. I'm not saying that no creatures get through. A couple do here and there, but it's one of those things where as one gets through, it's literally Koa is literally finishing stoking a fire here, and he's turning to the other one and sees one of the little ones slip through, and then he runs over and he goes up and he punt kicks it into the fire, or just comes up quickly behind it or next to it as it's just getting its vision back from going through the blur of the brightness of the light, and, slashes through it. Another point in time, Aldo sees one coming through, and he was holding a stick, he's falling asleep holding a stick, prodding it with the fire with it. You know how if you prod a stick with a fire too slow or whatever it is, eventually the end of the stick catches flame. He blinks and looks over and sees one come through. He's ah! And he throws the stick at it. It's and lands on it and catches it on fire, or whatever it is. And the good news is every time you kill one of these, it's waste not, want not, and you take its corpse and you throw it into the fire. And
Fire's getting a little low, boys. Let that one down.
and work on it that way. You get through a good chunk of the evening, but it's one of those things where all of you are getting really tired. Like all of you are suffering from fatigue, tired, and yet here it is. It's still going. The night's not over. Mikhail, you're getting a few, like, you keep waking up from the noise, but just like you've had restless sleeps before, Keegan, you know, where like maybe a neighbor's car kept going off or an ambulance went by or whatever it is. We've woken up 4 or 5 times, but you're able to get enough sleep to function well enough the next day. So your character's having like broken, terrible sleep, but still sleeping. They're now applying the fatigue condition to their character sheets, and we still have another check to make. So let me roll first, because he's running the center, and the fuel's running lower, so it's a little bit harder here. The question is, if the fuel's running lower, somebody has to take a -2 to their roll, because we have to triage how it is we're using that fuel. Who's taking the -2?
Me.
Rain for the center fire, or one of you guys for one of the peripheral ones?
Because if it attacks where I'm at, I'm the best suited to fight it anyway.
Okay.
Is this after? Am I awake at that point at the
No.
last roll?
No.
Still okay.
You're getting the full night's sleep because they're all staying up, right?
So I'm rolling with fatigue
Sounds like it.
and a -3.
Yes, but fatigue does
-2.
not affect this
Oh,
roll.
No, but I
Yeah.
still have a -3 total.
Yes.
Mental and
Jesus Christ! I got a 23. I got a
That's a
23. I got a 17 plus 6, 23. I give you guys a
15.
+3 again.
so 18. We're back to the same number.
Oh, cool. 18. Great. Aldo?
+3, you said?
Yes, sir. And then we'll mental math a -1.
Don't worry, fatigue doesn't affect me anymore, guys. I don't have
Yeah.
any.
Let's fucking go!
I don't have rage, so I can't rage anyway.
You guys are doing this, are keeping it until you literally start to see. It's like you're fighting it back. There's a lot of them out there. There's a fucking ridiculous number of them that are out there, but they're still trying to get to the fires. They're jumping at this point. They're getting desperate. They're jumping at you, and you're doing like full-on baseball bat swings to knock them into the fire. You're running around having to keep them at bay as best you can. It's not that you can't keep up with the fires. You are keeping up with them, but the fuel is running low, and they're getting more courageous. I mean, you're afraid if they're getting this courageous after only this many hours. What would happen if you try to do this a second night? God forbid, a third night. If they keep any amount of memory of weak spots or daring, this could only get more and more dangerous as time goes. So you're really thinking it's not a good idea to stay here after this day, if you will. But you guys are fighting back, and you're literally pouring sweat. You're panting, running around trying to get these things done, so on and so forth. When finally, Mikhail, you do wake up at wee hours. Like I said, the sky is starting to get its earliest phases of light, but no actual light here yet. You've got less than an hour left. You hope for this. When as Mikhail wakes up and he kind of like looks around the situation, he gets his last moment of inspiration as he wakes up and kind of like thinks of everything that's going on here. He remembers something. The biggest plume happens at the beginning of the night and the beginning of the morning.
That hadn't slipped my mind either.
There's going to be a window, and it's going to be really fucking narrow between when they're the danger and there's another danger. And you have to get through from one to the other. You're going to have to strategize that plan. Mikhail realizes this as he kind of like wakes up and just like has that jolting moment. Keegan, make sure you don't have the fatigue condition. Make sure you apply all the benefits of getting a full night's rest, which I believe removes 1 attribute damage, heals you a couple health points, and after an hour of preparation, you get your spells back too. You won't have that hour now, but your character can totally get maybe like a half-hour work of that studying in now if you would like. Your character would probably jump into assisting them, right? Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah, the spells are not near important right this second.
Yeah. Your fresh boots on the soil. Yeah.
Like, so yeah, he gets up and you just hear him go, "Fuck, okay, Everybody's still up. He's like comes out.
Koa
And he's like
looks at
starting
you.
to gather shit.
And he looks like the dead plants as he looks at you. He's like, "Are we still up?" He's like swinging a fucking thing still. He's been swinging all night. He can barely even lift his own sword at this point.
Poor Koa, as he turns around to swing and kill another one, has no idea there's been one in the small of his back jabbing him, trying to stab him, but his chain shirt or whatever he wears has been protecting him for like the past 40 seconds. He has no idea. He turns around,
I'll
Mikhail
just run
sees
over
it.
and throw it directly into the fire. Like just pitch it right into.
You grab it, and it's still like, "Nah!" as you pull it off, throw it into the fire.
I
was
Okay.
using that one as extra armor.
Oh well, warmth. Yeah, we're gonna have a window where we can get through. It's gonna be small. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll get this stuff together.
Great. Oh!
What you getting together, Mikhail? You making tea?
No, we gotta move this stuff. We're gonna need to get inside before the morning hours.
But you need me to pack it for you.
He's already packing.
Poor Mikhail. He's actually legitimately being very helpful, but everybody's so grumpy right now. Aldo grumpy is a quiet Aldo. Don't poke that bear. He bites.
I put up in the fucking fire at this point.
We've had to use like the wineskins on the flames.
Oh my god, I would totally see that. Like you see one of the bigger ones, like plum, making its way forward. You're like, shit, buy me time. And then Dwayne goes over and grabs a wineskin and throws onto a fire. And Aldo's like, what the fuck did you? And the thing's like, hurling back as you know, Koa gets ready. So as it comes through, he does a quick chop to it, its leg. And then does a double chop, whatever, to the leg, and it timbers into the fire. And it gets up, it's like, roar.
We probably look fucking dead with the amount of ash and smoke and bullshit.
So since they're all having to like run around so crazy, I'm assuming nobody's using the lantern.
Nobody's using the lantern. No. They weren't even using oil because this very small amount of. I think you guys have. You had two left over of your own, and then Dwayne had one, which you probably used to help light fires really quickly.
But the lantern's already full. We just haven't used it again.
Sure. But I think you have two oils left over after that.
Correct. Yeah.
So nobody's using the lantern. Nobody's touching the oil. Dwayne's oil is now gone, so you have a full lantern plus two. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds right.
As he's packing, he'll probably turn it on as just a way to like try to shoo them away if he like gets to like one side or whatever. To help buy time if they need to get to a certain fire. But he's mostly focusing on getting all the stuff together so that we can lug it as fast as possible once that window hits.
Yeah, pack the horses. You know what I mean? Get them ready.
He'll even pack Jacobo, so do I get bit?
Roll animal handling.
Now? No.
Roll animal handling.
Fine.
You don't get the negative ones anymore.
Oh, it's handle animal. Okay.
Come on. Let's see how it goes.
I was looking at the top. It's handle animal.
Let's go, Keegan.
Please.
Ah!
It's not great. It's not great. You guys mind if I luck this? I need redemption.
I need you to like one of our animals for the love of God.
He couldn't even get the 10.
Hey, wait. We need a heroic fortune.
Rolls a 1.
Yeah.
A 9.
Dealing with Jacobo is heroic for Mikhail. Okay.
I imagine you literally get everything packed up, and then literally Jacobo's saddlebags are just on the ground next to him. You know what I mean? Like, I got the rest of them ready. I'll take over this job. Can you just get that one?
A 9's fine for packing an animal.
No. He would have it. He would have the animal packed, but like it's one of those things where all the other animals are ready to go, but Jacobo will not line up, will not get to a spot where it's easy to get him over. Jacobo is moved away from the other ones. He just maybe being freaked out by all the fire and the commotion and everything. Certainly the other horses would be if it wasn't for the fact that Nightstorm is like doing its job of keeping them there, keeping them steady, like acting as like a pack leader, if you will, a herd leader, if you will. But either way, so you guys are doing this in Keegan. You're waiting for the window, you're waiting for the opportunity, that moment, right? Why don't you go ahead and roll me a perception check? You found the moment, but
That's
happy
not
with your
bad.
13?
What do you guys think? Believe it?
It's kind of important.
If this is
I
for
don't
like
know.
timing on when to go,
No, you have the timing. This is for more additional.
Oh,
oh.
I'll leave that up to you. I mean, it could be important. Could be that the giant tree monster that we hadn't seen all night drops down from the big tree and is like, "Oh, morning, fuckers."
Like it. There we go.
With your 17 total, it's not that you needed the
Shit's really
timing.
good.
You saw the timing. All of a sudden, you saw that window where the light got just bright enough that they start turning, the ones that are closest to where the light's coming from, then as a wave over towards you, turning and running back towards the keep and starting to burrow down against the stone that was right there, like burrowing down, right, like flush up against the stone and burrowing down to like effectively be like under the keep, if you will, is what it looks like.
We
it's going
scared
to
them
do.
off.
So you absolutely see that window, and so you know, like, now go. Like you're familiar with that. That's fine. But what you also notice,
Let's go.
you also notice that you're 17 is that all of them burrowing down seem to be burrowing down not just all over the keep. They seem to be burrowing down, like coming around from all the different places. So originally with the sun from the east, they're running westward to a certain part of the keep and burrowing down there, and the others coming from different areas to burrow down to one spot. So that means all that scratching noise, which you now hear again, is happening again. A bit different because they're going down instead of up, right? But they're all burrowing down to the same relative area as one another. And so there's something in that relative area that they're all going to. And so you're able to mark that in your mind, where as you're walking around the keep, and you can make like an architecture engineering check to try to like remember where that spot is. Also, Koa has a compass, and I will allow you to use a compass on that architecture engineering check if you would like. All right, cool. Let's where are we? So you go now, whatever it is, whatever you had said, Keegan. Let's take your words. When you say you say whatever it is for Mikhail, and everybody starts running. Koa, of course, just gives a bit of a whistle, and Nightstorm starts running off, and Simon, Simone, and Daisy all go chasing after Nightstorm, which is chasing after Koa, in accordance to Koa's whistle. Like, no check needed, that just starts happening. Unfortunately, Jacobo stays behind. So as Mikhail is running off, and Aldo's running off, and what's his name? Dwayne is running off. You also look back, Mikhail, and you see Jacobo's not coming. Jacobo's staying behind. Do you try to circle back, or do you tell Dwayne what's your plan here?
I will call that out to everyone else. Like, fucking Jacobo didn't move.
Nightstorm. I will try to mount Nightstorm and ride back.
Dwayne says on it. And we'll cut back to go get it because he did it before. So unless you tell him otherwise, Koa, he says on it, and we'll immediately like turn and go
I
towards
mean,
it.
that's too fast. Koa's not alert enough to like fight that, but he's probably still riding back too because, well,
Slap a dice. Sorry. Here we go. Natural 8 plus. He's able to get back to Jacobo and start bringing him to get him across. All right, you guys all get across. The three of you and the horses all get across, no problem. There's this narrow window. Again, you're only crossing a gap of, let's call it 50 feet. But that 50-foot narrow window gap, it's not a matter of 50 feet. It's like you're not traveling next to each other. It's one, then the next, and the next. You're traveling, in a group. So it's not 50 feet. It's effectively like 130 feet from like the beginning of the first person to the end of the last person, maybe even broader than that, right? And that's not including the others that are left behind. That's just a group of you. You get across. And as you get across, you don't realize exactly how narrow this window was. Because as they're like literally plummeting down and getting under there, all of a sudden you start to see leaves and leaves starting to like plume up, and a whole bunch of like vines starting to move and plume and everything appear all over the place. There's no way this is natural. This has to be magical. It has to be, because no plants grow this fucking fast. They are literally grown. You see vines growing at ridiculous speeds. We're talking, covering a 30-foot gap in only a handful of seconds. And then over the next handful of seconds, literally giant, the sharp leaves and thorns and whatnot are growing off of them. They're becoming fully matured in a dozen seconds plus, right? They're rapidly growing and taking up the area. And as you guys get across, you turn around and see this coming from all over. To I think it was Mikhail's original assumption was it was an epicenter. I think that was Mikhail's assumption.
That was Koa.
Koa's original assumption. I don't know if Koa has the wherewithal to look because he's so tired and everything else going on. Mikhail would. I don't know if Koa would. I'll let you roll a perception check if you like, Wade. But for anybody that does, oh, yep, you noticed, Koa. Perfect. You notice the epicenter is that tree, the life tree. It's absolutely, they're growing. The vines are growing out from there and very rapidly from there. And you imagine anywhere else there are vines that's growing in that direction from here, kind of rippling out, just at slower paces. Also, you get the idea. So,
in the most depressed, tired, exhausted voice. The vines are coming from the tree.
And
you're right. Good.
The reason why the window is so fucking narrow is because the tree is so tall that the sun hits the tree earlier than you would have expected. So you were hoping for a decent window, there's a narrow window, but a couple minutes. The fact that it's literally seconds is because the tree is so tall the sun hits it earlier, which triggers this earlier. Anyways, so the vines are growing out. You guys get across, no problem, safely. You see all this, you recognize this, you're having your conversation. You look back to Dwayne. Dwayne is not making it that fast. Jacobo is not making that fast. Dwayne's no idiot. He just quickly jumps on top of Jacobo to see if he can make it the rest of the way because Jacobo's legs are there. Give me 2 seconds. I need to check for... Okay, he jumps onto Jacobo quick enough that he's going to be okay. Jacobo's reflex save. I will not roll this over here because that's not Dwayne. I'll let one of you guys roll Jacobo's reflex save.
Mikhail.
Why me? Why me?
You got
You're
sleep.
the only one.
Okay. Bad.
I was like, oh, it's the 20. Bounced back to it too. Oh my god. That is...
Well, Jacobo's taking some damage, I think.
Yeah.
At least he's fully healthy.
Unfortunately, going through the vines during their rapid growth period is not a good look for poor Jacobo. This is actually, these act as entangling, so these are really bad for him. I'm gonna go ahead and roll my damage. It's because don't think this is instantaneous. This is as he's moving across and trying to get over there, so on and so forth. Oh boy, wish Jacobo some luck.
Well, maybe he'll have more than he did a second ago.
All right. The good news is Jacobo survives. The bad news is the poor thing gets ripped the fuck up as he takes 9 points of damage. Dwayne jumping on him as some of the vines were literally actively trying to grow towards Dwayne, and as he went up, literally some of the vines grew upwards and ended up slashing one of the razor leaves along Jacobo's side, a nasty gash. It's bleeding. The poor thing is, doing it like mule neighs, and is making mule neighing noises and whimpers of pain as it's trying to make its way across. The poor thing is it's half red down its gray fur as it gets up to the area where you guys are. It is not in good shape, but it does get up onto the stone. It is alive. It has 3 out of its 12. Out of its four out of its 13 health points.
Yeah, I changed it.
But it is okay.
I did too, so it's there. Yeesh.
And it's all because Mikhail couldn't pass a DC 10.
Fuck you. I didn't want to roll for it.
No,
I didn't roll the 2 yet. I was like, here's the 2. Here's the goddamn 2.
I didn't say SirKiken with reflex. I said Mikhail with animal handling.
Okay. I didn't want to roll that either, to be fair.
Can you use health potions on an animal?
You can.
Yes. I was going to treat it.
Imagine like if your pet is like a squirrel. That's pretty good. It literally healed them all 9 health points. We'll get to that in a second. Imagine if your pet's like a squirrel and you're like, oh, I'm gonna give my squirrel a health potion.
Never me.
And you have this like 4-ounce potion and you give it to the whole thing to a squirrel. It's like it's a lot.
Squirrel just gets like super buff.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I will. So they come across. He hops off Jacobo and tries to like soothe the thing, but Jacobo bites at him 3 times, even at Dwayne, bites at him 3 times, and then goes off in pain, so on and so forth. And then Koa very quickly goes over and is like, tries to soothe the thing down, but even as it clamps at Koa once, he just kind of like grabs the thing, because Koa's a strong boy, even if he's tired as he is, grabs the thing by the top of the snout and literally forces it to drink the potion. And the wounds heal so quickly that the pain in it subsides, and Jacobo loves Koa. So it was like an angry moment. That happens with animals all the time. That moment passes, and very quickly it comes up and nuzzles Koa. It still looks like a bloodbath. It's still coated in its own blood, but the wound is closed. The pain has subsided, at least for the most part, and it's now nudging Koa. It's creepy looking from the side, but
After it calms down, I'll give it something to like eat as well.
A razor leaf.
No.
Inside.
Mikhail's hand.
I fucking love that.
My favorite food.
Mikhail is like that.
Okay. There. That seemed to work pretty well.
Yeah, I was okay. We could probably patch up the. Did you use a potion on Jacobo?
Yes, Jacobo's carrying all of our shit.
Oh, yeah, it saves us some medical supplies, I guess.
Plus, who's a good boy?
Sure.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't take another day and night like that.
Either can I. We need to.
I think anyone can.
This needs to be over. Can we just go inside? Talk to the ghost.
Yeah.
Just. Yes.
We'll go inside and take a quick look. Dwayne, once we make sure it's safe, take a little rest at least if you can.
Yeah. I didn't take that medicine you gave me. I'm not familiar with it, so he gives it back. You look like you need it more.
Let's hang on to it just in case we needed to get the fuck out of here.
The idea that they're all passing back and forth a dime bag. I don't know, man. You do it.
15 slivers, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If that money doesn't show, then you owe me, owe. Okay, it's not Bob anyway. No? Okay.
All right, so you guys go in.
Okay.
I imagine
Yeah.
it's tentatively you approach by
We
the.
take the axes to go help free the elder.
Sure. Dwayne stays out here. And
Do we
you
need to
guys
look
make
around
your
and
way.
make sure it's safe inside?
Yeah. Well, I don't know how searching around you're gonna do. Obviously, you go in by the tree and you're gonna be tense.
I go and I swing at the fucking tree with an axe and see if little shits emerge from it.
Yeah, sure. You go look at the tree. It doesn't seem to be anything there at the moment, and you literally
Just
just
take
like
one
and try to hit the tree with the axe. I mean, maybe it's just because Koa is like really weak at the moment, but it barely even scratched the bark.
Good, I didn't really want to hurt it. I just wanted to test that.
The
Okay.
tree seems fine and nothing's reacting.
That's good. Yeah, let's go free the elder.
By that, you mean take a look around, right?
Or yeah. I mean, I guess we could do. Yeah, let's not split up. Let's search
Yeah.
first.
I'm tired.
Sure. Where
As
do you
like
look around
they get
for?
away,
Where are you looking around to?
we're not. We're going to the elder, but Koa doesn't want them talking about going to the elder in front of Dwayne.
Well, I thought we were away from Dwayne. That's why I said
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah, we're inside at this point, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Dwayne's also inside
You,
with the
you,
animals.
yeah, but he's not where we are.
I thought he
because
was
you
in
attacked the tree thing, right? So he's in the other spot.
Oh, I guess that's true. I guess he
Yeah,
would be out in
yeah,
that
because he'd
hallway.
be in that hallway. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we
Yes.
are going to talk to the elder. Cool.
I say we talk to him, we figure out what we can, and we get out of here. We don't have time or the strength to search this place thoroughly.
No.
No, we don't.
I feel like I just fought a war.
In a way, you did.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't more helpful. I don't know
We
how
needed
much
one
help
of
I
us
would have
to
been.
be at full strength today, Mikhail, and all of your things. It made the most sense. You were the right choice.
I still need an hour if I'm going to actually prepare spells, but I still have other things I can do.
Right. Oh, to swing a few more times. This axe doesn't work on the root. I'm not sure what we can do for him.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, we'll find out in a minute.
Yeah, we'll cross that when we get to it.
Do you think we go back to, I'm assuming we're walking. We go back to, Odgwyn and gather some of those gems. The one that was over the tree, perhaps. That's like sunlight. That would help in here, right?
It is. What do you think it would mean for the one back there, though?
Can we get one that's the opposite of the sunlight?
Possible. I have a lot to learn about how to actually infuse these.
Is it right to use whatever's inside of them? I don't know how to fight things from other planes, Mikhail. This is beyond me. I was
hit
pissed
one
off
with a
when we had to
sword.
fight a boulder.
Yeah, you killed a flame man elemental with a good swing. Oh, maybe it's easier than it sounds.
And I almost just died to 1,000 splinters.
No. Yeah, getting more of those crystals does make sense, though.
Did you see?
We have to
the
find a way to
vines-
break the connection between these two trees. I don't know how that's done. I don't know where they're linked. It might even be a physical link. Maybe it's purely metaphysical.
Tell one that the other one called it fat.
Just pit them against one another.
They're already opposites. I don't fucking know.
These are all questions for the ghost.
Get him out.
It has a name. We just don't know it.
So you guys are having this conversation literally outside the door because it doesn't take long to walk up a couple steps and walk, 25 or whatever over. So you're literally having this conversation outside the door to the to that room as you're chatting for a while, way longer than. I also imagine you were slowly walking your way up there, stepping over all the ash that's inside of here from all the bodies that you burned before because you brought twigs or whatever. But you weren't bringing all this. Just stepping over all that stuff as you went. So eventually you get to the door that's there, and you open it up, and you see the same sight inside as you did before. And so when you open it up, and Koa, you see him, and so Aldo, you see him. Obviously, he sees you guys, and Mikhail and him will be able to hear each other. But he says, "Oh, in Martyr's name, thank the gods, thank all the fates, you survived. I was genuinely worried, but I should not have been. I should not have been."
It was a closer call than we would have liked. This tree seems resistant to fire and attacks. Is it possible to free you?
I've never attempted, as I have no ability to do so.
Right. Ko will go and start slashing at the tree.
Yeah. I mean, same as
Mikhail
the
will help.
python and hammer worked before, because this is roots. It works. It's a lot of work, but it works. I don't know if you've ever chopped wood sideways, like but that's alive, if you will.
I've never chopped wood with a hammer in Pythons.
no, but I know the axe, but yeah. So it takes a considerable amount of work, and Koa has, I don't know how much strength damage he has, but on top of this fatigue as well. So I mean, like, this is a lot of work for Koa. Like, it's genuinely, he does like a 12 smashes with it, and then he like has to stop and catch his breath before he keeps going. But this is going to take some time. When I say some time, I mean like a solid like 35 minutes of like labor intensive work to hack away enough between him and Mikhail and occasionally Aldo helping out. Not that Aldo's lazy, it's just that they can only have a couple people going at a time. Hacking this
Aldo has a 6 strength right now.
Yeah. No, I'm not mocking Aldo by any stretch. It makes sense. But just occasionally, like, somebody will catch a breath and you'll take over for a minute, right? And then eventually, you guys have like 45 minutes of work. You are finally able to hack away enough at this that either from chopping it or just grabbing it and breaking away that last little bit, you're able to pull away the branches that have him pinned against the wall. And he literally moves away from the wall and goes, "Oh, I cannot feel pain. Not in the physical sense, but understand what agony it has been to have been pinned to this wall for I don't even know how many centuries. Thank you for doing this."
Even whenever we spoke to you in the other places, did you feel yourself pinned here?
I did not, but you're visiting here, and perhaps it's being here, perhaps it's what you've done here, or perhaps it's even just the question that you've asked just now. But I realize, while it is me inside each one of them, it feels as though it's a schism of myself. It is me, but not all of me. A fraction. I remember our conversations, and I remember the sights in each place to a degree, but not with full fidelity and memory of each individual. But as you are unlocking each one, I'm able to recall so much more in each place. I understand you have many questions. Please provide an old man just a moment to collect myself.
Aldo looks over at Koa and he goes, "Oh man, he looks pretty tired, hey."
Oh, looks at Aldo, and he goes to be upset, and he's like, "I guess it was a rough 24 hours for me, but it's probably been like a rough 700 years for this guy. Maybe I should bite my tongue."
After like,
I'll look around this room a little bit while they're waiting. Are there like books and shit in here like there were in the other one, or is it more just?
You wish. Unfortunately, it is, rotting tree growing through it and all that. There's nothing in here, just like the other ones, except for another one. All right. After about a minute and a half or so, he says, "I have recovered well enough. Thank you again for that. I'm sure you have questions. I will gladly, speak with you in your terms. You've gone through hell."
Oh, this place, I think, is hell. Do you remember your name, Aldo?
Unfortunately, no. That's perhaps it's in the memory of one of my other schisms, or perhaps it's lost entirely. That I wouldn't know. Not until we come across, until we've collected more. But for now, I can tell you, no, I do not.
I don't remember any of the questions right now. All I remember is how many times I've swung my arm in the last day and a half, and it really hurts.
You counted.
I lost track in the middle of the night.
He seemed
You
perturbed for a
could probably
second
take a
when he
seat.
asked that question, but when you said no. Or was that Mikhail?
You would probably take a seat, Koa. I know it's been a long night for both of you.
I may not get back up. I hope you're strong enough to carry me. And he'll slump down, like, not even make it to a chair if there is one. He just slumps against the wall.
Yep.
And probably, like, sees a stick and fucking kicks it.
Aldo's going to walk over while I guess Mikhail is going to take point on this, to the exact same spot where there's those hidden compartments, because there's been things in both the other ones. So I'm going to pop it open and see what's in there.
Unfortunately, there's a root growing through the bottom of this one, and the vine is there, and the root is seemingly like I've actually if you've probably seen like pictures of this before, real life, where you can like take a tree that has like a single tree that kind of like grows two separate trunks. You can put like a bike between it and then tie the upper tree together, and eventually the tree grows to be one tree with a bike like living in the middle of it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that, where the roots seemingly have grown around the bottles that are in there. But those 3 bottles are there, same as before, right? But they're kind of like grown into the roots, and the color of the liquid inside seems different.
All right.
I assume you don't take them or try to take them or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
So, what can you tell us about this keep, Elder?
Oh, clearly there's some impact on the plant's life that's here. It is one of the reasons why this keep is located where it is because of its connection to this world and the other. There's some boundaries are weak in this lands, in this forest. Where they are and how it functions, I can't answer that for you. But, and he gestures towards the map, there's boundaries in this area that are weaker. You might be able to discover them if you know what you're looking for. The mole, they were so skilled at constructing sites that could make the boundaries that already were thin able to be punctured, or even at times where the layers were thicker to keep them more thin, so you could still have passover between them. Again, I'm not a master of these magics by any stretch of the imagination, but I know that this is true for this site, and I can feel the vibrating power of it here. You can feel that it exists.
I do look at the map after he gestures to it. Does it look any different than the other ones?
Do you have geography?
I believe I do.
I don't know if you have it just trained.
If I don't, I can still run it. But yeah. Yes, I do have it trained.
Cool. Koa is slumped on the floor. Aldo's not paying attention, so this is going to be you on your own. $15's a solid roll. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, we'll keep 15, I think.
Okay. I mean, the map looks the same in all of the keeps. Looking at it now, studying it as you've studied the other ones, I don't know. Maybe there are some nuanced differences of this map, or maybe you're just only realizing some extra details now that you hadn't realized in the other ones before because of what he's saying at the moment. When you look around the map, you can see that it does seem as though, like, I don't know, there's shapes around the map. Could you do me a favor? Could you go ahead and roll me I'm willing to accept either an Arcana or a history check. Though Arcana is better. I don't know what your modifiers are.
My Arcana is better. I also have mole history.
So mole history, I would say, is going to be the same as an Arcana for the DC. So roll a better modifier.
Hey,
there
nice.
we go.
26 is really fucking good. 30 is one of the highest echelons of DCs there are. Do you want to gamble for that 30, or are you happy with passing the 25?
Why does he have 25?
Sorry, passing 25 is at 26.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if that's worth 25% chance.
It's up to you. You already have a lot of baseline knowledge to build off of either way. It's just a matter of whether or not you can get to anything else.
It's up to you. I don't care if you do or don't.
What do you think, Jake?
Fuck this place. We can find a way to
give it a go.
think so. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. 28 is a pretty
28.
solid roll. So I will tell you that the DC you wanted to pass was in fact a 27. So I was hoping you would roll because it would let you pass either way. So you have unlocked everything that you could with this. Allow me to divulge.
Okay.
You're looking at this, and are you familiar with the term? I want to make sure I say this term correctly. It's sacred geometry.
I've heard the term. I know there's a feat for it.
No. I mean in real life, like where there's historical sites that have geometric designs on the sites that the geometric shapes are themselves sacred to whatever it was that the peoples at the time worshipped. Generally will be associated around like lunar or solar cycles, or so on and so forth, just like ancient people's shit, right? So the concept of sacred geometry is not lost on Mikhail because there's a story to it. Even if people don't know the significance of the sacred geometry, there's a story that can be told there. And the more gaps of knowledge is actually a bard's playhouse, right? The more facts that are known gives them a baseline to work off, but the gaps of knowledge gives them the runway to take off from, right? And so you understand the concept of it and have done some studying into it because it's genuinely fascinating for you. And what you're seeing here on this map are shapes of seemingly like the way that the design is around this keep, not specifically at the keep, but sites around it. And certainly the way that they seem to be equidistant from one another, it looks like sacred geometry. Like there are shapes, in such a pattern, in such a way that are kind of what the elder is referencing. The sites where there could be boundaries or whatever that were discussed. Can you do me a favor? Can you roll me a survival check?
Yeah.
And then I'll get back to your knowledge arcana in a second.
Yeah, roll pretty good.
Yep. You remember a time when we fell in the... No, do you remember that time when you got wet?
What?
I mean, like, damn.
Yes. Very well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got like...
Really stuck with me.
Yeah, like wicked wet. And like the water in your water skin tasted extremely fresh. It was that strange experience where there was like squinginess in your boots, but luckily the map or whatever it was you had with you was inside that scroll case, and it was the only thing that was really able to stay dry was because of how well designed the scroll case was. So when you're looking at the sacred geometry and you think about that, you can see that there's a spot over near where you believe you were walking around before that might associate with that. You could be drawing false conclusions, but it's certainly a hypothesis that has enough details around it that's probably worth exploring sometime in the future. And so that being said, looking at the different sacred geometries that are here and thinking about the fact that it's supposed to be like some planar shit. You heard about the plane of life and death, and you understand the interplanar stuff. We've talked about this enough with all the previous sessions research and your successful rolls, Keegan. If this keep is meant to be life reached above the keep and death grown into beneath the keep, then just by simply identifying any one of the other sacred geometry sites, if you could just find fire, well, what is opposite fire? Duh. And so you can break down half of the planes from there. Probably, if you could identify which way north and south is, or so on and so forth, you can figure out where all of the different sacred geometry sites' significances are, and that like jumps out as you as like, holy shit, this location is more than just like the forest that's here. It's more than just like the dangers of like whatever these are. Like this is an epicenter of a lot of planar significance. So you don't know what's going on at this keep or what its old significance was, what it did for the mall, but there is some considerable research being done here. Let's see if this touches on another old memory of yours. Roll me a history or a mole history check before we get back to the knowledge arcana.
Okay. I'll be mole history.
Another great
Yeah,
roll.
man.
I assume you're
gonna
happy with
say.
your 20.
Hero point
Yeah.
incoming for these rolls.
So with your successful 20
Use
roll,
it.
you are able to remember the. Fuck, I actually forgot the name myself. Give me 1 second.
Scott failed his check. Good thing you passed yours.
You're able to remember the Muharib.
Follow. I was going to say, are you talking about the people? What's his face claims? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Exactly, the Muharib. As a reminder, the Muharib were the ancient portal guards of the Mole Empire. In short, the Mole were experimenting with magics that broke the boundaries between the material and inner planes. However, this was dangerous as creatures would often spill into their world. The Muharib were the elite warriors trained to battle back almost any kind of beast that would, kind of like come through, so on and so forth. So when you're thinking about the stories of the Muharib that you had already identified again with an earlier session, so on and so forth, you're kind of like tying together all the different pieces, and you're realizing if the story of the Muharib is real, if that's true, God forbid you actually get an opportunity to speak to some of them. This is the place where they were designed for. This is the place where they were meant to stay. This is the place they were meant to guard. This would be, though it wasn't a forest back then, this forest would be their home. This is their, so on and so forth. If that's true, this keep being as guarded as it is, the multiple layers of walls, so on and so forth, maybe this keep was the home of the Muharib before, or maybe it was the home of who the Muharib, served to guard against, so on and so forth. Yeah. And starting to put pieces together in your mind of those kind of details. All right, let's go back to your knowledge arcana check. You were able to identify like these different, so on and so forth here. And if that's true for this keep, you wonder if these geometric details are on the map in the other keeps. If not, then maybe there are other different geometric details around each of the other keeps on each of the other corresponding maps to that keep. And so that could be an interesting thing to look over afterwards. Let's tie this off with one last detail for you. You looking at this keep can see that there are multiple geometric signs around this one here, which there are 3 geometric signs, I should say, which makes sense for 2 of them: life and death, or in the meta, positive and negative, right? The 3rd geometric sign, that one should baffle you, but you could beat a 27, so I'll give you the tidbit. There is a theory. It's not proven because the gnomes only know so much. The Arcane Congress only knows so much. They're still learning magic. It's an ever-learning process. There's a theory that why is it... So the concept is the inner planes are the planes of material, whereas the outer planes are the planes of the meta, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if the inner planes are the kind of like the source, the essence of all physical things everywhere, what is inside this sphere of spheres of planes? There's a theory that in the center of all the inner planes, there is the antithesis of all that is everything. So if all these planes make up all the material, it's the opposite of that, almost like an antimatter in the center of all of that is matter. And so that is like something that's theorized, and maybe that theory came originally from the gnomes, the Arcane Congress, I should say, or maybe that theory was something that the Arcane Congress kind of adopted from old research in the Maul. Because why in the center are there 3 instead of 2? 2 makes sense to you for everything we've discussed. That 3rd one, you're like, I don't know. There's this like old theory that this is like anti-plane that exists in the center of all these. Maybe that's what that's representative of, but that's just an inkling. I can't give you any more than that. Cool. Okay. Any questions you have about your check before we go back from, I look at the table to see where he's looking, which is a simple thing that you said to me to get all this.
Right. Sheesh. I'm just trying to make sure I got all that down. This geometry. What's the? Is there a geometrical thing over the other keeps?
No.
That I can recognize? No. Or any of the places we've already traveled other than the water one?
No. There's other locations that you see, but no geometrical shapes around them. No
particular
sacred
map.
geometry around them.
On any of the maps, or just this particular map, as far as we know?
This map does not have any of those details around any of the places except for this one, which is why earlier I said you're going to want to look at the other maps to see if there's anything on those.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, the only one that we've passed through would have been the water one, unless the other ones have different ones in different spots and such. Okay. No. I think that's it for the check.
Cool. Awesome. So let's tie this back to what we were saying before, with your understanding of if this truly is life versus death. Your insanely high check here, the insight that you got before, pulling that all together for you. You're thinking of how it is that you can hurt this tree. Fire doesn't seem to hurt it, right? Because unfortunately, it's death. Fire is a core elemental plane or a core element, but it's not enough to hurt it. You need something that's charged with positive energy. Now, certainly a direct link to the positive energy plane would snuff out the negative energy plane. They're like matter and antimatter neutralize each other, right? They would annihilate each other, I should say. Cool. Sounds great. But the likelihood of that's probably slim. You don't have any conduit to the plane, well, unless there's something you do with the trees physically. Figure that out later on. But you do know that the other 4 positive touching planes are mineral, steam, lightning, and radiance. And of those 4, you know where you might have an asset that you can use for this. You've already discussed it in the meta, but the PCs have already discussed it. Maybe there's another way to do that as well. Making use of the other ones. But if that's true for the positive, to kill the negative, the antithesis must be true if you want the negative to kill the positive. In which case, there's dust, salt, vacuum, and ash.
Okay. Which technically would fulfill the idea of breaking the link between the 2 trees. If one of them's destroyed, obviously there's no link. So.
You're assuming they're living symbiotic of one another directly. Maybe indirectly living symbiotic of one another. Or they're holding each other back. Maybe getting rid of one allows the other one to grow exponentially.
Yeah. Yeah, they could have like a weird...
You don't have the answer to that one.
Relationship. Yeah.
I can't. That would literally be the answer. I can't give you that much.
Yeah. That was just me thinking, like, could be some weird thing. Okay. That was a lot. So yeah, I guess Mikhail will say he's like looking at the map for a while. He'll point at where
you don't realize
area.
that Koa literally snoozed. Koa doesn't even realize he passed out. The next time you speak, Koa wakes up, not sure if he was asleep or not. Go ahead.
I also love this of Elder, you remember your name? Elder, I'm noticing the geometric shapes and the different planes and their intersections. Like the difference between Mikhail and Koa's questions for the Elder. What is your name? Elder, do you think it's possible that there's another plane in the center of all this? Oh.
What do we call you? Hello?
I'm sorry, we interrupted you, Mikhail. Go ahead, sir.
You're good. He points at where the water shape is and says, "Oh, we've been there. That's where the water. I guess the water plane must have been close or weak here, like the barrier.
Yes,
the boundary.
Good morning. Oh, the water
There's-
wet. Wipe some drool off.
He like, without getting all the way into, he like launches into this whole like base. He tries to give him like the overview, but he's like, oh, he probably doesn't know what sacred geometry is, and starts explaining sacred geometry. And then of course sees the like eyes glaze over. He's like, I'm figuring stuff out. I'll explain it later.
Well, when you say that about the water place, so he goes, yes, that's the one for the flow. It's the flow gate.
Flow gate.
Oh,
Yes, for commerce.
Wait, like a trade route?
Unfortunately, I hear your soothing voice. Despite how tired you are, there's still a melody to it that's truly delightful to listen to. But the I can't see where you're gesturing. I assume you mean
yeah.
south into the
Koa
west of the
point.
last. Koa gets up and like leans on the table and points at it. Thank you, Koa. Yes,
I
this
forgot.
one here, it is the flow gate. It is how the river's flow was manipulated. Sometimes the rivers would flow
Oh.
east or west, or north or south, depending on which river we're discussing.
Oh, it literally could change the direction of the rivers flowing?
Through the city, yes.
That's absurd. I mean, I believe you. It's just... Wow. Is there a device of some kind in the center of it? Like, how does that work?
I do not
We just
know
saw
the
the evidence
intricacies
of
the
it.
magics. I just know that many worshipped the Emperor as a god because of the abilities that they had. I understood him to be far from a god.
Okay.
I would say we're
Interesting.
quite far from absurd at the moment. Or the meaningless and pointlessness that absurdism iterates is different than us trying to find a point and purpose in our own existence in life, Mikhail.
Did you unlock something a second ago? What was that?
I just heard that once.
Enough. Okay, so listen, Elder, if obviously we're here to try to figure out how to break the curse on this place. We've seen more than enough evidence of the curse itself. I think it has to do with breaking the connection between these two trees. Obviously, one's more connected to life, one is more connected to death. Is there a way to untangle their bond, or does one of them need to be destroyed? Because I have some ideas of how the latter might be achieved. Wouldn't be easy.
I unfortunately don't know how to do it. I wish I did. These things are beyond my understanding. I feel pulled by the power here. It has a gravity to it that even my incorporeal form is affected by. I would not be surprised if this is part of how it is I'm able to survive.
Do you think that you were trapped by this tree because, well, put it bluntly, you're dead and you are the same energy of the tree, whereas if you were... I don't know what I'm saying.
I'm not sure. But it very well may be Koa. Again, there's a gravity here and it pulls me. I can feel that power.
This place was it had to be a major facility, likely rife with research. I would guess this would have been the home, maybe I would call it, of the Muharib, or at least the people they'd served directly. Like there's a lot of planar activity that converges here that I can see from the map. The way the shapes these patterns come together. A lot of things converge here, especially this. Like, two of these symbols make sense: life, death, and there's this third one. I don't think I've seen it before. If I had to hazard a guess, I guess it would be maybe some kind of that theory of. Well, there's a theory that at the center of all of the planes, like right in the middle of everything, whereas we have all of our material, all our physical, the very center is the opposite, the anti, like a void rather than a substance. I guess it could be that.
Would all the
But if
other
that's the
planes
case-
not fill the void?
Not necessarily. I mean, I guess they would be the reason why it would. If the sheer act of existence is its opposite, then it would be pushed away from them, and rather than being pushed out onto the borders, I guess it was pushed inward. You can't really get rid of nothingness. Like, the concept would still exist. So I guess that's just where it is.
Could this be the key to breaking the curse here?
What, void? Like nothingness? How do you manifest that?
I have never been nothing, so I wouldn't know.
Aldo,
Like
I think
trying
we
to
should
remember before
always
you
let
were
Mikhail
born.
be well rested before we come to these meetings. Because I don't have a fucking clue what's being said right now.
Yeah, either do I. Aldo gets up and walks over because he's kind of been off to the side, and he's just going to walk straight through the elder. Does he disappear for a while?
If I remember correctly, Koa could touch him before, right?
I've not been able to yet. No.
Oh, okay, then yeah, you walk straight through him, except this time he sees you do it.
Yeah. Does he before he disappeared for a little while before he come back? Is
He
this
does.
much quicker?
No, yeah. It will be faster. It'll be a couple seconds.
Aldo, I
just
know we're all
looking at you guys.
tired, but the fuck?
I just wanted to see if that still worked.
Oh, that is
What worked?
concerning. There's an
What did you
uncomfortable
do?
feeling.
I can't.
What?
But what did you do, Aldo?
He walked right through
I made him into nothing. Technically, right?
Oh. I don't think it worked. Right?
Well, I don't know. He said he'd never been nothing or something, but then he was.
We're having a very existential conversation about what nothingness is. I don't know how that would work
Neither
at
do
all.
I.
I mean, I guess maybe if we got rid of one of the trees, then it's
Listen,
How do you
where it
propose
was.
to do that?
I can tell you this. If the trees are linked to these places, this is believed to be true. I can show you how to get through the trees, or to the roots of them, if you will, or the canopy.
I'm
Guide
assuming
you
they're
there.
underground.
Hmm?
The roots would be down. Yeah.
Yes, the roots for the one and the top of the other. I can guide you there.
I mean, yeah, I guess that would be more than what we've been able to do so far.
A shovel and a ladder would accomplish it.
You really want to
Big.
dig that long?
No,
If I don't
the
have
roots,
to spend 2 days hacking away plants first, I might have the strength, Mikhail.
the fighting isn't going to be
Yeah.
helpful. But listen, the roots of this can be acquired on the inside. Now that you're with me, now that there's lights, now that the power of them is lesser and mine is greater, I can keep you shielded. They won't know your presence for a short while. I can't do this for long, but I'll gladly use this to show you the roots. This time. Perhaps next time when you're ready. Unless you're ready this time.
If
No.
we were going to do something about it, we'd need a strong source of life. Something positively attuned. Something. We have healing potions, so those probably wouldn't be enough.
I have one healing potion.
Got a couple.
Something like that very well may strip away some of its protectants. It has an aura to it. Again, strength. It gives it might. It's a dead tree. You can see it. It's rotted. It should be crumbling. One whack should put cracks through it, for meters. But unfortunately, it's not happening because it has a power that's keeping it together. Stripping away that power should make it so it's as weak as it looks. Perhaps even burn it.
So if I'm getting this correct, more or less, we all take up jobs as carpenters for like a season. We save up enough money to buy a bunch of health potions and just bathe it in that till we can weaken it.
Unless we need to take both out simultaneously, in which case we would need the opposite of a health potion for the top of the other tree, which would be a...
There's an
sick
opposite
potion.
to a health potion? Old people... What?
Yeah.
What?
Arm potion?
Unfortunately,
know if
Aldo,
those
People
are-
have made that?
I don't think so.
Aldo, I do not know if a couple of small flasks or vials will do the trick. Perhaps they will. But it seems more likely with how deep these roots go and how wide they spread, you need the Rio Vitae itself to do this.
Rio...
Yeah.
What is that?
Pretty much where health potions come from.
Oh, we just need the whole thing. Yeah, where do they keep that? Bank?
It's a river. It's a source of...
There's been a river that
Of
makes these things the
incredible
whole time.
vitality.
We're spending 10 gold on each
This
one.
is impossible, right?
What, getting it? No, it's just... It's a lot more work than just going out and buying some healing potions.
These trees are massive. If the root system is anything like what the outside of that is, then
No,
how do we
I
create a
think-
void or create life and death to counter these things? Can we just push them together, make them kiss?
I think maybe they're already kissing. That might be our problem. Your earlier thought with getting the crystal that's attuned to radiance, that may be another way. If what we're looking for is power attuned to life, radiance is fire and life.
What is
If a
fire
potion
and
can
death?
strip away its power, fire and death would be... What would it be, Scott?
Ash.
Ash? Okay. That would be ash.
We have a lot of that back at the fire.
I don't know if simple ash would do the trick. It would have to be infused with negative energy. Sorry, with death itself, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's...
Well, it was a bunch of their corpses. That's death, right?
Actually,
Ash is
Well, I'm thinking
mundane.
no.
But-
that very well may work, Koa. If it's,
We
if it's
need a
literally
lot of
the
it, though.
corpses of the creatures, that each creature would have a small amount of that energy in it to make it move. It would probably take a significant amount, but do you have a lot of ash?
You do. But that would work on the life tree.
Yes, and the radiance crystal would work on the death tree, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess maybe that is one way you could interpret that, is maybe the key is to get rid of both. Maybe leaving one would still be a mistake. That wouldn't necessarily break the curse.
How do we get enough of this ash? I cannot fight that many things to get that many bodies and burn them. It's kind of barbaric sounding.
Maybe not today.
He leans back and just gives you a look.
There's already a ton of
Look,
ash around you guys would have to collect, but you don't know how much that is, to your point. You've also burned other wood with it too, but I'm sorry, continue.
What are we going to store this
Yeah.
ash in?
We're not doing this today, right?
I'll just come here
Well,
every other
it's-
weekend and kill some things, burn the
It's-
bodies.
Yeah,
no,
it seems
but
like a
once
waste.
once we start breaking the curses, we're on a time limit.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
about
ready to
breaking the
start?
curses. No, but think about it, right? how is that even supposed to happen? Like, if we're being honest, every keep we've been to is absolutely just a nightmare. And you got to break three at once, right, Ghost Guy? Or you got what? Would you say a month to break all what? How many is there? 7? This is
Yeah, one of which we don't even know.
Can we both admit? Can everyone admit here that it's ridiculous? Like, just look at this keep alone. But I don't think we can do it. Nobody else, and I don't know anyone else that can. We look how far we've come, but like the times it takes to get between the keeps and the danger you face at each keep. This is impossible.
For 3 people, yes.
Mikhail, how many? I don't know how we've survived this. How many people you know that could do this, or do we just send hundreds of people to their death? Because I don't know what else to tell you.
There were a dozen, 2 dozen bodies on the way here. They didn't make it.
Well, listen, you're apparently a chosen one or something, right? So if you have this much trouble, nobody else is doing this.
Apparently you are as well.
See the elder, and I
Aldo.
can't.
Just a bit of a late.
I don't believe you. But that goes to my point. So unless you've got any sage advice here, this task is impossible. Nobody else can do it.
It has taken 700 years.
And it'll probably be another 700 because I don't see any way of doing this.
We've already made it further, I think, than anyone else has. Like, someone's got to be the first one to accomplish something.
Can you see though, Mikhail, like the difficulty here? Like, we can't make it to all the keeps in time. Even the time it's going to take between going the 3 we know.
Aldo, we can accept that we don't have all the answers now. We don't have a method. That's why I'm saying we don't start right this second. We're not ready. But to just immediately say we can't get there because you're tired? That's absurd.
I'm tired. Can you again? And Aldo points at the keeps on the map. How long does it take to travel between each of these?
Too long.
Too long.
For 3 people. We don't need.
Aldo looks over to
exactly
directly at Koa, and he says, "No one else will live through this. I'm just telling you now. This venture is folly, and all it is death."
You're acting like we need people to do exactly what we did.
We do.
We find the solution. No, we don't. They don't have to answer the same questions. They don't have to fumble in the dark, wondering what the hell the next step is. We get to the point where we can tell them exactly what to do. That is a different journey.
But there's the same hazards.
Difficult to.
Enough. Give it a moment, you two. Hodgwyn. It's a matter of turning some levers, right? Hodgwyn is doable. Anyone can do that. The hard part is moving some stuff.
Hodgwyn is harder than you think, Koa. Unless we've got the city council in our pocket, the only way we know to get in there is to break in through a councilman's house.
The difficulty is getting there. Yes, it's getting in. It's moving the stones quickly and going down and whatever. But once you're there, or unless we cut our way in through the stone and through the metal grates, once you're in, it's just a matter of moving some levers, right? Spinning some wheels, whatever the fuck it is, to make this shit get spit out. That one, someone else could potentially do. But I'm with Aldo. We can never send anyone here. They're not going to make it.
We're going to have to do one of them, at least.
According to Elder, unless this has changed, in which case feel free to interrupt, please, and let me know. The keep in the mountains, the way we think we've got to break that curse is to kill a bunch of undead locked behind doors that come back. That's another trial by combat, if you will, that I'm not sure many people are up for. One, for the fear factor of facing undead, which we haven't done. And 2, for we don't know the numbers.
The cursed are a byproduct. They are not the curse itself.
But didn't you say we'd have to cut through them to solve the curse?
If you open the doors, they will be there.
Well, don't we have
So
to go
yes.
Yes, but they are not the curse. They are just an obstacle
in? I
between.
understand, but if we kill them within a month's time or whatever it is, they'll be back. And whoever we send on this adventure will either have to do it within the month after we kill them. We have to kill them, move on, send someone there to do whatever the deed is. Perhaps that's a way. This place is not as far from there as would be
Perhaps
to go.
you're not wrong. If you had plan, I'm not one for strategizing, and I'm not going to tell you how to do your plan. This is, you understand what's going on in the world well beyond I do. I can only see what's inside of these walls. There's only 28 walls that I can see within, and you are meant to do these tasks. But you could theoretically, for instance, go to the one in the mountains and fell the cursed ones that are there, and let's say leave behind somebody else to do this task for you. I do not know if somebody can or can't do this for you. I believe that they could, because they're under your direction. Therefore, it is you accomplishing it. Leadership is, in and of itself, an act. And Al-Samia could fly you the great distance required to be able to get to another location. The person left behind would no longer be surrounded by the cursed ones. They've been felled. It'd be time for them to recover. Way longer than it would take for you to be transported from one to the next location. You've already said that there's somebody willing to do a task of turning knobs for you elsewhere. It sounds as though you could do the dangers of the first place and transport yourself to the second place and handle the dangers there, while somebody else handles the third. I don't know which keeps are the best ones for you to do, but you have an answer for 3 already.
But what's the time limit? Is it instantly? Do we have hours? Do we have a week? Can we do 3 in a certain amount of time?
It gives you a kind of like a sad, like wishes he had more answers for you, and says, perhaps I
Wait.
would know more about time if you were to explore more of the keeps and unlock more of my memories, but as it is now, it's faded too far. The schisms, as I believe it is, are housing too much for me to be able to assist you with that. I
What
can
if
tell you this place here has a gravity to it. I can't describe it much better than that, but there's a gravity here, and it pulls. It pulls me. I believe this gravity is so powerful. I may be with time, let me explore it. I may be able to tap into this gravity. Perhaps pulling more than just me. Perhaps it could pull you here too.
if some
Would help greatly.
if he can't, let's think about this. We can talk about it on the way out as well. But in Hodgwen, we know how to get in. We could take a group that's supplied as well as we can get them. Get them in. We get out. They're in place. The bottles. Aldo, you sipped from one once and you were able to see the elder.
What?
Mhm.
There's a- If it isn't against the gods to drink whatever that foul concoction is, we could leave one with them. We go on to the mountains. We fell the things. We leave someone else there. We know how to break that curse. We fly on Alcimia here. We do what we need to do to get ready. We leave them a bottle. And we tell them, we estimate the time it takes to travel and whatever. Is it possible if they sipped from this bottle and could see the elder, we could coordinate when to do these things that way? If they could see you.
I believe the answer is yes. However, this is a hypothesis that should be tested before.
Yes. We had told Elliot we would take him to the mountains. We know Alcimia's in the mountains. And we know, other than the gnolls, the biggest danger is currently trapped. That would be the safest one to test anything that doesn't involve breaking into people's houses. And we already need to go back at some point.
Yeah. Plus, there's that diagram thing in there that shows you where the traps are. Makes it easier to navigate.
I'm just saying, Aldo, I agree with the difficulty, but I mean, already there's a possibility, right? We don't have to give up on this. There's a way.
If it's the 3, yeah. Maybe.
We can't travel to 7 in a month's time.
No.
Look how
We don't
much
even know where the
this sapped out of
7th
us in a
is.
day.
Perhaps you do 5, just in case one is a mistake. He says, trying to be like a joke to try to like cheer you up, but you guys are so tired that even if it could have,
Aldo
landed,
walks through
it
him
definitely
again.
Doesn't. He literally dissipates, and this time he's gone for 15 seconds. It actually gives you guys a moment to speak amongst yourselves if you want to, which allows me to go pee real quick.
Better be gone 15 seconds exactly.
He makes the Joker like, oof. Fuck out of here.
Is the elder? Is he Perrin? I was gonna ask that earlier. I forgot.
Yeah.
He's not Mole or Hobgoblin. He's Perrin, right?
Yeah. Or at least that's the description we got.
Perrin should be able to see him. Is that true? I don't remember. You might be right. Okay, I believe you.
That's kind of what it seems like. I mean, none of us are
We're all
Perrin.
human, I think.
really, yeah. So, oh shit. Right. We also do have the option to look at the other keeps. You know,
I think
we've
it's
already
worth
seen.
investigating the 2 north of Hotglen. Yeah, the free folk.
They all
It's
sound
a
terrifying.
needless risk. If we can work out how to break the curses at the 3 we know, then why risk going in blind to the others as well?
Because my people and my family are surrounded by those 2.
I'm not saying we don't deal with them, but
What if
maybe
those are
after the
easier?
curse is broken.
What if they're easier than this place? This place. Do you understand anything about these planes and life and anti-death and all this shit that has been said? I don't. What the fuck do we do here?
I don't, but I know at every single keep has been death. We've stared death in the face so many times. Eventually our luck's going to run out.
The Hotglen one was notably less dangerous. I mean, it was dangerous.
Only because you were there. Only because you could read it. That is the only reason.
They the same for each other in general. Like, I would have never made it that far without the 2 of you. Ever.
I can win in a fight. I can't outthink this curse. I can slay a gnoll or slash a tree, but
I think we need to head back to Leshev, regroup, and talk about this. If we can figure out a way to damage these trees, we all already know what we got to do with the other 2. We might be able to just. This might be it.
Yeah, if we can. Yeah, if we can prepare adequately. We should let the Elder take us to at least see the roots and hope maybe the canopy. Maybe there's something else we can glean from it. But I think after that, we get the hell out of here.
I would also like to go to the other keeps to restore the elder as much as possible, because maybe he knows or can remember a way. Gwen
Yeah.
can't use the ooze. It's people, it's their souls, and it's all that.
We can do more once we break the curse. It doesn't mean this stops.
We've been
But-
to 3 keeps. We just accept that these are the 3 we're going to have the easiest time of breaking.
I mean that
If we know how to break them, then yeah.
How do we break
It's worth
this
discussing. It's worth discussing. But first, we need to look at the canopy. The Elder said he can take us, and the roots. And we also didn't go upstairs. I'm just remembering.
Yes, we have places to look here, but we've got to get out of here before we risk being anywhere near this place at night.
Yes. Thankfully, it's still very early.
We can ask Dwayne about the place he visited. Perhaps the free folk know something about one or the other that keeps up there as well. I'm just
Early or
saying
not,
that
it is.
Jesus. I mean, Roga.
You are exhausted. Leaving early is a good thing. You need to be as far from here as possible, not just for the dangers of the nighttime, but also the dangers of the day.
We need the.
Well, we plan on it, so can you hurry up and show us this stuff and we can leave?
He looks at you, growing a bit, like, you can see unamused, as though like he's done anything wrong.
I apologize, Aldo. We are tired, and as you said, we haven't slept, and this is all a bit overwhelming, and things are a bit bleak. Right?
Yes, to the roots if you can.
I can. Please, stick close to me, though. You need not touch. He says, meaning again a joke, but also a bit of a cross look to Aldo. And then we'll turn and start walking with the walking stick or whatever out of the room. Actually, walking out of the room with confidence, and for an old man, a decent speed. And as moves out of the room, across the balcony to the stairs, the big, stairs before the tree and whatnot, doesn't seem to slow down. Doesn't seem to get weaker. As you saw him at the last keep, right? The power must have, grown considerably since then because you've, visited a third one, right? Walks down the stairs, and then remember how I sit down on the first floor? There were two doors. Goes to the one to the left. The door to the left, when you go through it, it actually opens up into two different spots that you can go to. One of them leads downstairs again to the actual basement of the keep. Going downstairs opens up kind of like a wider area that has several different kind of rooms that go off of it. As you guys are walking through, I imagine you light you have the lantern with you that was left over from last night's Mikhail, or earlier this morning Mikhail. You have the lantern with you, maybe even light up a torch to go with it as well, just to make sure you guys have proper or dancing lights.
Yeah.
So lantern and dancing lights, right? And you guys are walking down the stairs and looking about. You look about and you see a whole bunch of different rooms that could serve many different purposes. You can see some rooms that easily could serve for, store food or people. It could be literally a prison down here as well. It's not uncommon to have a prison at the bottom of a keep or whatever. Either way, going through these rooms, eventually you get to a room where the wall itself has a couple of like roots kind of sticking out of it, and the door itself is, out of all the doors that you've seen, the one that is individually in both the worst and the best condition. The wood looks like it has always been rotted, but the door is in mint original design shape. And he says, through this door, as soon as I open it, I'm afraid it's going to take a bit more efforts to hold you in the blind spot. So just be quick with looking. Perhaps don't even step through. And he will walk through the door, but you guys can open it.
So we'll go to pull the door open.
As you pull it open, you see on the other side is a larger room. Again, what purpose it served originally, who cares? But it's so big of a room down here for whatever you're underneath inside the keep that there's actual pillars to make it so like the room is so wide and deep that it actually has, at least what you can see, 4 pillars. So, two on the left, 2 on the right, like squared off pillars to help support the roof above. That's a decent sized room to require that. But not only are there like roots growing throughout the room, inside the touching into the walls, growing through the ground, some kind of like growing through the air, you know what I mean, as they're like kind of like arcing and then digging into the ground beneath it, so on and so forth. Across the room, as you shine the bullseye lantern onto it, that way it can, see that distance, or as you send I don't know if you would want to because of how magic seems to affect things, or as you send the lights in, you can see that is the absolute base of the tree. Everybody here has seen a tree that got blown over by a storm or some such. You know, tree roots stretch outwards in many different areas. They can go pretty far outwards, but there's like a heart at the base of the tree. Like there's the center part of the roots, and this is that epicenter. This is the base of the tree right here, and you can see those roots. And staring into them, they're just tree roots, but it feels like so much more. It looks like so much more. Almost looks like as you're looking into the roots, you're looking beyond them. You're looking at something so much deeper.
Is this a knowledge check of some kind?
I was going to say, it almost feels as though the roots themselves are looking back. A knowledge check, you don't need to. Mikhail has already theoretically solved where he believes those roots are tapping into.
Okay.
In theory, this spot right here is a thin, maybe even non-existent boundary between this plane and the next. I mean, you don't want to get too close to it. If that's truly eeping through and not just being sucked through by the tree roots, if it's truly eeping out energies of that plane's energy is the antithesis of life. Either way. Yes, that. Either way, so you can see the that here.
I'll breathe it in.
Huh.
Oh, thank you for a lovely tour. That's enough of that for me.
How far in is that like core part of the roots?
From the doorway?
Yeah.
Yeah, great question. Because of the size of the room itself, it's about 35, 40 feet back. Which again, in a basement, bottom of a keep, that's a pretty fucking huge space to just go back while being wide as well, right? That's a massive area to just have open and not like narrow hallways and and rooms or whatever for supporting all the structure overhead. So anyways, yeah, absolutely massive. And the walls that have ruined down here, it's the same walls that you see in all the other, ruins or whatever. And it's the roots like digging through it and breaking up the stone and whatnot. It's just so strong it can puncture through. Even the metal just twists through the metal. Just as real wood does when roots grow over time.
Okay. Yeah. Mikhail's like, yeah, that's probably enough.
Yep. I'm feeling faded now. We should probably retire back. And we'll start walking backwards and moving slowly, but swift for what he can do now that he's clearly getting weaker. Back towards the stairs that would lead you up.
So, what do you think? That radiance crystal, we put it in there. He said it should strip away the protections. So then you could attack it from actually up where we ran into it before.
Those roots are pretty fucking massive and thick. So unless there's like a weak spot in there to hit, which you haven't seen yet, unless there's a weak spot to hit, hitting it with an axe probably wouldn't do the trick.
Well, no, I was literally thinking, like, if we had that radiant crystal thing, just put it in there where the roots are.
Yep.
But we don't go in there.
Mm-hmm.
And we just go up to where the actual, like, trunk was, where all the shit was coming out, and then start chopping it the fuck down from there.
Sure. That's a massive, thick tree,
It'll take a long time.
It'd take a
but
long
if it has
time,
no
sure.
defenses and it's rotten,
That could potentially work, sure.
We could try to smuggle in a bunch of lumberjacks and have them help, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yes. We can talk about it more when I'm more awake, but just staring at a possible point of crossing over to a plane that's all death has me a little bit distracted.
Yeah, not something you see every day.
Mikhail unaffected.
What he was expecting to see. So, I guess we'll say, and then you said the canopy. Is that up that stairwell we saw, not far from your room?
Yes. Oh, you guys are back upstairs. I can feel some of my strength returning. If you wish to see more, I would have to take a bit of time to recover. I don't know how much you have to spare, but yes, up the stairwell, there's an hatch to the roof, and there's a bit of vines that will hang low from the canopy. You can use those to climb up and into the tree itself. You might think that it's safe up there, but I assure you it's nearly as dangerous as going downstairs. More so if you're not keen.
I don't know that we need to take any unnecessary risks as tired as we are and without any way of knowing what we would do anyway.
Right. I think if we're assuming it's roughly the same, just, well, the exact opposite. I think that's probably good enough. Okay. I don't know if there's much else we can get while we're here. Yeah, gotta find something.
Roadrock's gonna be pissed when we come back completely empty-handed.
Yeah, let's find him a... I don't know. like picked up some dirt. That won't work.
You might be interested in the information about who used to be here or whose place this is.
Maybe. Oh, he would, but if we give him that, you know he's going to send a bunch of people who shouldn't be here out here.
He funded this. We gotta give him something.
There's nothing here to give him. I guess we'll have to talk about what we can share with him, I guess. I don't know.
I guess maybe we can tell him some things and then let him know that we plan to come back out again at some point. Maybe that'll calm him down at least enough to not send people to their death.
Yeah, maybe. Show the ghost the thing we got in the stone room. Wonder if he recognizes it.
Oh yeah. Pull out the crown. Any idea who this used to belong to?
Oh, that looks familiar. It's not the Emperor's crown. No. It's a crown of nobility. This would have belonged to one of the other core leaders in the mall. Who it is, I'm not sure. You said this place may have belonged to Muharib. It's perhaps one of them. It feels powerful.
Really sucks to
Definitely
take it
it
off
is.
your head.
Well, yeah. Huh. Oh, well, what about this one then? I'll show him the circlet.
Oh, I've seen many of these before. They would be on the heads of the workers.
Workers?
Yes, not. Perhaps you misunderstand. Not cooks in a kitchen or whittlers with wood, like those that would do proper crafting.
Like artisans.
But of more sensitive nature.
How sensitive?
Do you remember the gem cutters?
The ones who infused creatures into the gem.
Yeah.
That kind of sensitivity.
Yeah.
Not specifically those tasks, but ones that are as sensitive as those. Or
You
those
see.
as well.
All
Right.
I really want to know what it does.
Do you know of any rooms here or places here that may have been less touched by the greenery? There might be a chair or a sword that would still have survived.
Greenery and greed. That's taken this place for centuries. I don't know if anything remains. Aside from this crown that you found.
Yeah. It was pretty tucked away in a very difficult to spot area. Behind a pillar with a lockbox and all kinds of things.
Do the Moharib still exist? You spoke of them like they do.
Definitely people that still claim that heritage. I
Something
think
like
much
that
further
would be
north than
invaluable
this.
to them.
I'm sure it would. Not many I can think of who would have no value for. No fucking intention of giving it to them. Nobody doesn't say that in character.
Anything else we want to go over? I think we should be leaving as soon as possible.
I look forward to seeing you again. I'm going to explore inside my own mind, my own thoughts. See
Watch
what
out
I've
for roots, Elder.
uncovered.
Watch out for roots, Elder.
Yes. I don't anticipate getting captured again. You've given me enough strength that I need not just stay in that room. I can move away from what would otherwise grow.
Do you think
Oh,
you yourself,
oh, good.
you think you yourself are in danger here? You seem to be gaining strength. Will they come after you?
I do not think so. We'll see. But I don't think so. I know that if you visited another, it would only give me more strength. But that's your path to take. Perhaps just visiting the three is enough for you to make the decision to act. Perhaps you want to visit another one or two to make the final decision. It's your destiny to do.
Do you remember anything of your life?
I remember I wasn't important. I was, but not to those that mattered.
Questions we can ask at a different keep.
Yeah. Last one, Elder. You were mentioning the gravity of this place and that you may be able to tap into it. Confident are you that that's something you could make happen if we were to continue to search these keeps?
I'm not confident at all. But perhaps in time, and deep exploration of myself, I'll grow in confidence. For now, it's a notion.
Okay. Then we should take our leave. Thank you again for your insight.
Yes. Now, I'll come with you to the gate, and I will see if I can provide one more bit of guidance. You've been less abusive to me this time than you have in other times. I'll abuse myself for your benefit then. For old time's sake. And he makes his way towards the double doors. Of course, just walks through the double doors. Dwayne doesn't see him at all. The horses kind of react a bit, but otherwise don't notice.
What is Dwayne? Is Dwayne
Human.
human?
Yeah.
He's human?
Goes over to the stairwell, the staircase there. So how one of the doors fell, like stands like somewhat in or whatever, fallen door, and then just looks outwards at the gap between here and where you guys were going to, and just takes a deep breath, and then taking the stick and reaching forward with the walking stick that he always has, you can see there's a rolling brown that goes out, like a strip of brown that happens from the stairwell outwards. As like almost as though him being down and trying to block you from the area down below, he had to channel a lot of that gravity, a lot of that energy that was there, and he's just unleashing it outwards and just rolling and killing a whole bunch of the plants, stretching from here to that spot where you guys took refuge overnight. And so he gives you a gap of space where it tore up poor Jacobo and put Dwayne in danger. You guys just barely got out. That's all been cleared for now. You can imagine overnight and then in dawn, it'll reset. When he does it, he turns back and he looks like he's going to say something, but he's so tired. He's so worn, so old. He ends up stumbling once and fading, like completely from existence. You imagine many hours from now, he'll recover back in the room. Hopefully not trapped underneath roots.
I think we don't take time to waste here. We should go.
Holy shit! Dwayne says, looking out there. In the name of Thalindra.
I agree, Dwayne.
What? He looks at you as you said something.
He goes, I agree. Time to leave.
Do we want to walk on that?
I don't care if
This
we walk
open
or
spot?
ride. Let's just get the hell out of here.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're doing.
Not led me wrong yet, he says, under very heavily bagged eyes, sore shoulders, and his own cuts and bruises from his fighting throughout the evening, burns or whatever, and gets on the horse. Not Jacobo.
Keep in mind, soon you'll get to sleep in a bed and not be out here worried about plants.
I think Koa has lost close to 45 to 50 health points in the last 2 days.
Yep.
I think he probably looks like absolute fucking shit.
Yep. Gentlemen, and that is our session.
All right, ending timely, making up for the last couple weeks.
Yeah. This has
I
been
would have been
weird.
down to 7 hit points without that fucking aid.
This is a weird week for me too. Because that 8 is gone now, of course. But
It's gone down. But yeah.
My mom watches Gwen Monday through Thursday. She texts me on Monday morning. She woke up with what's it called? Shingles. And Gwen's too young to have been vaccinated for chickenpox. And while chickenpox / shingles are usually, especially shingles, are usually only transferable by like touching the like by having like any of the
the actual outbreak.
the outbreak, whatever it is, area. It's very, very rare, but it is possibly transferable through air, right? It's rare, but it can be done. And because shingles is deadly for babies, Brittany and I have been working while taking care of the baby all week. It has been a rough week. We're both like, okay, you start at 7:30 and go until about 9:15, but then I have a call, so you have to get the baby before then, so I can like be ready for my call. Okay, cool. But then it's like back and forth and so we're starting work early and ending late. It's been a chaos week. I cannot wait for this weekend. So
Speaking of which, tell us the cemetery story real quick instead of wrapping
oh
up.
yeah, so there was this one time at band camp where I stuck a flute up my sorry,
Distractible, unnatural ones. Leave Jake alone. Night.
unnatural _ones.
Yeah, 1S.
Let me out of here.
What is it?
Pretending to be tired as Koa did not help me, Wade, stay alert and with it toward the end of this session. It's like, you're tired, you're fatigued, you're beat down. It's like, yeah, I feel that.
Y'all's tired RP was fucking me up, man.
You know what we need? Because you said let me out of here as we were prepping raids.
So dead.
Because you said let me out of here. You know what we need? It's there was Baldur's Gate 2. All of like the prisoners, whether they be slaves or prisoners in a place or over at John Aranicus's estate, it was always like the NPC that'd be like, "Let me out of this hellhole! Let me out of this hellhole!" We need that sound wave for when
You know,
Koa's
yeah,
tired.
that's what we need. More tired sounding old man voice in this.
Let me out of this Hello.
That keep was some
Sounds like part
bullshit.
of the cemetery story.
That keep was some bullshit, man. Damn. Just try to
Very
kill
We
us.
need like 2 more levels before we come back here again.
2 more levels.
Wild. Wild
Fuck that
as
place,
shit.
dude.
Fucking Aldo was like, this is horse shit. And I had to like RP like I didn't agree. It just
You have to
If
lie.
we couldn't duplicate the big health potion, one of us wasn't making it out of there, or all of us.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that'd have been bad.
This is absolutely an asset dumper.